Good morning, wherever you live. I got a feeling it's gonna be a wonderful day. For you, not me. I had to spend the past 2 months watching all 366 episodes of American Dad. That's right, here we are. Ever since I took a look at each and every Family Guy episode, almost 3 years ago, Jesus, I've naturally gotten non-stop requests to then go and cover creator Seth MacFarlane's other long-running series, American Dad. Sorry, I mean American Dad! Can't forget the exclamation point. Now, this might sound strange given how much I talk about Family Guy and Seth himself on this channel, but I want to say I've seen maybe like 10 episodes of American Dad in my lifetime. It's weird. For a while, I had attempted to start up this little trend with my older sister when we were growing up, where we'd watch Family Guy, South Park, American Dad, and Cleveland Show on a Friday night as they'd usually air in order. But not only did she not care about any of these shows as much as me, not only did that mean having to end my night watching Cleveland Show, but also, I initially didn't like American Dad. Okay, let me explain why I'm even doing this then. Now, my reason for not enjoying American Dad, funnily enough, had nothing to do with the show itself. Instead, it was because my 10-year-old brain could process that it was similar to Family Guy, and because of that, I missed the cutaways. No, really, as a kid, I never gave this show a chance because it didn't have cutaway gags. Ironically enough, that's now one of my least favorite parts of current Family Guy. You know, they're used as a crutch more often than not. It's one of those things where when they're good, they're good. But when they're bad, they're complete peace breakers and take you right out of the episode. Nowadays, however, with me having no real rose-tinted glasses towards Family Guy, I think it's the best time to finally give American Dad another shot, to see just how it separated itself from its figurative older brother. But first of all, how about I give a quick history lesson on how American Dad came to be, and the unfortunate place it found itself in. Because as it turns out, I was not alone in being unable to get past those Family Guy comparisons, as it seems to have been an issue that's plagued the show for as long as it's been on the air. See, the idea for American Dad came around shortly after Family Guy started airing. With Seth MacFarlane being a mega liberal, he was obviously very unhappy about the state of the country after conservative George Bush had been elected. This disappointment was then channeled into a creative project for him and partner Matt Weitzman, having the idea to create a cartoon about a right-wing CIA agent and his liberal daughter. With that, Fox picked up their new project, American Dad. Sorry, I mean American Dad! Getting ready to then premiere it in 2005. Boy, they sure are lucky George Bush got elected to serve a second term. Everything fell into place perfectly, as just 3 years prior, Seth's first show and previous cartoon had just been cancelled. A little-known project called Family Man. Brilliant! Seth got a solid 3 seasons out of Family Guy, and can now move on to a new project he can devote his attention to. What could go wrong? Stoners. That's what. Anyone else smoke weed when they watch Family Guy? I shoved cocaine into my Family Guy had since done so well through DVD seals and subsequent reruns on Adult Swim that Fox couldn't possibly pass up on giving the series another shot, renewing it for a 4th season. A season that would come out 3 months after the premiere of American Dad. Uh-oh. American Dad found itself in a tough position. A large role it had played was being a replacement for Family Guy. Something different but with a similar art style and voice. How do you work as a replacement when the thing you're replacing doesn't need to be replaced anymore? American Dad was heavily criticized at the time of release for its similarities to the Guy of Family, many brushing it aside as nothing more than a poor imitator. And so with that, Seth decided he would step away from his brand new show, and once again return to Family Guy, leaving the remaining team to try and do whatever they could to make their series stand out. And, you know, at least on the outside looking in, it seems they succeeded. I mean, you don't just get 20 seasons for riding the coattails of another show. I actually know a lot of people out there who outright prefer American Dad to Family Guy, and so I'm looking forward to seeing just what it was that allowed it to stick around. Getting away from the wackiness of the former series to focus on something more grounded, more in line with your average live-action sitcom. And this is going to be incredibly interesting for me because so far, this is the first series I'm doing a ranking of where I don't know what the fan favorite episodes are. When I say I know next to nothing, I mean next to nothing. And so I'm curious to see where my thoughts lie compared to the average fan opinion. Be gentle. With that, let's begin. You know the drill. It's time to review and rank every American Dad episode. Okay, so I decided for this video I was just gonna get a 30-day Hulu free trial, but when picking the option I saw they had the choice of Disney Plus bundled with Hulu, Live TV, and ESPN Plus, none of which I really care about, but I was more so surprised It was fucking $77 a month. What? That's just awful. Is this really how bad streaming has gotten? Best thing yet, it doesn't even feature no ads. How? Anyways, I thought it fitting to cover the 6-minute unaired pilot first of all. I mean, why not? Apparently this was released on the Family Guy Freakin' Sweet Collection DVD for our viewing pleasure. I can tell Stan's look is a little softer. Everyone is drawn slightly more loose and cartoony. Steve is just horrible looking here, especially his voice. But you get a good idea of that live-action sitcom thing I was talking about before, where characters mostly stand around saying their lines as others come in and out of the scene to further the plot along. This is super short, only being around 6 minutes and 2 scenes long, more to give you a general idea of the banter between these guys. Stan takes his job extremely seriously and loves tradition. Francine is his docile housewife. Healy is their annoyed liberal daughter. Steve is pathetic and a loser and looks like Scott the Woz.
Zing! Think you'll hit puberty before you turn 14? Whoa!
They have an alien named Roger living with them that they have to keep a secret, and also, there's a fish who has the brain of a German man. What? Again, there's not much to say. Steve says he's gonna ask out a girl, we cut to him wanting a dog, Stan gets the dog, and that's how it ends. I imagine this was part of a much longer script that was cut down to be shown internally as a proof of concept. Let's move on. The intro to American Dad is perfect. The theme is so catchy and it sets up the general story in the best way possible. If you ignore this alternate reality where the Smiths live in the void. They also have this newspaper gag in every episode, which I only remember because of that one Family Guy joke where they specifically point out how nobody likes it. I know, yeah, I was right in this pretty much just being the extended pilot. We learn that Steve only wanted the dog because he assumes it's gonna get him more girls. We actually get to see him ask her out too. I like that they gave him this Shazam logo on his shirt despite it not being in any other episode, just so the joke from the original pilot could be reused. The art has seen a slight change too. Not only has Steve been updated with a far less horrifying design, they've also made him more of a prick than pathetic. But the proportions are also slightly more anatomically correct. Stan's face is sharper. It looks great and stands itself apart from Family Guy well, with a more realistic look and feel. The plot isn't amazing or anything. It's really just Stan helping his son get the girls by getting him elected as school president, in which he starts getting overrun by power. You know, predictably. But I liked it. Him banning all signs of love was a fun escalation, and the way faster pace allows it to keep building upon itself in interesting ways. I also like the ending of Stan showing Steve that when he was his age, he was also considered a loser. Was a nice heart to heart. Weirdly enough though, there were way more cutaway gags in here than I thought there would be. Probably didn't help folks' initial impressions. But still, I think this was a good premiere. Let's see where things go from here.
Overreacting. Overreacting!
With the country's threat level being brought down by a whole color, Stan's celebration has been cut short as their whole family has just been contaminated and put in quarantine, given only 24 hours to live. Damn, what a leap in stakes. Obviously, the Smith family are not going to die in episode 2. Instead, this is to build up to Francine feeling like her life is meaningless, getting a job as a real estate agent.
I used to work in real estate.
What are you, gay?
I was when I worked in real estate.
This episode is mostly about putting Stan in a situation where he completely feels emasculated, especially now that Francine is making more money than him, making him extremely jealous. I liked this way more than the previous, definitely showcases the potential of an idea like this a lot more. Stan being put in a world that just doesn't make sense to him, and trying to make everything go back to the way it was before realizing where he went wrong, and that when his wife succeeds, so does he. He learns this through making homeless people fight each other. This was a great episode, hoping to see them keep this level of quality as we go on.
I lost a pile of dough on that one-thumb psycho!
Me too. Let's exit quickly.
Healy dyes her hair like a bad DeviantArt recolor, which leads to Stan getting an arrest way more often.
Hey, turn down that rap music, it's a bad influence! I swear, yo, Shorty be leaning on my last nerve.
This all culminates with him wanting her to break up with Jeff, and so as a result she decides to run away and move in with him. Which is unfortunate when she learns that he lives in a van. It's interesting how much of these setups are mainly used for gags, like him getting a new baby as a replacement, or him putting on a disguise to get her to come back. Stuff that only exists for a single scene before moving on to the next thing. It's so fast-paced though that it winds up working. If there's ever a moment that isn't funny, they usually move on pretty quickly before reaching the plot's next escalation, to derive new jokes from, like Healy getting cut off and deciding to become a stripper to Stan's dismay. The Steve subplot isn't amazing, once again trying to get with girls. It's the only thing they can do with him, I guess. This time making them feel bad by claiming Roger is his burn victim sister. But it all comes together well by the end, with Stan and Jeff having to team up to stop her. This was another good one. I'd put it above the pilot, but below the previous.
You want me to make you happy with my mouth?
Yeah, I guess so.
After Stan, as mandated by every sitcom alive, forgets about his 20th anniversary with Francine, and so he uses his top-secret CIA technology to erase the past 20 hours of her memory, accidentally erasing the past 20 years. Steve also wants to get with a girl, with the only way she'll go out with him being if he can find a date for her friend. But they're super gross and fat. Ooh. It's a pretty interesting setup, with them trying to recreate her living conditions from when she was 18, attempting to reenact how they initially met and fell in love.
So funny. Kiss me, funny boy.
This was another good one. Nice to see a scenario in which Stan actually has to fight for his marriage. You know, I noticed during this entire chase sequence that the sound design and music was almost identical to Family Guy. I wonder if they had the same composer. Oh yeah, I have Google. What do you know, it did. Stan's getting jealous of a new co-worker getting more praise than him, and so invites his boss, Patrick Stewart, to dinner. After Roger ruins it and Stan yells at him, he presumably drops Dad, leaving him in the dump where he has to find his way back home in a wacky adventure. I enjoy them exploring this on a somewhat deeper level. Not only do we get to see how the two of them met and how Roger saved his life, a throwaway line from the pilot, but it's nice getting to see them show how Stan actually does like and miss Roger despite him being unable to show it easily. This is one of my favorites of the season. With Francine getting upset at how little she knows about her neighbors, they decide to throw a party where things take a turn for the worse when a suspicious pair of new residents show up. They're Iranian. Wow. Steve gets another B story this time. Weird how much attention they give to him over Healy. Or, you know, Klaus. Remember, Klaus is here? He makes sexual comments towards Francine, and he's a fish. That's his character. While the Steve plot about joining the Scouts isn't my favorite, I do like Stan having to face his prejudice. It's a pretty funny one. He is so extreme here, locking the entire neighborhood in his backyard until they admit their terrorist plot. And that whole movie thriller sequence was really well done. This one's going near the top of the list. I enjoyed it a lot. Whoa, that's like the Pixar number. Finally, we end the season showcasing Stan once again being jealous of someone close to him, this time a neighbor, which makes him challenge him in the upcoming election for new town deacon.
You just ran through a crosswalk!
No, I didn't.
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Roger has the ultimate sitcom side plot where he eats all Francine's potato salad and has to make more, which everybody loves so much that they'll want to make Stan the deacon. Only issue is, he made it using his a breast milk, I guess. And so to ensure his victory, Stan hires Karl Rove to help with our campaign. Wish I knew who that was. I mean, they said it, I just forgot. Not my favorite or anything, but it's a solid finale. Them having to find more ways to get milk out of Roger and torturing him. Gross. Then things get more complicated after he spits in Steve's mouth and impregnates him. Gross.
So what if he has a bigger paycheck and a better car and a nicer house? None of that matters because I've got...
And that's the end of short season 1. And already I think I can safely say the series has hit the ground running. I'm really not sure where all those Family Guy comparisons were coming from, because pretty quickly the show manages to separate itself and show its own strengths, almost coming off like a mix between Family Guy and King of the Hill. I will say though, this concept is so much more specific compared to the former, that I can't help but wonder how they managed to derive over 360 episodes from this idea. Guess there's only one way to find out. This is where I had to learn that Hulu has the seasons listed incorrectly, season 2 bleeding into 1. Like on there they claim this episode is still in the first season. Huh, what idiots. Couldn't they read the Wikipedia like me? It's interesting to see how the art style has once again gotten slightly more refined. The drawings are a little more stiff and it's boarded a lot more flat. With Stan wanting a newly opened position at work, he's going out of his way to seriously impress his boss. But his world is shaken upside down after finding out he's been sleeping with his daughter. I'm genuinely shocked they're going for plots this wild this early on. Him having to turn her ex-boyfriend, Jeff, into a real man to get her back. Can already tell they really like this dynamic.
What are you guys, homos?
No?
Oh.
Again, I'm really happy that they never decide to stick on one plot for long enough. There's constant escalation. After this, Worksney and Healy get back together, and our Stan is only gonna get his promotion if he now goes and kills Jeff. They're always taking it in new places, which allows things to never get stale. Ending on a pretty satisfying fight of Stan defending his daughter too. I liked this premiere a lot more than the first seasons. The Anthrax bit was funny, Klaus giving DVD director commentary over the exposition was the first time he's actually made me laugh, and the Steve subplot was entertaining too. Good sign of things to come.
Chicken butt.
Stan is pissed off that the high school is trying to teach Steve sex education, and so gets hired to teach his own class where he tells him basically nothing about it, trying to find a hobby for him so he can resist his urges. Roger also gets his bartending license and opens a bar in the attic here, which I'm pretty sure comes back throughout the series. At least for a little bit. Maybe I think I might have just seen this episode before. Honestly, I have no idea which ones I've watched previously. I like that this leads to the reveal that Stan has never jacked off before, and upon misunderstanding directions from his doctor, he accidentally does it and becomes addicted, getting caught by Steve and blaming the whole thing on the media. This was a really funny episode. Seems to just keep getting better and better.
You're such a loser.
I am not a loser. Haley, you take that back.
Okay, Roger. Maybe I went too...
Another Stan and Steve fair. This time there's a company father-son softball event in which he comes to the awful realization that he's a geek. That moment of realization for him was so specific and came out of nowhere that it has to be a reference to something.
Please, let's talk this out. Ow! Why does everyone hate the Jews?
It gets kinda real, him fearing embarrassment from him and finding a new son to be his replacement, in which karma kicks in and now he looks like the geek, learning that just because his son isn't what he envisions, doesn't mean he doesn't care about him or that he can't use his own skills to help out. It's sweet. The Roger subplot isn't as strong. They keep coming back to the plot point that he's bored being stuck at home all day and trying to find ways for him to be out and about. But I don't know, it seems like something that'll get old after a while. I can see why they'd just start giving him different costumes each episode to get around it. Still though, this is another alright one. Probably gonna go at the bottom of the list though. After Stan's father dies, he reveals that the man they knew wasn't actually his dad. Instead, it's this guy. I mean, the chin was a dad giveaway. Steve also befriends a lady who knew his fake grandfather, and they get in a relationship. Gross. You know, I couldn't for the life of me tell who was voicing his dad, Jack. He sounded so familiar, and then I finally realized, oh, it's Cosmo. He's doing a really similar voice to the leader in Team America. That's cool. It's okay. It's one of those liar revealed stories where it turns out that his dad is actually a wanted thief, if the title of the episode couldn't give you that impression. But Stan believes his word over Francine and thinks that she's actually the spy. Definitely not a bad episode or anything, there's a lot of good jokes here. But I don't know, I just think that turnaround is a little lackluster. His dad just revealing that he is indeed a thief. What was even the point? Wow, we're already at our first two-parter, where Stan gets relocated to Saudi Arabia after fucking up his boss's birthday by killing Jay Leno. It's interesting, they also included a musical number too. Stan's song about Francine was super good. Seth kills it as always, and the score's fantastic, setting up his displeasure with his wife. Anari being ecstatic about the reassignment, you know, because women there are seen as second-class citizens. He's such an asshole here, more than usual, and I'm not really sure why they felt this needed to be a two-parter. I guess we'll see, as it feels like it never really gets the chance to start here, which makes sense, I guess. It's part one. A lot is going on, at least. Stan burns their American citizenship so they can't get back. Francine is competing with Stan's new wife. Steve has crashed his car in the middle of the desert. Healy is on the run from the police. Roger has been kidnapped. And Klaus is here too.
Here in Saudi Arabia.
No singing!
We pick up right where we left off as Stan is making his wives compete. Healy also meets a guy she likes who turns out to work for Al-Qaeda. Steve is still stranded in the desert. Roger is forced to marry a sultan. I think they're a sultan, I don't know. And Klaus is still here. Things really pick up once Francine gets arrested for singing in public. Another solid song, by the way. And so now it's up to Stan to find a way to rescue her before she's executed. I'm surprised how well they managed to balance all these stories. Obviously, some don't get the same amount of attention as others. Healy and Rogers get very little screen time, but at least they all intertwine with this ass story by the end, even if somewhat. You know, Steve thinking he's met God, and angering all the residents by saying he's actually a woman. The plot points building up to them all being up for a stoning, as President Bush lands out of nowhere to rescue oh, it was just a dream. Ends on a fun reprise, too, of Stan's song from part 1. Cool to see them tackle a longer narrative like this. I'd say they succeeded. Here's the episode about gun control, with Stan and Healy trying to get along, with their differing opinions on gun laws constantly getting in the way of it, until she winds up accidentally shooting and paralyzing him. You know, I think what helps separate this show from other politically fueled comedies like, I don't know, Mr. Bertram is the most recent example, is that despite them clearly picking a side, they don't try to beat your head in over it. It's clearly not meant to be taken that seriously as actual political commentary. Never feels like they're trying to lecture you about it. Everything is always rooted in the characters and how they're reacting to the situation.
Steve, what are you doing?
Something we've both wanted to do for years, sis.
You know, they sure do love their incest jokes. You know, in retrospect, that clip makes a lot less sense without context. Huh. Good episode, I like their song. Steve gets his children's book about Roger published, which makes Stan jealous, wanting to completely manage his career, turning him into a radical bad boy figure. I don't know, this is probably my least favorite episode of the series so far. There's not much to it. The narration doesn't add much in the building towards this big downfall at the end. Didn't intrigue me as much as I imagined they thought it would. How did Steve wind up in the pool?
Go ahead, Eric, be a hero. That's what I thought. You'd think that people would have...
Him deciding to emancipate himself from his parents was an interesting direction, but there's not much to really do with it when there's only like 5 minutes left. Roger tries to kill him, but doesn't. That's pretty much it. Which leaves me wondering, why the fuck did they call this one Star Trek?
We will not be eating Thursday dinner on a Tuesday. This meal is canceled.
Why did he make that song? After once again feeling like her life has little to no excitement, Francine joins a ladies group called the Ladybugs. However, she finds out they only meet up to discuss the affairs they're having on their husbands, and so has to fake one with Stan. Meanwhile, Roger and Stan are fighting over the new dog she's brought home. It's pretty funny just how much he cares about it, loving it more than his own family. Francine walking down the street with all the women slowly starting to follow her was well executed, but that's about it. It's a fairly average episode. She learns that her boring, docile life is good enough, going around the middle of the list.
Am I pretty enough for a man?
She has feelings.
Stan and Roger, again another dynamic they like a lot, get into a car crash which Stan has to take the heat for despite being drunk. So now he's under house arrest while Roger becomes the man of the house. I like that they set it up like a Liam body swap episode, but just have them agree on treating places figuratively. It's funny seeing everyone just completely adapt to this. They all love Roger while Stan starts feeling worthless. You feel pretty bad for him. It goes exactly in the direction you think it will. They both realize that each other's life kinda sucks. Stan is bored and Roger's overwhelmed. But I do like the culmination of everything. Roger hitting Francine and the police coming over while Healy's monkeys are running loose and Steve has pictures of himself around the house. And the ending is great, just pinning it on some unrelated guy from the Roger story. Not the best episode or anything, but I enjoyed it. Oh my god, they're actually doing it! They're actually doing something with Klaus! Took long enough.
Oh, what time is it? Time to kick it!
Hit me!
While Francine opens up a new muffin kiosk at the mall, Stan needs someone to do the woman things around the house, like cleaning and cooking, and so he decides to give Klaus a body. I can't believe this is all it took for him to do that. Getting double-crossed as he knocks him out and seeks Francine to fuck her. I wish Klyce got this body a lot sooner. This seems like such a big moment in the series to only happen for like 10 minutes, if even, but still, it's okay.
How come no one's buying your hotcakes, Mr. AIDS?
Because I'm Irish, Jimmy.
Wow. You know, you could prove this guy wrong. You guys love supporting the Irish by liking, subscribing, and, buying stickers, yeah. Did you do it? I like that we get to see more of Stan's teenage years here, even keeping that same design we saw in the pilot. The implication that Stan is the way he is because of how he was treated as a kid is neat too, with him getting revenge for being pranked at his homecoming by going to Francine's reunion, being the husband of the homecoming queen.
I was being sarcastic. Or don't you get sarcasm, genius?
Oh, I think I get sarcasm. And I'm hardly a genius, but still, thank you. That's awfully sweet.
You kind of know from the get-go this is going to wind up going somewhere else pretty quickly because they're not even going to his reunion. You know, rubbing it in the face of the people who actually bullied him, with them quickly diverting to them finding out Francine was never the homecoming queen after finding 2 lost votes. And so he starts going out with the real winner instead. Great. It was a fun callback to bring back the agent clones from the start of the episode, Stan trying to make it up to her by having his clone take her out, and having to find a way to switch places with him after realizing he actually has a great life. Wasn't expecting to enjoy this one, but it really picked up by the end. The Healy and Steve subplots were quick, but decent as well, going near the top of the list. After a night in the town results in Roger and Stan becoming best friends, especially after doing a weird alien thing that gives Roger all of Stan's memories. Also, this is unrelated to the episode, but I'm not noticing how weird it is that Stan, as a character, is just so unlikable. He's such a douche. He's so mean to everyone and constantly using his authority against people. But somehow, he just manages to work. He's such a funny character, maybe it's his dumb underbite. Stan gets uncomfortable by how close he and Roger have gotten and wants to do whatever he can to get rid of him. This is a really fun one. Not only do Healy and Steve also get a fun adventure of trying to break up a happy couple for their own benefit, ending with them dying. You know, it's mainly just nice seeing them be on each other's side for a change. But the main plot is also one of the best we've had so far, in my opinion. After Francine starts feeling like her life is meaningless, this time, she decides she wants to become a back alley surgeon, okay. This then winds up with her getting mixed up with the handicapped mafia. Meanwhile, Stan is forcing Steve to take steroids so he can be finally popular at school, which winds up giving him breasts 2 seasons in, and he's gotten pregnant and tits. Perfect.
How do I say this nicely? Loser! Loser! Loser!
Dad!
I'm kidding! Not kidding!
It's interesting finally watching this show and seeing how wild these stories get. I always just assumed it had been way more grounded. Steve then becomes popular because of his additions, and has to realize that he wants friends who like him for him, and not his breasts. This happens because Stan decides he's also gonna get breasts to teach him a lesson. I'm not realizing that we're only 2 seasons into this, and we've already gotten to the point where the political angle, you know, Stan being super conservative and stuff, isn't really that much of a focal point anymore. Obviously, it's still a large part of his character and all, but this show is a lot less politically fueled than I guess I was expecting it to be. Not that that's a bad thing, if anything, it benefits the series, allowing it to stand on its own away from that and just be a funny animated sitcom in its own right. Just a thought I had.
Can Barry stay for dinner?
If it's okay with his parents.
Oh, they won't care. They never care.
After Steve lets Stan know he has no interest in doing stuff with him, he instead seeks out to befriend his buddy Barry, taking him in as his new son. I haven't mentioned any of Steve's friends yet, but that's mainly because none of them have done anything all that interesting so far. Snot, that's his name, fucked the old lady Steve made out with in that one episode. The Asian one is Asian, that's his character, and Barry looks like Peter Griffin. This episode's okay. A little generic, I mean, you've seen this plot a million times before. It really picks up, though, when Stan makes Barry stop taking his pills, which turns him into a menacing asshole. Gives a little bit more depth to a character whose personality has only ever previously been shown to be fat. I liked it. It's Francine's 39th birthday, where we learn why she hates George Clooney so much. I'm pretty sure they had that as a gag in a past episode.
And what did Mom mean that her dream died?
I don't know. I thought her dream had something to do with a muffin kiosk. Whatever happened to that?
Damn, I wasn't expecting all these callbacks. With this, she plans to get revenge by having him fall in love with her only to break his heart, which is going to be complicated after Stan befriends him and wants to stop her. This is a great finale, honestly. The Roger subplot is pretty funny too. Him just getting a bunch of foster kids to give him free labor. The ending reveal that they've been up to this for an entire year is also a really funny conclusion. And Seth MacFarlane even gets to sing again. It has everything.
Water break, boss?
Oh, honey, don't call me boss. That makes me feel like some kind of monster. Call me Dad.
Water break, Dad?
No.
And that's season 2. I used this word a couple times so far, but I think the best word for this one is that it really is a good escalation of the first, putting these characters in way more intense and varied situations, along with just doing more with each of them. I think at this point they've completely removed themselves from that Family Guy comparison the media touted at it so much. Even then, I think a lot of those accusations were completely superficial. I saw a couple reviews of the first season from when it came out that were just picking at straws to call it a ripoff, like claiming Roger and Klaus were just copies of Stewie and Brian, like who is who in that fucking scenario. Either way, I'm really enjoying where this has been going and look forward to more. Again, I know nothing about this show, so I'm really curious if there's a point where folks agree that it gets bad or not, or if it's just consistently good for its entire run. Let's hope the latter. You know, we're at season 3 and we still have yet to get out of the void. Hope that plot point gets resolved soon. Season 3 begins with Stan shipping Steve off to a refugee camp in Africa by mistake. But it's all good. He's arrived to turn the place into a summer camp. Yay!
Thank you. What's your name?
I am Wobuto Kowonga Komali.
I'll call you Hot Rod.
This also seems to be when they really start ramping up Roger's costume fixation, him and Francine assuming alternate personas to cure their boredom. Nothing more than a short side plot, but it's fun. Them getting so carried away by establishing worse and worse histories for each other's character. Stan is just so racist here. This is by far the most offensive episode we've seen so far. A majority of these jokes are just making fun of poor people who look different than him. It's got a decent story, coming together as a summer contest with the winner getting his kidnapped love interest. But honestly, I like the B story way more. An alright premiere. You know, dude, sitting on my ass and watching TV all day sure is hard. I'm thinking about making up a snack, how about you? Okay, I recently learned how to make homemade pizza, so how about this? I'm gonna show the recipe as we cover each episode, and you follow along at home. Get in the kitchen. Come on, for real, we're doing this. Yet another episode that opens on Steve running from someone. This is becoming a pattern. While avoiding Jim, Steve meets a like-minded girl, them getting in a relationship to Stan's dismay. Why? Well, she's fat.
She must have a map to Debbie in her purse.
Dad, that's Debbie.
To the panic room!
This episode is really good, but also really uncomfortable. Everyone reminds Stan that he's also kind of fat, which destroys his whole worldview. Dieting extensively and becoming anorexic, he looks so disturbing by the end. But still, there's so many great gags here, like Stan putting a collar around Steve's neck that'll kill him if he doesn't ask her out in time, and the twist that Stan's fitness instructor wasn't even real. Instead, being a manifestation for his own mental illness, it was great. And the slow progression of seeing Stan getting fatter and fatter, only to reveal that he's actually been extremely skinny the whole time, was really clever.
We're all so worried about you.
We have Grey's Anatomy on season pass, yes?
Yes.
See, I can appreciate that joke now. I've wasted my time watching Grey's Anatomy. This was way better than the last. This is probably my favorite episode of the whole series, honestly. Also, getting this recipe from a website called The Food Charlatan, bizarre name. But first, we gotta make some pizza dough. All these fucking recipes just put in the ingredients list pizza dough, like I just have that sitting around. So, grab some flour, sugar, instant yeast, salt, and olive oil, and meet me at the next episode. Stan's lost his confidence after getting bested by a car salesman, and so seeks revenge on him. His plan by the end is pretty ingenious. I like that this feeds into the B story, with Roger and Klaus using all the cars they have to start a drive-in theater, Steve and friends using it as their chance to get with girls. This is another alright episode. I like how seriously they take it with the family getting so broke by the end that Stan can even face them running away. Also, I was not expecting them to bring back that sequence from the first season where it's formatted like a thriller of the guy killing his friend for Roger's gold shit. Filled with regret, he kills himself, as the cop inspecting the scene of the crime takes it for himself. I wonder if this will continue to be a recurring moment, although I have to wonder what someone thought of this if they hadn't seen that previous episode. Okay, so grab a bowl and whisk together a tablespoon of sugar, your instant yeast, along with a cup and a third of warm water. We're gonna want to let this rest for a couple minutes, so we'll come back to this in a bit. This is fun, we're doing stuff together. Lincoln Lover sees Stan create a play based on Abraham Lincoln's Bodyguard, which has a lot of unintentional gay undertones, being invited to the Log Cabin Republicans and being disgusted that they think he's homosexual. Their musical number is good. I haven't mentioned them yet, but the Smiths Neighbors, the gay local news anchors, have consistently been some of the funniest side characters in the show so far. I'm glad we're seeing them get a larger role here, Terry being mad upon Stan revealing that Greg is a Republican.
So it's me and hate-monger Pat Robertson. I met him at some party. I was just walking through.
It goes in a pretty wild direction. Again, Stan is a super extreme character. So to get accepted in their group, he decides to have sex with a gay guy, and then realizes he isn't gay, and that being homosexual isn't a choice. What a shock. This is going right under the fat episode, really funny one here. Francine is looking for some excitement in her life, and so this time, Stan becomes a drag racer to make her happy. Oh yeah, Jeff and Healy are back together, I guess. The plot this time being, she breaks up with him, alright. He winds up joining Steve's World of Warcraft group, which makes her jealous. The whole sequence looks super cool. I'm surprised they bothered with something like this, especially with how much time it takes up. But it pays off well. I know I would have adored this as a kid. Not shocked to see Titmice listed in the credits. This isn't one of my favorites or anything. I hope we can have some more Francine episodes in the future that don't need to revolve around this same problem, but it's still solid, going around the middle of the list. I can't believe I haven't mentioned this yet, but every episode ends with the usual Fuzzy Door Production logo, along with this.
Bye, have a beautiful time.
This confused the fuck out of me when I would watch this show, so I looked up who the fuck it was, and what do you know? It was a security officer who worked at the office buildings. Neat. Steve's girlfriend makes a cameo again, which I didn't think they'd continue. I like that Stan starts to like her now that she's shown to have similar interests to him, completely being able to look past her wit now. That's what I call character progression.
Is Steve ready to walk to school?
Oh, Debbie, look, this is my breakfast.
I like that they bring this back to Francine, her starting to get empty nest syndrome and trying to convince Stan to have another baby, him getting a vasectomy so she can't rape him. Why do some of these characters have such small heads? Solid episode. Going under the car one. Also, his girlfriend breaks up with him off screen. Great. Two episodes in a row with an ice pun in the title. What are the odds? In the distant future, we see Klaus telling his grandson about a story in which Stan continually gets depressed and distant when winter comes around. I like the detail that his future self has hair that looks like gills. He also includes a B story in this retelling where Steve and friends get a Russian lady in the meal out of nowhere. Sweet, I guess. It's interesting that they're trying something different here, but I don't find the reveal to be all that funny. He's actually a field figure skater, with Francine trying to remind him of the joys of skating before he continues getting more and more competitive, ditching her to go with Roger instead. It was an alright episode. The Steve plot is pretty pointless and not very interesting, and the meme goes the exact way you think it will. You know, he learns to not only want to win. I don't know, this is one of my least favorites of the season. Still though, I wouldn't call any of these outright bad so far. I'm impressed. After Roger convinces Steve that Stan is an idiot, they run away to New York to be smart, I guess. This is probably my new least favorite. I did not like this one at all. They just continuously fuck up, but don't want to admit they're wrong. Feels like they were missing that last bit of escalation to take it somewhere more extreme. I like the little squirrel subplot, though. Oh shit, that's right. Okay, now you're gonna want to add a teaspoon of salt, 2 tablespoons of olive oil, and 3.5 cups of flour. Now mix that for 2 minutes while we move on to the next. 3 seasons in and we're finally having our first holiday special.
Welcome, ye gentle carolers.
Oh, we're not here to sing. We're just here to warn people about the holiday rapist.
With Stan getting pissed off at them taking all the Christianity out of the holiday, the Ghost of Christmas Past voiced by the Franz lady comes to show him the true meaning of the holiday. What he doesn't care about is he's gonna go kill Jane Fonda instead. Whoever that is. Sorry, Jane Fonda, if you're watching this, I know you're a fan. My analytics told me 78% of you are boys, 21.9% of you are girls, and the other 0.1 is Jane Fonda. I like how dumb it all is. The Ghost then seeking Francine to help her stop Stan as he's continuously fucking up the future by messing with the past. The US now being owned by the Soviet Union. A pretty unconventional Christmas special, especially the thing to fix everything being him going back in time to make Taxi Driver. But it works. I enjoyed this one a lot, going near the top. Okay, so I looked it up and Google says this was actually Season 2, Episode 9, which I don't believe. I'm led to assume there's no definitive airing order for this fucking show. A bunch of these episodes are said to be in different seasons. So let me just clarify right now, I'm following the Wikipedia. I trust that website with my life. Interestingly, this episode has proportionally more viewers than all the others. I have to assume people just really were excited to see George Bush visit the Smiths house. It's like Peter Griffin and Donald Trump. It's interesting they bothered giving the president a slightly different design compared to the other times we've seen him. Given Seth's sole reason for wanting to make this show was because of how much he hated the man, I'm surprised this episode was way less annoying than I thought it would be. Instead of shoving his opinions down your throat, it's generally just, he is dumb. Which is pretty funny at times. I mean, look at the guy, he was asking for it.
Thank you, Rolling. That's awesome, please.
Hello.
My son, Steve.
Holy fuck!
Was that the first F-bomb they've had? Felt so weird hearing that come out of one of these characters' mouths. Okay, so from here you want to lightly flour a surface and put the dough on it. If you have a mixer with one of those dough attachments, then put it on there for 5 minutes. If you don't, then you're gonna have to knead it for the same amount of time. Just push it down, fold it over, flip it 90 degrees, and then push it down again. Keep doing that until I say so.
The war in Iraq is over?
Better! We're getting a ping-pong table!
So after getting sick of being underappreciated at work, Stan decides he's gonna start selling holiday bears, hiring a bunch of illegal Mexican immigrants to do it for him, sure. Steve's plot is kinda lame, Roger joining his garage band and causing problems and getting him kicked out. Stan's story makes up for it though, I liked it. Even if it integrated with Steve's story in a pretty forced way, Healy trying to rat him out so he claims they're not working for him and actually just a part of the band. We'll probably go right under the middle of the list. Not bad, but we've had a lot of better ones so far. As Roger starts to realize he and Steve are growing apart, it's weird how much they've been pushing the two as being super close friends. I feel like that's only ever really been stated in this season. I don't remember it being that prevalent before. Either way, to get back at him, he decides to become friends with... me?
This was actually my last tour anyway. Tomorrow I'm having a sex change operation. From now on, I'll be living my life as a woman.
Is that Patton Oswalt? Also, Mr. Pibb is gonna get discontinued, which greatly upsets Stan and Francine, as I guess their entire relationship is hinged on how epic it is. You know, I've lived in America for about 2 years now, and I don't think I've ever seen a Mr. Pibb ever. Is it good? Episode is solid, middle of the list. The kid is funny. Kinda wanna try it now. For Black History Month, Steve wants to do a report on the creator of peanut butter, which leads him down a rabbit hole of conspiracies that's been going on as long as the Civil War. That the peanut butter was planted so that white people would like black people more. With the only group to know this being the Illuma. Nutty. Take you all day to come up with that one. Meanwhile, Roger and Healy are playing Jenga. Seeing them inside a realistic Burger King was so bizarre, I'm glad they acknowledged it. This is a pretty good mystery episode. Reminded me a lot of the South Park one about the Easter Bunny. Okay, seriously, is Mr. Pibb good? I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I looked it up, and apparently they're super hard to find. I want it now. Oh yeah, if the dough is getting too sticky at this point, just put a little more flour on your hands as you continue kneading it. Just a little bit more.
Whoops.
What? Stan is such a boob that he thinks it's the apocalypse, hiding his family away in the wilderness. He becomes aware of this incredibly early on, by the way. He just doesn't want to tell anyone in case they think he's an even bigger boob. I didn't really enjoy this one that much. There's a couple funny moments, but that's it. You're just waiting for the moment he has to admit to everyone he's a loser. The payoff wasn't even that funny. I don't care about this crazy mountain man that much. Roger also wants to get married so he can have a blender to make the perfect drink for Grey's Anatomy. See, now that I've watched 15 of the 20 seasons of that show, I can appreciate how fucking often they bring it up. You're right, Sandra Oh is in that show. I get the reference. With Bullock's wife still being kept prisoner, something they've kept up with from the beginning of the series, Stan wants Francine to set him up with one of her friends. But if everything fails, he fears her saying 4 dreaded words. I told you so. I love how extreme it gets. Bullock winds up killing her and they have to find a way to hide the body before Francine finds out and says those 4 dreaded words. I told you. This is a pretty entertaining episode. I liked it a lot. We'll probably end up right above the middle of the list. Roger looks horrifying with a nose. So at this point, you're going to want to grab another bowl and put a bit of cooking oil inside. Now drop your dough in and roll it around the walls of the bowl to cover it. You want it to be pretty covered in oil at this point. Now put something over the bowl to kind of seal it all and stick it in a relatively warm area. We're going to want to keep it here for a while, between an hour and an hour and a half. I'll let you know when to return to it. See, now you can't click off the video or your whole recipe's gonna be shit out of luck. What are you gonna do about it? Like, comment, and subscribe or something? Yeah, right. I like that they did the exact same joke with Steve here as they did with Peter in Family Guy, where they have an energy drink and immediately start singing a pop song. You know, I hate that I retain so many Family Guy funny moments. So Francine divorces Stan so he has the chance to sleep with another woman after getting insecure by how many guys she slept with. Her getting worried that he's not falling in love with another woman. This is an alright episode. He gets remarried and so she has to stop him before consummating. Probably gonna go right below the middle of the list. You know, I've noticed they've stopped using that one lady Francine was friends with, Linda. She was in the last season a couple times, but she's all but disappeared. The series really doesn't have that many side characters, I've noticed. Weird. Anyways. Linda is in this episode. I spoke too soon. Stan uses some super secret CIA tech to see what the neighbors think of him. They all hate him.
Is that right? Well, aren't you a little BAM!
This one is fairly annoying. He continues bothering them in his attempts to impress everyone. Like I've said before, he's a pretty extreme character, and in doing that, you're often riding the line of making him unlikable. They usually avoid that, but here it just feels pointless. We barely see these neighbors. I don't care if they dislike them. Stan is on trial, in which he recounts a story where he takes Steve and his friends to become real men by forcing them to become cowboys. In the other story, which I'm not quite sure why Stan is also recounting, Roger falls in love with Healy, and now Francine is jealous as they both fight over him. Okay.
That's very nice. Thanks, Roger.
She likes it.
I didn't like this one that much either. I'm glad they went in a slightly different direction than him realizing he can't force his son to do what he wants from him. You know, they've done that a bunch at this point. Instead, he goes crazy by mad cow disease and Steve has to save him. But it doesn't really make up for the rest of it. Hoping we end on a good one here. Finally, we end on, oh my god, did you see that transition from the intro to the episode? I'm impressed. Anyways, Stan and Roger become bounty hunters after seeing Jeff. They're back together now, I guess. Is wanted in Florida.
Sorry, that's how I wake up.
Seeing his dad is neat. I think this is actually one of the few episodes I've seen before. It's gonna be near the top of the list. This wasn't a bad season finale at all. The scene of Stan and Roger getting high was pretty good.
There's not a moment to lose!
Despite things falling off a bit by the end, Season 3 was great. Had a really good finale too. Not every episode was a hit, but they've also got some of my favorites in here. That anorexia one especially, no wonder it was nominated for an award. Looking forward to see where things go from here. And looking forward to see how your pizza comes out. Remember that? Me when I have to sit in the couch and watch American Dad all day. The plot for this premiere is pretty fucked up. After Francine learns that all their happy family vacations have been nothing but virtual reality simulations, so Stan can spend time alone, she demands they actually go on a real one.
Then I gingerly carry your bodies downstairs.
I like that Steve and Healy both realize that they miss the goo, hating the cruise they've went on but having to put on a smile for her sake, which just winds up making her think that she's in the goo, there's no winning. This was great. I loved her rampaging around the boat and Stan having to apologize because she thinks she's in the goo, like anyone knows what that means. And them getting stranded on an island was a fun advancement. Going near the top of the list, I enjoyed it a lot.
Ah! Seagulls! Francine, this time they could drive!
The series keeps the most bizarre bits of continuity. They made a joke about him fearing seagulls last season. After getting so frustrated at nobody respecting him, Stan takes it out on a meter maid, having to become one for community service. He then goes mad with power, getting everything Francine could ever want and stealing money from work. This is another good one. I like the Healy subplot too, where Roger goes to her nude painting class, presenting herself as being very empowered by her body but not being embarrassed. Gets a little creepier once Steve starts jerking off to it and then wanting to buy it. Ew. Also, it took me a bit to notice this, but this is the same realtor who Stan got sent away in the second episode of the show. They made a joke about the prisoners there wanting to cut her hand off, so now she has a hook for one. That's a really excellent attention to detail. Also, is it just me or is the line art slightly thinner here? I mean it, comment below, does it look different? After winning a boat in a church raffle, Stan starts to realize he has no friends to share it with, and prays to God to give him one.
Senor Bullock, no here. Go away or I kill you.
Sir, I can actually see you through the window.
Got another Roger pranking Steve B-story too, him being obsessed with Harry Potter and being convinced he just got accepted into Hogwarts. It's so dumb, but I kinda enjoy it, him having no idea he's just working in a meth lab. I really love this episode too. He finds out his new friend is an atheist, which ruins the whole bond, having to prove to him that God is real. Season 4's been starting off better than any other so far. I like that it all comes from such an earnest place too. He just wants his buddy to go to heaven with him so they can be friends in the afterlife, even if it does just lead to him ruining the guy's entire life and driving him to suicide. Damn.
Haley, your cold sore is dripping in the potatoes.
That's the last time I use lip liner I find on the bus.
Oh, honey, no one believes that.
With Francine's parents coming to town, us getting the reveal that she's actually adopted, Stan is pissed off at how annoying they are and want to seek out her real parents.
Check it out. I'm John Williams.
You know, I decided to see what people thought of a random episode like this, so I looked up the IMDb review and find there's a guy who bothered writing a review for like every single episode ever. That's dedication. I absolutely love this episode. It's so funny. I love that the situation of adoption was backwards. I mean that an Asian family adopted a Caucasian baby instead of the other way around. Overall, I give this episode an 8 out of 10, which in my ratings book is awesome. Unfortunately, I disagree with you, Taylor Kingston. I would not rate this episode awesome. While it is cool getting to see your real parents and Steve's subplot is funny, I don't know, I just think it's the weakest we've had so far. You know exactly how it's gonna conclude. They're jerks, what do you know? Still, it's alright, his song is catchy. Damn, they're way into their callbacks now, as we learn that Stan had Healy brainwashed to be a sleeper agent as a kid. So she breaks up with Jeff, again, and threatens to move to France, with Stan having to use her trigger freeze as a way to make her the perfect obedient daughter.
Babe, you're having a bad dream.
Rare case where I actually like the B story more than the Mian. We've seen this plot about Stan having to learn not to control Healy a few times now, with not much being done to stand out, even if it gets a little more interesting by the end with her orders now being to kill him. The fight scene was well executed, whereas the Roger and Steve one is hilarious despite consisting of a single gag. They want to start a detective agency but can't decide who gets to be the guy in the wheelchair. It's so dumb, I love it. This is going around the middle of the list for that.
Now laugh and freeze frame.
Wait, this shot layout looks familiar. Could it be?
You guys are pathetic. You're idolizing a murderer.
Oh yeah? Well, Baba Booey!
There it is, guys. Wrap it up. Ranking over. The series is peaked. This episode, whatever its name is taking the #1 spot by default. So Stan is ashamed after everybody learns he's never killed a guy, which is weird because I'm pretty sure we've seen him murder at least a few people so far, but I get it, selective continuity and all. Either way, Roger and 2 of his work buddies are going to take him out to get his first kill. It's okay. Not really the best episode ever, but I appreciate them sticking to the one storyline and not feeling the need to do a B story too. And I like how they integrate the child molester into it. There's a sentence I never expected to say today. Stan gets furious after learning that Greg and Terry are becoming surrogate parents, especially after Francine agrees to carry the child. Meanwhile, Steve and Roger are terrified that Kleiss is out to get them, hiding in the attic and going mad. I like that they did such a relatively mundane prank to cause this. Saying that though, I don't really care much for this episode. It takes a bit long to get into the main conflict of him stealing it after it's born. I will say though, it picks up a lot by the end after a lesbian couple takes him to see how their family is normal despite being gay, and so he just steals their kids too. That was good. Middle of the list. First milestone, episode 50. Yippee! Also another Christmas special, this one seeing Stan being super picky about which tree they get and dying. Landing himself in limbo, this was set up way too similar to that one Smiling Friends episode.
Oh, is this putting anyone in a bad mood, huh? Is this putting anyone in a bad mood?
With him learning that he's left his family abandoned in the wilderness, he has to find a way to get back to Earth to save them. This is another great Christmas special. Wasn't as good as the last, but still a good time. There's a lot of fun visual gags here too, like the tiny angel in the courtroom walking on air. That got me more than it probably should have. And their version of God and Jesus were cool too. Gonna be going above the Meter Maid episode.
I mean, if I'm dead, where's St. Peter? Where's the pearly gates? Where are all the hoes at?
Stan is once again pissed off at Roger, which greatly upsets him as he just wants the two of them to be friends, and so Francine tries to frame a kidnapping to get him to care. I actually really liked this one. The Healy Kleiss Dare contest is a fine accent, doesn't take up too much time, but the main story is great. Stan just could not care less, and the more Francine is forced to hang out with him, the more she starts to understand that he's an asshole, and so they make him start acting nice. I'm going to be putting it near the top of the list, even if the episodic nature of everything obviously forces them to reset it in a pretty dumb way at the end. Oh, if he's not being a mean asshole, then it kills him. Whoa. The ending is great though, him finally laying into Steve for background dancing the entire episode.
I am awesome! Ooh!
The score during that snowboarding opening had no right being as good as it was, and that James Bond parody was really well done, super stylized. This is one of those non-canon episodes that sees Stan having to stop the evil tearjerker, which is just Roger. All the main characters play your average secret agent movie role. Healy is the secretary, Kleiss is the henchman, Steve is a scientist, and Francine is the love interest who initially was double-crossing him, but they actually fall in love. Aww. I appreciate them trying something new, and there's a lot to like here. The locations look great, the amount of planning and budget that must have been dedicated to this must have been insane compared to the others. But it's definitely not the best of the season. Most of you know by now I'm still not super into these non-canon adventures. Going right onto the surrogate one, I'm surprised I didn't hit it.
Ah! What the hell?
We finally meet Stan's mother as her boyfriend has just broken up with her, and knowing Francine as this happens at least 3 times a year. At least. It's very creepy how loving he is towards his mom, us learning that after his dad left, they grew incredibly. Francine sets her up with a guy in town, before believing that the only reason she's dumped so much is because she kills all her partners. Isn't this just the same thing as the Stan's dad episode? Although I think I enjoy this one a lot more. The twist is actually surprising. Turns out Stan's been the one killing them all these years, due to his fear of having her heart broken again. This was a good one. After Francine starts getting pissy at Stan for not opening up more, they do some therapy with Roger, which makes him finally more honest. About killing her friend's husband. Damn. See, the joke is, she's a woman. Their therapy sessions are hilarious, along with Stan's more open personality, not giving a shit about the fact that he had to kill him. It all comes together super well, everything comes back. Her only wanting him to be so honest in the first place is because of her friend's husband being so, but him being so open is why they had to kill him in the first place. It's great. Again, another episode that benefits from not relying on their typical A-B story structure. The Steve B plotline only takes up a minute or two.
A delightful monkey just took my plum.
With Stan being made to find a former Soviet Union agent, he realizes that it's actually his next-door neighbor who just wants to embrace being an American.
I get a snazzy new title and a bigger paycheck. Then I give my money to your mother, who spends it on speeding tickets.
I like to race school buses.
Is it a hot take to say that Francine is a way better character than Lois Griffin? She's presented so sweet in most cases, but just gets to do some of the most fucked up things out of nowhere. Francine supremacy. Friendship ended with Lois Griffin. Roger and Klaus's trip to Europe isn't all that entertaining. They don't do much. And I don't care for the mean either. Obviously, the twist is going to be that the guy has an ulterior plot to convert Steve to communism. And I don't know, it just seemed too expected. It was basically just a worse version of that Family Guy episode where Chris befriends the Nazi. Stan having to convince him of the joys of capitalism. Going near the bottom.
Put her there, American! Dude, my wife's right here, man. Shining a salute to the American race.
Okay, wow, I was not expecting them to transition from the intro to the episode so seamlessly, damn. Turns out Roger has been submitting photos of himself to the local paper for money, which pisses off the CIA. So that put Roger in charge of the case, thinking he's a mere photographer. Meanwhile, Francine kicks out one of Steve's classmates, and so he and Healy are shocked and appalled, trying to get to the bottom of why. Of course, the reason being, she's left-handed, obviously.
I don't have anything for show and tell. I just found out I have liver cancer.
I'm giving you a 0 for the day.
This Francine plot is dumb as hell and not in a good way, but the Roger one is fine. Pretty middle-of-the-road episode here. The idea is cool, him framing Stan as the alien, but that's about it. I didn't find it all that funny. Shame. Roger wants to get sexually assaulted at work so he can sue them for a shit ton of money, as Stan has a near-death experience and wants to leave a grand legacy by finding Ollie North's secret buried treasure. I appreciate them switching up the art style for Stan's musical number. His design is super charming. Honestly, I wish the Roger story got more focus. Nobody wanting to harass him, and so he gets another job at the place with a different disguise so he can just harass himself. I just don't like the payoff to Stan's situation. He winds up finding it against all odds, but gets overzealous with filming it and gets trapped inside the cave he dug. Just wish they did more with him actually finding it instead of just leaving it in there. Or even if they just focused more on the idea of him wanting to leave a legacy. At least then it would have been more impactful once he has to leave it.
Didn't I support you when you wanted to open that small business?
No, you didn't!
Then stop bringing it up!
Again, it's so weird how selective they are about continuity in this series. Finally, during spring break, Francine leaves to visit her parents, and so Roger decides to throw a party at their house, where Stan falls for a girl who's impressed by everything he does, after feeling underappreciated with his wife.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hit that.
I'm gonna tear that up.
I'm gonna kill her with a bottle.
This isn't the most interesting or funny episode out there, but it's fun. I feel like they captured the vibe pretty well, you know, for someone who's never been to a spring break party before. Why is this the most well-animated thing in this goddamn show? Honestly, these seasons are just getting better and better. By this point, Seth's other show, Family Guy, while still good, was already getting a little worse by its 4th season. However, American Dad seems to have only managed to find its groove more and more, offering something entirely different to Family Guy. Also, just to give you an idea, because I find it somewhat hard in these ranking videos to convey that an episode at the bottom of the list doesn't mean it's a bad episode. It just means it was the least good out of the batch. And so I want to show you this is what the ranking currently looks like at the bottom of the list, but only like these couple episodes I would consider like bad or boring, you know, like the rest. There's all merit to it. So I'm only hoping they can keep up this level of quality as we go on. I worry about them running out of things to do after 20 seasons of this shtick. I can't believe it! They've escaped! Between seasons, I guess, the Smiths had some void-escaping adventure that we missed. That's disappointing. The new intro looks great. Surprised they went through the effort of shooting the characters as well. I did like that shot of him hugging his family around the dining room table in the original, but this is still an improvement overall. Us getting to see a couple more glimpses at the secondary cast. And they've replaced the newspaper gag with Roger showing up in Stan's car with a different outfit every episode. Definitely a good trade-off. I hadn't found a single newspaper gag that was funny enough to show, so I'm not crying over it being removed. I remember as a kid, for some reason, I didn't like the difference that he now crashes into the CIS sign. Seemed so exaggerated just to show that he's a bumbling idiot. But after sitting through 4 seasons of the show, know that it's completely in character. This man is a menace. Season begins with Roger's 1600th birthday, getting excited for a surprise party. However, everyone is too shaken up to plan because of
My first pube! Oh, it's red!
that. Despite the premise, this one was actually really funny. I loved the guy who just fucking freaks out over the brownies, and then trying to stop Steve's puberty by de-aging him. You know, Steve just has a horrifying design, just in general. That comes to my mind every couple episodes, I just haven't mentioned it till now. This was a great premiere, very creative. Stan then reversing the process to make him incredibly old, and suddenly he doesn't even want to bother with the troubles of puberty anymore.
Oh, and I got you a present. It's getting to watch me walk away.
After Roger finds out that someone named Sydney has maxed out his credit card, he goes on a mission to ruin his life. Honestly, I wasn't super into this one at first, but around a third in, it gets really good. Why? Because Roger finds out that Sydney is him. One of his drunken personas has taken on a life of its own. I love all the implications this has, you know, how many more of these are running around the place. Him taking a hit out on himself and now being on the run from an assassin. Meanwhile, the Smiths get obsessed with playing Simon. That's about it. This is a genuinely amazing episode, one of the best. It all comes together so well by the end, him only doing all this because he genuinely started caring for the girl he was initially using the persona to swindle. Season 5 is starting off incredibly strong. Stan is forced to help his boss find a partner, while leaving his adopted kid, he has a kid by the way, with Francine all day, every day. And so to solve things, he decides he's gonna go and rescue his wife. Can't believe they could have just got her easily the whole time. Definitely the weakest of the 3 so far. Not bad, but I think the plot gets pretty repetitive. Every time things seem to be going back to normal, Bullock adds another stress onto the Smiths. Stan having to not let Francine know that he took his new mistress on their camping trip. There's some funny gags, but that's about it. I can't believe furries were already this mainstream in 2008. Francine reveals that she almost got married to another man before Stan, finding out that he's actually a rich farm owner, and an all-around great guy. With this information, he invites him to dinner to let her choose between them. It's pretty contrived, but it kinda works. Francine assures Stan that she still picks him, but to make sure the choice is equal, he decides to get himself stranded for 2 months. Where it sort of fell off for me. Wish it stuck to that more grounded concept it started with. Still not bad, though.
Hey, there is good news. I overcame my fear of seagulls.
Steve's dream about the cat that keeps fucking with him was also the only thing worth noting about that subplot. It was oddly emotional. Decent episode.
Yeah! 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 Yeah!
So Steve and his girlfriend, the goth girl, I forget her name, get back together, which makes him start neglecting his friends. Debbie, her name was Debbie.
I'm gonna kick the fat one's head in!
I'm gonna break the fat one's spine! I'm popular!
Surprised? This is one of the few episodes to not contain a B story, considering it's just one of those school council election episodes. The popular girl lying about Debbie to win and Steve wanting revenge. I'm glad they swiftly moved past the actual election. That's one of my least favorite tropes in a cartoon. Maybe it's because I'm not American, but I did not know a single soul in high school who gave a shit about the council election. Him actually getting revenge on the girls more than makes up for it. Him devising a plan to get back each of them in different ways to ruin their lives. It was pretty satisfying. Although they make such a big deal to point out how shitty it is for the school to constantly make fun of her for being fat, yet the show also consistently makes fun of her for being fat. She even does it to herself.
Got my revenge. That's great, honey.
Well, it was nice of Steve to acknowledge us this week.
The twist that Steve's friends were the ones to make the slander site and frame it on the girls was good, and it had a pretty fun ending. For a standalone Steve episode, I was surprised I liked this one as much as I did. Healy breaks up with Jeff. No, wait, he broke up with her this time? What the fuck? We see the return of Stan's body double here, with Healy now going out with him. Again, someone on this writing team really likes incest. Goes a bit further beyond jokes after his double tries to sleep with Francine, and so now Stan has to pretend to be him or else Healy will freak out, destroy the town, and rape Roger. Huh? The Steve and Roger storyline is thankfully a lot less creepy, them getting jobs where they have to separate chicks by gender, getting furious upon realizing they're killed for food. Not a bad episode, they're at least aware of how uncomfortable this is, and the ending is sweet. Somehow. But, you know, you can acknowledge how weird it is, but you're still doing it. It's the CIA's big telethon event, trying to raise $1 million. But mysteriously, somebody's been messing with them, even releasing a terrorist, leading Stan to realize Roger is furious at him for stealing his idea about the event and doing all of this. Another really focused episode, it's cool. Not the funniest we've had so far or anything, but it's still good. Probably gonna drop it right above the school council one. I liked it even after all this, Stan refuses to tell people the truth.
Good night.
Steve needs a back support after realizing he has scoliosis. Looks like he should have gotten a flexi spot. Wait, they're not sponsoring this one.
Different! Freak!
Can't believe all this just leads to Steve finding out that Stan is bald, the horror. Wasn't as into the Roger stuff, the three of them sneaking into a spa with only 2 passes and having to make sure they don't get caught by security. Didn't care that much. But the whole episode was funny enough to make up for it. Him cutting off his story after you get the point was hilarious, as well as everybody already knowing by the end when he admits it, only not telling Steve because they assumed he'd freak out like he did. Going near the top of the list.
You know, I think people might just surprise us.
Stan is given some super cool pills that simulates getting 8 hours of sleep, allowing him to stay up pretty much permanently. He gives them to Francine too, in which she comes to an awful realization. She has no interests, choosing to then study fish of all things. Not bad, but certainly one of the weaker episodes so far. Once she starts doing her own thing and goes on an expedition to find an octopus, Stan now wants to do stuff with his wife, having to seek her out and apologize. Ending is sweet, but that's about it. Why is this design in this goddamn show so much? After the Smiths are uncharacteristically nice to Roger, they find out the horrifying truth that he's been cheating on them with another family. This leads to Roger getting locked out of the house and continually trying to make it up to them, everyone forgiving him before finding out that he actually has a bunch of other families, choosing them over the Smiths.
How is he, by the way? Has he been worrying about whether having boners at night means he's gay? Because I have.
This is a cool idea. Reminds me of a more extreme version of that Simpsons episode where they learn the cat has another owner. Except this one isn't boring and stupid. I haven't seen that episode since I made that ranking. I just remember it being boring and stupid, sorry. Getting to learn more about Roger's first family and how they abandoned him is neat. The Klaus side plot is funny, him desperately trying to get everyone to go to a concert, and I like that random fucking koala at the end. Good episode.
What?
Easy, baby. I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut. Except I'm a koala.
Langley Falls. That's where they live, by the way. I feel like I haven't mentioned that enough. It's not as iconic as Quahog or Springfield or... well, those are the main ones, I guess. They ban all trans fats, with Stan having to sneak it into town and using Steve as a mule to do so. I don't care for this one at all, it's fairly unmemorable, and not nearly funny enough to make up for this uninteresting plot. Sorry to you, Taylor Kingston, you gave this one a damn 10 out of 10, I wish I was as easy to please as you. Worst of the season, worst of the whole show so far, honestly. You were supposed to be good episode 69, what happened? With Roger being pissed off at Stan, he decides to take over the Town Homeowners Association, under the persona of Roy Rogers McFreely. Who could have guessed? Naturally, he goes mad with power and makes all these regulations that turns the town into... well, I don't know, he makes it look kind of like a nonsense world. Just look at these house colors. Hideous. Don't like this one either, honestly. Hoping the season manages to pick up from here. Again, it ain't bad or anything. I feel like I need to stress that every time because it being so low gives off the impression that I hated it or whatever, instead of just not being all that entertained. I don't know, this season has just given us a lot better so far. Another rare episode where the B story is better than the mean, with Roger hiring Healy to work at his attic bar after she needs credit for school, him taking things way too seriously and being a prick to her and having to play along with his games. Their ending argument was amazing. When Stan talks about not being able to ride a bike and that flashed back to him as a kid and Darren Norris returned to do a single line as his dad, I immediately knew he'd be returning. In my defense, I forgot his name was Jack, or else that title would have given it away.
I think it's delicious too. What about you, Dad? Do you share the opinion of the other Smith men?
Whatever it is, it's dry.
I just can't find myself caring, as we all know what's gonna happen. He's gonna leave again. This time he and Steve escape after Stan fails to forgive him. And I never find myself really liking him at all, even if he does turn himself in by the end, going right under the middle of the list.
Hey, no, that TV was real. I bought that!
Steve gets depressed as Debbie breaks up with him for one of Snot's bar mitzvah buddies, deciding to get revenge on him by stealing his money. The Stan Francine subplot about them pitching a new invention isn't anywhere near as interesting and goes nowhere. I barely remember what happens in it, but the mean more than makes up for it. I liked it a lot.
You know my Uncle Roger?
아, 드라카부터 어쩌신다로?
Yeah, on my mom's side.
Snot gets blamed for stealing his money, and now Steve has to decide whether or not to admit what he did or let his friend take the heat. The whole plan was really fun to watch executed, and I liked that ending a lot. Great episode. And that's why...
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
This episode sees Stan, that was my friend, by the way. This episode sees Stan, I liked that last episode too. This episode sees Stan, that had Roger and Steve playing the same detective roles they had in that earlier season. He wouldn't have known about that. This episode sees Stan almost finishing building his dream car. A DeLorean, obviously. This is a solid Stan and Steve adventure, trying to get the last part. I like that none of the bikers care that they knocked over all their rides, but the Queen Asian man is the one who seeks revenge. This is a fun bonding episode between the two of them, caring more about the adventure than the reward at the end. And the Roger Francine stuff is a good idea too. Them simply seeking out for a cool B story to do without Healy because she's boring. Going right above the middle of the list. The complete inverse of the last episode sees Stan reveal his lack of respect for his son, and so he joins the football team to impress him.
When was the last time you ran anywhere? I mean with your actual legs, not by pressing X.
Damn, that's some real boomer humor if I've ever heard it. Goes exactly how you think it will, especially after Stan gets to be coach. He kicks Steve off the team, leading to him and Roger starting their own one to try and win. It's fine. Him trying to kill himself was an unexpected escalation though, what the fuck. Let's just see what Teeler has to say. Maybe he disagrees. Teeler? Teeler? What? Where are you?
Take that, sir! Behold, a grown man weeping like...
After threatening Stan by revealing that he was sent to Earth to decide whether or not the world should be destroyed, he's ecstatic to find out that Roger's real reason for being sent here was to be a crash test dummy.
Tired of him walking around here like he's King Poop all the time.
Is that really what you wanted to say?
Also, after Steve makes a joke, I knew that, deems one of his jokes disrespectful, he challenges him to a duel to the death. I mean, a hot dog eating contest. To the death. Wish it didn't take so long to Roger finding his new purpose in life. Could have given them more time than just a few minutes to devote to him working at a hot dog distributor. I mean, hey, it merges with the Steve plot well. It's alright. As Terry's dad is coming into town, he and Greg are nervous as he's yet to find out he's gay, telling him that Francine is his wife and Greg is Stan's husband. Meanwhile, Roger buys alcohol for Steve and Franz so they can go to a cool party.
Steve could be dead. He could be...
What up, you stupid ass?
I guess it's interesting to see the return of that gross girl from season 1, but that's about it. The Stan plotline is way better, him getting so fed up that he outs him, then having to convince his dad to think differently. Just kidding, no, he just tells everyone that he's gay too. We end our longest season yet with Stan's night out. Where during his first night out with his work buddies, they assault a guy and decide to keep him in the trunk of their car, things continuing to get worse and worse as they keep committing crimes.
Nathan!
Stop it. This is why you keep getting molested.
This is a good finale. Not the best episode, but it's fun. Interesting to see Stan in a role where he's the one uncomfortable with the extreme acts people are taking. I like that his friend's dog is just casually joining for the adventure too.
2 places in one night? You guys are wild!
So, you guys keeping this party going?
Nathan!
This season was similar to 4 in a lot of ways. A lot of really, really good episodes here, but also a lot of weak ones. None horrible, again, the worst I could say about some of these are just that they're kind of forgettable. But I'd take that over bad episodes any day. You know, this has been one of the least grueling ranking videos to get through so far, even if we're only a quarter way through. Surprisingly, this was actually the season I had seen the most amount of episodes from. I remember seeing Stan's Night Out, the DeLorean one, a lot of these before. Glad to see the show is continuing to pick up in quality. Let's see where we go from here. Season 6 opens with us seeing Stan. Did they change Stan's design suddenly? His chin just looks a lot less jagged, I can't tell. You know what, I don't even think so, I think he just looked weirder for this one scene. To help Steve appreciate the national anthem, Stan takes him to a Vietnam War reenactment that is oddly realistic, leaving him completely traumatized. I mainly like this episode for how funny it is. Roger mundanely complimenting Francine's hair after asking her to cook a living bird, something she's completely fine with. Everyone being super into the reenactment, and Steve becoming jaded, and Roger's whole Celine Dion sequence just came out of fucking nowhere. This show is definitely at its best when it's just embracing how fucking dumb it is. Which, again, is weird because I had always assumed American Dad was way more grounded compared to Family Guy. I don't know why. It was probably just because of the premise. This was another fantastic premiere. They really seem to go all out on these. Stan is promised a helicopter if he can make a treaty with the leader of another country. After killing him by mistake, he has to have Roger pose as the leader instead, him naturally going mad with power after Stan's been blowing him off all week.
Tell me you weren't just talking about getting boob off my mother!
Are you fucking kidding me? What? You made another sex joke about my mother?
Steve's subplot is, again, naturally, a lot more creepy. After Snot gloats about getting close to Francine's breasts, he tries to get revenge by making sexual advances on his mom, the two competing for who can get further. Certainly worse than the last, but still really funny. Him getting all his servants unknowingly killed and pissing off the residents so much that they want to murder him.
I thought your mother would be opening the door.
Well, she didn't.
This has gone too far, hasn't it?
With the Smith family leaving for the weekend, Steve is left home alone, his friends convincing him to play around with this cool military drone video game thing where they can blow up the airport. You can see where this is going. I like how this blends with the B story of them leaving. The plan 9 off being able to leave the terminal and Roger disguising himself as Stan to get alcohol at the airport. But now everyone is looking for his previous persona now, thinking a small girl has gone missing. I'd probably put this at the bottom of the list so far. I wish this were an issue that Steve and his friends had to solve themselves, instead of Stan just returning to see what's up and having to get his plane back from the Chinese mafia. He just takes over. And the Roger stuff just kinda ends. It's completely up to him when he wants to change back. It could have been done at any point. Not a bad episode, but certainly the weakest so far.
If anyone needs me, I'll be living in a tree protesting logging.
No one needs you.
With Steve and Healy having left the house for summer, Francine wants to find a way to make Roger self-sufficient so she can have some alone time with Stan. Unfortunately, he doesn't want that to happen in case she realizes that he's actually super boring. Roger overhearing this and deciding to move out. Better than the last, but still nowhere near as good as the premiere. That was sorta hard to top. There's some good gags, like Bullock getting really mad at this cat, and Stan continuously poisoning Roger with no remorse whatsoever. And I like the ending where Stan travels inside his subconscious to rescue Roger, but that's about it. It's super short-lived. This could have been 2/3 of the episode. There was so much more potential here. Francine coming in pissed off at him and Stan having to search for, I don't know.
So I thought I'd bring you a juice to keep your immune system up.
Isn't that nice of you?
Speaking of missed potential, the Steve subplot. I thought the whole point of a summer camp was that you weren't allowed to, like, leave the summer camp. Nah, they just go to the mall for underwear. Great, what a storyline. Everyone makes fun of them, and then it's over. You know, I'm noticing that Klaus is undoubtedly the least interesting character in this entire series. They never know what to do with him. He seems to work best when they're leaning into his self-deprecation as a quick side gag, not taking up his own story because, well, he's a fish, they don't do much. Healy gives him a wig, so he can experience getting a haircut again. Amazing. You know, Healy really hasn't done much this season either. Thankfully, I enjoy the idea behind Stan's story a lot more, him finally coming to realize that after his dad left, he had to take on all the adult responsibilities that came with that. And so now he wants to connect with his inner child, facing the repercussions that came with being a delinquent.
I don't have to sneak out. That's one of the good things about being a grown-up. Holy moly, the streetlights are on! I'm supposed to be home!
I really like how things come full circle here, Stan managing to have the same kind of fun in prison while Steve now has to take on the adult responsibilities now that his dad is gone. Before Stan having to understand that just because he lost his childhood doesn't excuse him doing the same to his son. I like this one a whole lot. Dumb Klaus story aside, the ending is sweet too. Dan and Francine's 20th anniversary is coming up, and wait, what was the anniversary back in season 1? After Stan, as mandated by every sitcom alive, forgets about his 20th anniversary with Francine. Boy, sure hope, while planning to renew their vows, Stan reveals that he only married Francine because of her looks. Again, this is the kind of thing that in The Simpsons or early Family Guy I would find really obnoxious or unlikable, but this is completely in character for Stan. Half the time I just assume the guy doesn't even realize what he's saying. With this, Francine purposefully makes herself look unattractive by stopping her beauty routine to see if Stan would still love her. Goes how you expect. This is just such an aimless episode in my opinion. After she threatens to leave Stan, he decides he's gonna blind himself so he can only focus on her personality. But of course, she now gets upset that she has to be the family's provider, and now she's the one who doesn't want to renew her vows. It's so directionless. Not as bad as the drone one, but still nowhere near my favorite. Wow, they're actually focusing on Healy again, what are the odds? With Stan getting increasingly pissed off at her for going to concerts late into the night.
If I'm not here tonight, won't Dad figure out where I went?
You leave your father to me.
Hey everyone, it's me, Haley!
Similarly to that childhood episode where Stan gets mad at Steve for wanting a bunch size, of course, he listens to the music and becomes obsessed with it. That whole sequence of him running through the concert with his earplugs was really well executed. It's simple, but they didn't have to put that filter over it. And I like that even during these episodes where Stan is enjoying something he usually doesn't, they still keep his personality unchanged. You know, him taking everything super seriously still, getting pissed off at Healy for liking more than one band and endangering his family with how distracted he's gotten by the band. I like that Stan and Roger's disguises here are also a reference to Almost Famous. That's one of my favorite movies. You should definitely check it out. This is going right onto the Moonbunch episode. Season's getting back on track. That broke girl from Two Broke Girls plays a stripper who Stan uses to replace Healy after realizing she won't listen to him. And so he wants to help her start a business. A dry cleaning store. Cool. Also, Steve and friends go to space camp on the 1 week where they're all doing the boring non-space shit, and they have to find a way to get back home because, well, again, there's strippers living at their house. Certainly not a bad episode, but it definitely is one of the worst so far. Stan just gets proven as a hypocrite when he becomes a stripper for money. Perfect. I'm starting to notice this show's formula, you know, Stan makes a big deal about despising something, he takes extreme actions to fight against it, realizes he actually likes it or that it benefits him in some way, and then he has to admit he's come around. Brilliant. I'm pretty sure this is like the fan favorite episode of American Dad, and coincidentally for me it's one of the only ones I've seen on TV. I think I actually watched it when it was new. And you know me, I'd love to be a contrarian and all, but no, this episode is fantastic. They really go all out in these Christmas specials. Where while fucking in the back room at church, the rapture happens. All the non-sinners getting sent up to heaven, as Stan and Francine are left among the sinners. The art is fantastic. It's so cool getting to see the return of that angel lady Stan helped in that last Christmas special, forgot her name. And the stakes have never been higher as Jesus makes his second coming to battle with the Antichrist, who's coming to Earth to kill everyone. There's also a lot of great character drama, him blaming it all on Francine for seducing him and leaving her to be with Christ. They just used this idea so well. We fast forward 7 years to see the world in complete ruin as the battle between heaven and hell rages on. Jesus coming to get Stan's help as Francine has been captured by the Antichrist. You should definitely watch this episode for yourself sometime, it's just so cool. I don't necessarily agree with some fans' sentiments that this should have been the series finale, as the show still hasn't felt like it's gotten stale yet. And also, having a finale that doesn't involve Healy or Steve in any way would be strange. The only two things that would give me that impression are them coming back to Roger's gold shit, which was cool, but also for that ending, where Stan sacrifices himself to save the day and finally gets raptured. Their depiction of heaven was also really neat to me as a kid, everyone getting their own room that manifests their ideal life. And so Stan walks in and is met with everything the way it was. It's an oddly heartwarming ending, especially after everything that's happened. Ignoring Klaus being dead in this scenario, if someone wanted to believe that lame cartoon theory where the rest of the show exists in heaven from here on out, then I would only think they're a little dumb. I think I still like that anorexia episode more, but that might change as we go on. This one is that good. Going under that one, but top of the list for this season so far. That's a hard episode to follow up, but thankfully they keep up with the great stories by having Stan want to refrain from getting rid of his SUV during the recession by transferring his brain into the body of a horse to win a race. Wait, what? Honestly, I'm surprised at how naturally they managed to get the plot to that point.
Can I pet your horse?
Why do I keep showing up? Also cool of them to bring back that one neighbor character from season 1. Feel like we only saw him a couple times. I appreciate them weaving him into the story. Steve and friends going to check up on him and realizing he's become an obese homebody after his wife died, doing odd jobs for him. Despite that, this episode is actually— wait, is this the first THD episode? Why did it take me so long to realize that?
Luckily, I know a guy who might be able to help us. Let's just pray that for once, when we get there, he doesn't turn out to be me. Ah, crap. Can I help you?
Hiya, Francine! You should move your car!
Oh wow, they're keeping up with it. After Francine gets arrested, leaving Stan to fend for himself, he naturally gets addicted to crack. Wow. Stan is unusually mean in this one. They've amped up his douchiness to 11, him not wanting anybody to ask for help under no circumstances. Obviously, this is just so that when he gets addicted, he doesn't want to ask for help either, getting worse and worse. He ruins Steve's B story where a girl actually wants to get with him, but it all gets solved by the end when he finally has to ask for assistance. Learning it's okay to have people help you with your crack addiction, a lesson everyone needs to learn. That dumbass hostage negotiator was the best part about this one. Other than that, it's just alright.
It's on its way, and as a gesture of goodwill, I'm gonna give you another hostage. Send in the boy.
Valentine's Day is approaching, with Francine being extremely upset that Stan is— well, Stan.
I bet you haven't even considered what to get me for Valentine's Day tomorrow. Don't even think you can get out of this by shooting me.
Meanwhile, Steve and friends want to make a movie, just cuz. With Roger offering to take over as long as they agree to make The Goonies great. This episode takes an unexpected fucking turn. After Stan agrees to join Francine in the afterlife instead of becoming a cyborg like he agreed to, as his future self comes back in time to help him tree and to save the future. This was a really fun special, even if it takes the exact direction you think it will, where she starts to fall in love with future cyborg Stan. I enjoy how they bring this back to where it all started. This new Stan only being so forward with her because he's lived so far in the future that he's come to realize how much he missed and took advantage of her. I like this one. What do you think, IMDb user reviews? It's been a while. This episode was funny in some points, especially in Steve and Roger's storyline, but in Stan's story, it didn't look all funny, just like many other episodes in the show. Nothing more, nothing less. Sorry, Bellino, Angelo. You'll never be Taylor.
Heroes have got to be real people.
I'm ready to pretend I'm going to school.
Why is he wearing that? Stan is pissed off to see Roger taking credit for being on an Olympic hockey team in 1980, where after he proves it to be true, Stan realizes that Roger is his hero, treating him better as a result before finding out he was actually taking steroids. Also, that little koala returns, you know, the one from that one episode. This time, Healy falls in love with him, but nothing really is done with it. Wonderful. I don't know, I didn't care about this one at all. Roger sabotages Stan from returning his medal. Just becomes a big Lord of the Rings parody where he just acts like Gollum. Great, how unique. Haven't seen that done a billion times before. Go near the bottom. After he and Francine are mugged, Roger decides to join the police. You know, Roger really allows him to avoid a lot of those pitfalls usual animated sitcoms fall into. Like how by season 35, Homer Simpson has had like every job known to man. Yet here they get away with it because of his whole disguise thing. They really can do whatever they want, it still remains natural. Also, that fucking koala returns as Healy tries to learn to put her feelings aside for it and be friends with him, going on a double date. With this guy called Ian, I don't know when the fuck he became a thing.
That takes strength. You see, Chaz,
Real strength is having power and choosing not to. Ow, my skin!
It's alright, but again, with how good the season has been so far, I think an episode like this kind of falls to the wayside. Roger, of course, starts to abuse his power, who would have guessed? Couple good gags like him bullying Steve's friends and Stan's phone call with Bullock, and that fucking shot of him crushing the guy's head was brutal, but that's about it. Gonna go into that episode where Stan goes inside Roger's head.
Previously on American Dad.
Help! We're trapped in this elevator!
What was the point? Steve starts treating himself to a lucid dream, leading to Healy and Klaus fucking with him by giving him the same signals IRL. All while Roger kisses Francine by accident and gets super worried about telling Stan, trying to make sure Francine doesn't let him know. Kinda reminded me of a better version of that one Family Guy episode where Brian tries to get with Lois in the city of Massachusetts, except they get to the point here way sooner. This one's really funny. I liked Healy being forced to ask out Steve's friends and him just freaking out on the phone. But I do find it odd how much they switch up on Roger and Stan's relationship. Sometimes Stan's his best friend, but other times it's Steve. Not that I mind, I definitely prefer the former over the latter. This is a good episode, one of the best of the season.
Next time on American Dad.
Steve gets a bully. It's his dad.
Okay, kid, let's see how wimpy you really are.
Despite that, I find this episode really funny. It's just the right amount of outrageous. They even bring it back in a sweet way with us getting to meet Stan's childhood bully and having to confront him.
Well, I'm gonna mount this and ride it hard. Like I did your mom last night.
They also continue that little koala guy, Healy romance. But what? Jeff returns, making the koala, I never bothered remembering his name, I didn't think he'd come back so much. Jealous of him. Still, this episode's great, liked it a lot. Once his bully's theme kicked in at the end, I immediately remembered that I had saw this one as a kid, and that was locked deep within the recesses of my mind somewhere. After shitting in a pool, Stan becomes so embarrassed that he decides he's going to move the family to a town called Mercyville, before the moment continues to follow him over and over again, so they continue moving from place to place. With this, he comes to one simple conclusion. He's going to make President Obama shit in a pool, so suddenly it becomes cool. I love how Obama gives him the most motivational speech of all time, which convinces him not to be ashamed, and then we learn that the entire thing was a vision from Stan about to make the jump, in which he decides to own it before still getting embarrassed anyway. I'm surprised they never put that much focus on Obama before, like the switching from Bush to him. They've completely lost that political angle, you think they would have done something with that earlier. Not that I mind. We end the season with the Great Space Roaster, as Roger wants a roast for his birthday. He's so mad that he decides he's gonna murder them. And so they have to find somewhere they can avoid him forever. Space. This is a really good episode. They set up the space stuff well, and Roger is an intimidating villain when they actually do stuff with him, becoming one big alien parody. Going near the top, one of their best episodes. Got a nice ending, too. Honestly, I think this was the best season yet. I didn't love every episode or anything, but most of these were really, really funny. It's interesting, I didn't know where to put this before, but something I noticed, especially while watching this season, is that I would actually compare American Dad a lot more to The Simpsons over Family Guy. See, Family Guy mainly has a 3-panel comic kind of writing style. You could just separate some of Family Guy's funniest moments into 3 separate images, and you would still get it just as well. Stewie sees a crowd of people blocking him. He decides to go through a door that says not an exit, and then he's getting his fucking shit kicked in by a gorilla that's fucking beaten through the door. Whereas American Dad has a writing style much more in line with The Simpsons, where they start a joke in a really mundane place and continue building on that as much as they can, to the point where the joke ends in a place that's completely unrelated to where it started. If someone were to ask me what American Dad was like, that's probably how I'd describe it. It's the tone of Family Guy, but with the writing style of The Simpsons. Or at least their method of joke telling, Either way, with a season like this, they've got a tough job ahead of them trying to top it. Well, let's continue. Whatever,
Tonight, in honor of the 100th episode of American Dad.
You fucking liar, this is only the 97th episode. boy, I sure—
Tonight we're gonna find out who shot Mr. Burns. What? 15 years ago? Who was it? Really? The baby?
You know, I told the Dan the Man Show that I wanted him to cover the 100th episode, which I didn't realize was this one. I guess I should have figured that out from the title. He already went through the effort, even though I guess this isn't technically the 100th episode, so let's just see what he has to say. And be sure to watch his American Dad ranking when it comes out. I'll see you at the real 100th episode, after 98 and 99, of course.
100 AD is the best celebration of a show's 100th episode that is actually their 97th episode. In all honesty, I actually like this episode quite a lot. It's a great celebration of American Dad up until this point, basically involving almost every single character in the show, regardless of how many times they've appeared. There's also this whole gimmick of killing off 100, quote, beloved characters, which they could have easily just copped out and either not done it or used a bunch of no-namers. But I actually like that they instead went for a middle ground approach, killing off a bunch of already established characters that showed up only once or twice, including Stan's satanic best friend from episode 302, which might be incorrect depending on how Mark categorizes this show's seasons. Trust me, it's a mess. And to top it all off, they even have a status quo shaking event take place, with Haley and Jeff getting married. And as much as I think those two getting married is for the best, and as much as I love Jeff, I have a bit of a problem with how this is handled. Jeff made a few appearances here and there in the beginning of the show, only to basically disappear until like 3 episodes ago, with Haley and Jeff then starting their relationship back up. And now, at the beginning of this episode, it's revealed that they weren't even together. And yet somehow, Jeff and Haley are still planning on getting married, despite the fact that we have no idea what Jeff said to Haley to get her into the idea of marriage in the first place. Which would be fine, but that very plot point is going to be a major point of contention in exactly 243 episodes. I might be suffering from brain rot, this show is messing with my head. But still, even with all of that, this is still a very enjoyable episode. It has a lot of funny interactions, some great character moments, and some actual development for Jeff, which I love to see. And that's why it's my favorite episode of The Cleveland Show. No matter what Mark says, it's clearly number 1. Anyways, back to work on my big ranking video. Bye. I wonder if he knew this was a 2-parter before asking me to talk about this one.
I did not.
Poser ass bitch.
Okay, so this is a part 2 more so in the sense of using its ending to start up a new story rather than continuing any plot thread set up there. All we really know is that it's been 6 weeks since Healy last contacted the family, as Stan and Francine start to argue about the right way to raise Steve, and Roger seeks out Healy and Jeff to steal her $50,000. Not much of a celebration going on here like last time. Despite that, it's alright. Although the last was hard to top, which I don't think this one does very well. Stan gets the CIA to make a clone of Steve as they each do their own parenting styles, leading to a very predictable outcome. Both of their methods were wrong. They need a blend of both. And all Roger does is follow them around making an annoying sound which drives them crazy. It's like an extended annoying orange skit. Fantastic. Back to normality as we have a Halloween special, where Stan is upset to see their new neighbor make a scarier haunted house than him, trying to then outdo him by having a bunch of serial killers come to scare everybody. Roger letting them loose and trying to murder everyone. You know, this killer looks a lot like Peter Griffin. Where's that fan theory? Hearing them play I Got a Feeling hit me like a fucking truck. That song used to be everywhere for years. This episode's a lot of fun. Steve and Toshi have a cool battle at the end too. Better than the last, but worse than the premiere. In the real 100th episode, we see Stan start a restaurant. A lot less special.
But I know what'll make you feel better.
At that moment, I was 100% sure I was going to be molested.
I like that they related this desire back to his childhood, seeking the fleeting happiness he only got to experience once. Damn, I saw this one too as a kid. I guess these were the couple seasons that were new during that brief moment of me watching the show. That visual of Stan jumping into the priest's arms always stuck out to me. I somehow didn't remember the twist by the end though, where Stan was actually the one to molest him. And I forgot about Steve's story where he has to set up a double date, kinda like that one season 1 episode. Except the joke here isn't that one is disgusting, it's that she's fucking insane Francine and her friend is a doll. This was an incredibly funny episode. Roger dressing up as Gordon Ramsay wasn't as steel as I thought it would be. Seemed like such an obvious gag. But the jokes more than make up for it. Snot getting accused of sexually assaulting the doll, Roger's song getting cut off, and you genuinely feel bad for Stan when Roger betrays his vision for the restaurant. Honestly, I like this episode more than the premiere. It's too funny. Francine is pissed off after Stan refuses to let her parents move into town with them getting older, with Stan having his CIA therapist wipe it from her memory. After pissing off his therapist, though, he decides to make her remember everything she's been repressing for the past 20 years, finding out she used to be a stand-up comic and trying to recapture that career. Not related, but I'm genuinely surprised that they managed to come up with 360 episode ideas for this series. I know it's real because I'm watching it right now, but I genuinely just can't fathom that. It's so weird. Episode's alright, weakest so far though, I don't know, it's fairly standard. I like this frame though, that's kinda it. We got our first Thanksgiving Day special this time, with Stan's half-brother coming to visit so he can continue rubbing his success in his face.
Steve, show Glenn your new X-Cube. The X is for expensive.
He gets so upset upon realizing his bro is way richer than him that he and the rest of the family become depressed and try to find a way to steal their land. Yeah, real subtle there. Stan's little claymation Thanksgiving teal looked great, and it's interesting that they're still putting focus on the family acclimating to Healy not being there anymore. Honestly, they never used her that much in the first place. I barely noticed that she's gone sometimes. But overall, this is a solid special. I always liked it when cartoons would depict giant fuck-off mansions. There's a lot of fun opportunities there. Go near the top.
Haley?
Sorry, who is this? Stan, being one of the only people on Earth to enjoy jury duty, is horrified to see that Roger's the defendant, who expects to get him off with all his crimes. Oh yeah, so Healy and Jeff have just moved in now. It's surprising how little he was in the show previously. It always felt like his character had way more potential, so I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with him. I don't know if it were just me, but the pacing of this one seems so fast. Not in a bad way, but we're constantly switching back and forth between the courtroom shenanigans and Jeff continually masturbating around the house. But it's entertaining, I genuinely didn't know where it was gonna go. The court stuff, not the masturbating. With Stan getting Roger sent to prison and—
Brian Griffin.
Do I know you?
Stop pretending I don't exist!
Huh. Up next is another Christmas special with a new logo and everything. Hooray!
I promise I won't get Steve a gun for Christmas. Merry Wednesday, son!
Stan gets Steve a gun for the Wednesdays, in which they accidentally kill the real Santa Claus. Oh no! Now they gotta go on an epic family adventure to bury the body, with Santa now sending elves to hunt them all down. Roger's subplot is just bizarre, him going on a wild journey to find this mysterious four-armed moonshiner who could make the best darn moonshine known to man. The guy teaching him how to, make it and stuff. I don't know, I think I'm just getting really tired of the same Christmas gimmick being told again and again, where the real Santa Claus shows up. Even if him being a villain here puts a somewhat unique spin on it, the fight scene is cool. But definitely their weakest Christmas special so far.
Remember how hard it was for him to get used to Roger? Not to mention, what's his name?
My name is Klaus Heisler.
Finally, a true return to form, as we learn of how Francine is, yet again, disappointed with how mundane her life has gotten. Although the intro to this episode is undoubtedly the best they've done at conveying that visually. Anyways, after Roger expels lethal fumes into the house and they go to a hotel for the week, Francine finds this to be the perfect opportunity to assume the role of someone else and become a concrete saleswoman. They always pick the strangest jobs for her. The hotel concierge is one of the funnier secondary characters so far, and Steve's subplot about trying to go back in time to meet a girl in a peony is dumb enough to kind of work. This is a rare series where I don't mind how stupid and outlandish the plots get. And I think there were a lot of clever choices done here with the boarding. The parallel from the beginning to her new fake life was great. Decent episode, just not all that memorable sadly. I didn't find the time skip at the end all that warranted. There's just not enough focus on Stan here to show why she'd want to abandon her life,
I got ya.
Stan and Francine make their first friends, basically, ever. But they start to get insecure after feeling like they're too old for him, having to not let them know they're in their 40s. It's really weird not when this series tries to have a more grounded episode like this. It stands out so much. But I'm all for it. It's a nice change of pace, especially given how much I was dreading it based on that title. I thought it would be like that Pie Man episode of The Simpsons where they make superhero personas. I don't know, I could have believed it. Either way, going around the middle. Another good one.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Roger's acting career is finally starting to go somewhere, citing jealousy out of Stan, with him deciding to train him. Obviously, by sitcom laws, this leads to him stealing his dream role. It's fine, the build up to Roger getting the lady's role and you knowing that means they have to do the kissing scene is funny, but that's really it. This is one of the worst episodes I've seen, which is surprising because it isn't even that bad. I will say though that ending was pretty uncomfortable.
Acting coach. This is you, isn't it? I'm gonna get down there and it's gonna be you.
It's a strong possibility.
This is like the second time they've made that joke. They're becoming too self-aware. The Steve and Co plot is also a fine idea. Them all getting self-conscious about still having sleepovers and trying to prepare for the perfect final one. The whole joke is that they treat it like it's a wedding, which I didn't find to be all that endearing. It's one of those episodes where you can't even imagine the writer caring about what they're trying to tell, convincing you that if they're at least referential towards how cookie cutter this is, then that somehow makes up for it.
Making me the better actor and once again the big dog.
The all is lost moment!
This is actually a great idea. After Stan saves Roger's life, they realize that his life debt has been paid back from when he was, like, saved in Area 51, whoa. So now Roger has to find a new place to live, which obviously fails as he returns to see that Stan is renting out the attic space too. Andy Dick, huh? They don't even attempt to make this seem like a good idea from Stan's point of view. From the get-go, it's clear it was a horrible plan. Honestly, maybe if I knew more about Andy Dick, I'd find it funny, but it just isn't for me. The voice he does reminds me of a fucking Big Mouth character. Who even voices it? The creator of Big Mouth. Okay, perfect.
In a world where vomit comes out of my mouth.
There's some fun gags, mainly towards the end of the episode, but that's about it. Also, Steve gets chosen to do the morning announcements. Can you guess what happens from there? Does he A. let the power go to his head, B. let the power go to his head, or C. let... Stan starts to worry that Steve is competing for dominance in the family, leading to him completely owning it and challenging him. It's a pretty different dynamic we haven't seen much, I like it. Pretty fucked. Stan decides to ultimately own Steve by letting him catch he and Francine fucking, and so all he's gotta do, naturally, is find a girl to fuck. Roger becoming his wingman. Been a bit since we've seen these two team up, I liked this one. Feels like something from one of the earlier seasons. Jeff and Haley are also going to marriage counseling, already great, but it just completely devolves from there, it's barely even a focus. Good episode though, that random fucking Roger and Steve detour caught me so off guard, I kept waiting for it to end.
I pooped in my drawer for 6 months. Started planting things in it. My tomatoes did really well.
Stan really wants to impress the senator, and so sends Steve to a fancy private school so they can have a better chance of running into each other. This doesn't work out, of course, and so instead he decides to send Roger there in his place, befriending his daughter and proceeding to sell her for drugs. The Wolfman bit was good, the fucking sandworm randomly killing the janitor too, and Steve joining a girl's gang in his downtime is not where I was expecting things to go. Also, this episode has Sonic in it, so that's to count for something. Steve is more pathetic than usual in this episode as Roger agrees to help him be cool, although this is nothing more than a bet between him and Klaus. I wonder if this is going to lead to one of those sitcom moments where he starts to actually become cool but then overhears Roger talking about his bet and gets upset, leading to Roger having to apologize. Are we playing that footage in the background? I guess they didn't do that. Good for them. Meanwhile, Stan tries to add some spice to he and Francine's marriage, which just results in him attempting to surprise her over and over again, leading to a big epic prank war. It's a fun side thing. I actually like this episode quite a bit.
Oh, hi, Steve. How are you?
Yeah, what? It's Steve's hallway.
That gag made me remember how I had seen this episode as a kid. That made me laugh really, really hard. Why? They're finally returning to that plot point of Snot liking Healy, which I only think they ever brought attention to as a quick joke in that one episode. You know, that one episode. This, of course, has to go in the most fucked up place possible, where Steve tries to make him feel better by having Roger pretend to be a girl who likes him, and then they fuck. Ew. It's just kinda creepy. And the Stan and Francine side story doesn't do much to make up for it. I barely even remember what happened in it. The Bewitched parody was fun, I guess. The brain rot is getting so real that I'm able to immediately recognize them using a different font for Toshi's subtitles. Stan and Francine, as we all know being the perfect couple, start to disagree for the first time over how to decorate their kitchen, making a bet with Gary and Terry to see if their marriage can survive the remodel. They've also been upping the principal's role this season. He's been in like half these episodes. Sometimes I like him, but sometimes I find they overdo it. He's insane and an asshole, and the joke is that he doesn't work that well as a principal. Here though, I think it's funny, him using Barry to help him count cards for money.
I'll write you a note. Dear math bitch, these kids ain't showing up.
This episode was super wacky, somehow way more than usual. Characters constantly breaking into song and screaming. If the entire show were like this, I'm sure it would get old after a while, but every now and then it works. This episode's okay. The escalation was a lot of fun too, them splitting the kitchen in half and getting separated. At that point it picked up a lot.
Seems a little juvenile, but as long as we're getting new cabinets.
You know, I was expecting them to keep up with the Office parody the whole way through, but it quickly diverts once Francine gets a job at the CIA as a receptionist, which makes Stan upset as the workplace is where he likes to flirt with women. This, of course, goes in the most obvious direction where she doesn't care and lets him do it, but he now gets mad when the same thing happens to her. So whatever. I'm glad they quickly escalate on this with the original receptionist getting jealous and teaming up with Stan to get her fired by melting her face off.
In your face, you fine-ass bitch!
But they just don't do much with it. I like that we never actually get to see her deformities, you know, it leaves it up to the imagination. Never mind, they just showed it, that's fucking awful, I didn't need to see that.
You cut corners to pay for your whores and your drugs and your stupid Klaus tattoo!
Roger's story also isn't my favorite. Him forcing Steve to build shoddy birdhouses and cutting corners which winds up killing the birds. But nothing's really done with it. Ends as soon as it starts. It's a fine episode overall, but I can see why some people would find it goes too far. Apparently this is like one of the most heated episodes in the entire series, but for me, I don't know, it wasn't horrendous or anything. We'll probably wind up near the bottom still. Look, there it is! The little fucking koala guy returns, still did not bother remembering his name and didn't think he'd be this prevalent, with Stan having to take Steve on his cruise ship for a guy's night out, with the two beginning to bond. Again. Gross. Meanwhile, Roger gets married to a trashy, abusive white woman to try and write the perfect country song. Wow, how amazing. This is a really poor finale, honestly. It all just leads to Steve skipping school to go to the zoo and getting captured by one of the gorillas in the exhibit. What year did this come out? This doesn't feel like it's going anywhere. It feels like two completely different episodes strung together. One of the worst, definitely. The first half of this season was really consistently good. Some of my favorite episodes of the whole show in there, but that latter half really drops off in my opinion. Not every episode's bad, but we're certainly having more where I'm just not finding any redeeming qualities in it whatsoever. I hope this is just a rare rough patch and not a sign of things to come, but we'll have to wait and see. This scared the shit out of me. Why is CeeLo Green here? And how do I know who that is? Stan is convinced to buy a hot tub to de-stress, but then he finds out that it can talk? After getting in trouble for avoiding all his responsibilities and the family eventually leaving, he comes to find out that the hot tub was a goddamn murderer who came alive and escaped a mental institution. Damn. This was a great Little Shop of Horrors parody. The first musical number was probably the best boarded sequence they've had so far. Oh yeah, that's right, this episode is a musical. And honestly, it's pretty great. Was not expecting Steve's voice actor to be such a good singer. One of my favorites right here. Just dumb enough to work. Did you know that this episode lost an Emmy to fucking Penguins of Madagascar of all things?
Well, there you have it. That's our story. Stan's dead.
Completely forgot this was a thing Fox tried to do, where all three of their Seth MacFarlane shows would feature the characters dealing with a hurricane. Hopefully it turns out better than what Family Guy did with this premise. I also remember watching the Cleveland Show special when it came out. Don't remember anything about it though. I think there were Brian and Stewie plushies at one point, but I don't know.
Oh, don't worry. I've been in some nasty storms.
Interestingly enough, while I was looking up details on that, I saw that American Dad, at least around this time, was consistently losing to almost every animated Fox program. Again, even Cleveland Show managed to beat it. And it's the Cleveland Show. Anyways, I think this might have been the best special out of the three. They managed to use all the characters very well, everyone has something to do. Stan wants to stand his grind and stay in the house, Francine is mad at him for not leaving, Healy and Jeff are concerned and want to help out, Steve is checking out the house's architecture, and Roger...
It took a lot of soul searching, but in the end...
Punt!
Pretty intense, they did a great job. Gonna be going below the previous episode, but season 8 is starting strong. Again, watching this made me realize how little Family Guy actually did with this idea.
Stan, have you...
Oh man, classic American Dad.
Because they want to get out of a meeting with the principal, dude, they're fucking obsessed with this principal now. Stan and Francine give Roger guardianship over Steve. That's all it took, wow.
See you later, guys.
Have a good one.
See you tomorrow.
I like how seriously he takes his role getting Lewis fired and ruining his life. Which also winds up ruining Steve's life, as now all the teachers are bullying him. I just don't care about this character, it really feels like they wasted such a good idea on this. It's not a good sign when the Stan Francine subplot is the better half, and it's just them bored at a water park. I mean, water parks are fucking boring, they're right.
I'm sorry, sir. I really wish there was something I could do.
This guy is the of the year.
Stan gets upset upon realizing that all his guy friends have gotten married, meaning he'll never be someone's best man.
You must have one single guy friend.
Well, there is one. Who was the
Oh, for fuck, why is Stan suddenly calling this guy his friend? When have they ever interacted in any meaningful way? I just don't care, sorry. It's not like this guy being present in an episode automatically makes it bad, but his character is just so one note. He's weird, I get it. I just don't like him. Do fans like Principal Lewis? The writers clearly do.
I hope you two will be very happy.
Stan misses Steve's birthday and starts to realize that he hasn't been there for any important moment in his son's life. And so now he tries to be a super dad by using the CIA's virtual reality simulator to befriend him as a girl. What?
My son wants nothing to do with me, and the only way to get close to him is to be an incredibly stacked teenage girl.
I totally understand.
This causes problems for obvious reasons. Uh-oh, Steve now wants to fuck his dad. Brilliant, back to the incest. Classic American Dad. Roger's subplot is fun, with him getting revenge on a bunch of partygoers who stiffed him. It's nothing more than him murdering them one by one, but it's a fine distraction from the dad fucking. You know, he is the perfect out too once Steve gets asked out by another girl in school, but no, he wants to be the one to fuck him. Somehow not the worst of the season, it's actually a pretty funny one. Stan runs into his old crush from the CIA at boot camp. Oh my god, fucking stop messaging me. Stan runs into his old crush from the CIA at boot camp, and in a jealous rage, Francine forces Roger to try and seduce her with one of his personas.
Stan, my feelings are starting to get hurt.
You know what? You're making me not want to tell you things.
Meanwhile, Steve gets addicted to wearing his sister's underwear, which makes Snot jealous and want to steal them, and so now they start fighting over his sister's underwear. Huh. I like how they bring the ass story back to the new alien hunter from the opening. Stan letting him know where Roger is before he fucks his crush. He's just a super swell guy, I like him, too bad he died. It's weird how infrequently the CIA act like they care about this alien on the loose. The twist is great too, where it turns out she was also an alien hunter, only being with Roger to capture him. You know, it's bizarre how little Healy does in this show anymore. Another Christmas special, wow, wonder if these are gonna start happening every season.
You're ugly.
After beating up Roger Jesus, Stan gets excommunicated from Christianity. That's it, I have nothing to elaborate on. Also, Haley and Jeff are finally getting a story again. It just merges back into Stan's grit. Them adopting a child with him realizing he's the Antichrist. Now he's gotta kill this kid to get back into the church. Checks out. A lot better than the last Christmas special. Some good jokes here and the stakes are pretty high at the end. Go near the top of the list. Francine might be pregnant, which excites Stan as he wants a son who's not a wimp like Steve. Which makes him want to pretend to be a superhero. Oh, look, see, I knew this was bound to happen. It happens in every fucking show.
Okay, your time's up. Get out.
Mommy's strong.
It's pretty funny. Roger takes over and decides he wants the credit for the heroic deeds. Definitely not a bad episode, but certainly one of the more forgettable ones. It's weird, it does not feel like it belongs in this show. It's so standard. Stan makes Steve get a job at the local country club before finding out the owner is actually Roger. Who would have guessed? Francine's B-story is also just nothing. She's desperately trying to figure out a catchphrase, that's it. All this builds to her finally figuring it out.
Things are getting too spicy for the pepper.
That build-up sure was worth it. Not a fan, personally. Gonna be going near the bottom of the list. It goes exactly the way you think it will. Stan gets into the club and now he starts becoming a jerk to all his past co-workers and needs to learn to appreciate working for what he has. Even though he still worked at the place in his free time for years, so he did kind of deserve it. I don't know. I really can't believe how long they've committed to this bit for. Wow.
We'll keep looking, okay? I know we'll find her.
It's interesting to consider really how little secondary characters there are in this show, especially for having gone on so long. But I think you barely notice it because when they do have them, they're usually related to the main characters in some way. You know, this isn't a Family Guy or Simpsons where we frequently cut away to some other members of the town to see what they're up to. I'm shocked at how relatively focused American Dad is. Stan wants to join in on Wheels and the Legman's agency, which pisses Roger off, wanting Steve to fire him. Them calling him Papa Wheelie was probably the funniest thing about it, and I can't tell if that's a good or bad thing. Today, Stan is pissed off at the elderly, after which he's cursed to be older. Now to reverse this hex, he thinks he's gotta travel to the top of Kilimanjaro, whoa. For as outlandish as this plot is, it wasn't anywhere near as bad as it could have been. Nice seeing Healy join in an adventure for the first time in ages, and him going senile thinking they're gonna kill him was a fun escalation. That ending really caught me off guard, why? I also like the Roger subplot where he forced Francine to practice a dance routine with him for months only to reveal there was no contest. He just wanted someone to join him for his ex-wife's funeral but didn't want to ask, constantly revealing more and more secrets he was hiding about her. I enjoyed this one.
Yes! I have the car keys in my pocket, you stupid bitch!
Also, this isn't relevant, I've brought it up a bit before, but I really can't get over how this show was conceived as a conservative dad dealing with his liberal daughter, yet that was only the focus for like 4 episodes. It's insane. Not that I'm complaining or anything, that formula would have gotten real old. Just like Stan in this episode, see, I brought it back. Stan starts a school wrestling team so that Steve won't be such a wimp anymore, treating him to live up to his legacy that he left in his high school wrestling team. I like that they quickly divert from this to reveal that Barry has been getting slowly closer and closer to beating Stan's record, and so he enlists Roger to stop him, before Roger then comes to steal the record.
I think we're gonna get a promotion.
My legs!
It's so dumb Stan then comes back to high school to defend his record. They make up for it though by having it be generally pretty funny, their match lasting days. Going around the middle of the list. Roger is back as the family therapist, however with his army man persona being sent off to Iraq and the therapist obviously being out of commission as well. Klaus takes over to help each of them out with their problems. I like them actually doing something with Klaus for a change, him feeling underappreciated and sparking drama between the family so they'll need him, revealing all their secrets like Steve pretending that Greg and Terry are his parents, Stan never eating Francine's cooking, her stealing money for drugs, Jeff only getting off on the thought of Francine, and Healy playing Ultimate Frisbee without him, the worst betrayal of all. I love how this one incorporates the entire family, honestly, I wish this come into play a lot sooner. There's not much time left when all their secrets are shared. Seems like there was much more to do here with them all hating each other, but still, this is one of the best. Wow, coming back to the first episode's concept, with Steve yet again wanting a dog, and Stan would never let a dog in this house, except for, the 2 times they did. The way they work around that was really funny, honestly.
Francine, those were obviously dreams. I refuse to discuss your dreams in the daytime.
They focus a lot more on Stan than Steve here, however, with it bringing back the childhood trauma related to his dog when he was a kid, him quickly falling in love with the new one before it immediately is killed by cat pirates. Wish I could be more sad, but I'm too busy looking at this guy hiding in the background again. It feels a tad directionless, but Stan's personality here more than makes up for it. Him desperately trying to save the dog before having to understand that he shouldn't let it suffer. But seeing the weird zombified version of it is a tad uncomfortable. I can see why a lot of fans wouldn't like it. That one Futurama episode just ain't. But for me personally though, it's going slap dab in the middle. In a bet resulting in Healy and Jeff needing to move out, Stan declares that he and Francine can live off $1 grand for an entire month, as Roger and Steve try to find a way to drive a Ferrari because they want to, I guess.
He wants us to dance, Francine! Dance, Francine! Dance to stay alive! Is this what you want? Is this how you like it?
This is obviously a bad idea they're not going to succeed at. You're just kind of waiting for the moment where they finally give up. I don't know, it's not a bad episode, but it's fairly predictable. Maybe if it later went in a different direction I would have liked it more, but nothing really happens. Good couple gags, but that's it. After Healy's kidney fails from too much alcohol, Stan finds out that he may not be a real dad, so now he and Francine use special CIA technology to take them back in time to see who her real dad is. Sure, yeah, it's only logical.
Did you take off his pants and jacket? Ah!
My grandmother's here. She's dying.
Of course, when back in time, he stops them from fucking, and so to make sure Healy exists, he has to get them to have sex before they go back. This episode is super focused. Them meeting up with Roger was fun too. Boy, they really did themselves a favor by establishing early on that he was living on Earth for decades so they can just use him so frequently. Good episode. Anytime an episode title is just a random name we've never heard before, I have to assume it's another one of Roger's personas. This time he finds the costume for Ricky Spanish, who we forgot in the past was the biggest deviant / murderer in town, trying to redeem his name so he can keep wearing the outfit.
I got it!
You opened it last time! Cup check!
Punk.
Meanwhile, the family's Nigerian sponsor kid has come to live with them. That part is pretty forgettable, but the main story more than makes up for it. I enjoyed his redemption attempts before trying to go back to his old ways more than I thought I would. The butterfly's death made me genuinely sad going near the top.
I'm Jenny. Jenny!
What a title! Steve finds out that Stan is planning on getting rid of all his toys, and so to distract him, he wants to find him a girlfriend. Never mind, of course not, he's taking him to Mexico to go to a whorehouse. I like the way they animate his imagination sequences, nothing in scene, but the colored line art was a nice change of pace. It's a solid finale. Roger's side plot is fun too, him desperately trying to find the perfect bottle of wine for he and Francine's dinner, it was fun. These Stan and Steve adventures are some of my favorites. That's it.
Bye, have a beautiful time.
Season 8, I have to say, was a lot worse than last season, but not by much. I think the lows of this season were way lower. 3 of the episodes in my overall bottom top 10 so far are from this season. But I'm still surprised that we haven't had any flat-out awful episodes so far. It's a real achievement, honestly. Family Guy, Simpsons, hell, even South Park all had really bad episodes by now. But the worst thing I can say about an American Dad episode is that it's just kind of forgettable and boring. I'm interested in seeing if that ever changes. Who knows? Some of you probably, I don't know, I've never seen it. Okay, don't forget about your pizza dough, by the way. Next season, we're going to be finally finishing it off, I promise. Season 9 opens with Roger falling in love with Healy. I immediately thought of that one Family Guy episode of Meg falling in love with Brian. It's just a more extreme version of that. Roger, being a psychopath, believing that the only way for them to fall in love would be for him to cut off her skin and wear it as a suit. It's weird, I've seen this one before too. I remember I'd be at my great aunt's house watching Family Guy on BBC on weekend nights, and they'd always air American Dad right after Family Guy. But I'd rarely watch it because the humor of the show was so specific and random that I'd get secondhand embarrassment watching it with my 75-year-old great uncle who just wanted to watch anything else.
What are you?
The Stan subplot of him attempting to sell his SUV but failing miserably wasn't as good, but the Roger one is at least a little better. I mainly find it interesting how much they've upped everyone's sociopathy. Is that how you pronounce it? It's not like that's unusual for the series, but here it's way more extreme than ever. I'm curious if that was just a one-episode thing or if they're planning on having this be the new norm. That show got announced while I was working on this video. It just looks horrible.
Roger, what are you— No!
The Smiths are taking a nice relaxing vacation, but whoa-oh, Stan keeps getting pressured to do work after being assigned to assassinate one of the resort employees. What's he gonna do? It's one of those episodes where everybody gets something to do. Roger, as an old lady, befriends a guy, Haley and Jeff try to reignite their sex life, and Steve goes on a grand adventure to find the nudist resort nearby. Roger's persona being named Abigail Lemon Party was the thing that stood out to me most, and I liked the twist with Haley and Jeff's new partners, but the rest is all pretty by the numbers. Better than the last, but that's not saying much.
Ah, that's my sister!
Oh, give us a look.
Just let me make triple sure.
People have to have recognized this trend, right? Francine disguises herself as a guy to get into the CIA chill zone, as Steve and friends join a boy band. Wow, two generic ideas. That's not a bad thing though, honestly. Steve's boy band songs are really fucking funny. Some of the best musical numbers in the whole show. The idea of having a boy band with 12 fucking members where all they do is their name roll call over and over again is just really funny, and it elevates this episode a bunch.
I wanted to do the joke.
Why did he deliver it like that? After his stepdad dies, Stan moves Roger down to the basement so his mom can come live in the attic. It's weird how little they've used her over the show.
Well, I gotta go. Gotta get to work. See you tonight. What are we doing? This is crazy.
I mean, they're real. Steve's friends are also being used way more now, I noticed. They stumble upon a crashed airplane where the script for the Fast and the Furious 7 is, okay, sure. That's kinda it. It's pretty funny though, the movie is just filled with a cavalcade of gay sex which freaks them out, and so they try to pitch a fixed version. The twist is pretty good where to get back at him, Roger marries her, and them unironically bonding over time is oddly sweet for the few seconds you forget this will just be forgotten about the next episode. Another good one. Going second to the list so far. Stan bans Steve from being friends with Snot after thinking they're gay, and has to figure out how to keep them away from each other by putting him in witness protection.
What the hell? I thought I took care of this.
Oh, stop!
The fucking Roger story is dumb but funny as well. Jeff becomes the maid for one of his personas, but then as he walks back to his room, another persona of his robs and beats him up. It's so stupid. The visual of their seemingly endless hallway looks really good too. This episode all around is great in my opinion. Stan starts hanging out with Snot and they become best friends, joking around and having sleepovers. It's really funny. After the babysitter cancels, Stan and Francine leave Healy in charge of Steve as they go to a horse show. I'm really shocked at how much this season is relying on tried and true sitcom formulas, but they're done in pretty good ways, honestly. I'm surprised. It's like the kind of stuff I could have seen him doing back in season 1 or 2, but with the humor of these later seasons. This show is so random and anything goes so frequently that seeing these more grounded stakes is bizarre. Another solid one though. Not as good as the past two, but it's going around the middle for sure.
I'm out of gas. See y'all in the morning.
Jesus Christ, what a title. The kids find out that Francine was famous as a kid for getting trapped on a well. However, when putting her on a news show, they find out that a man died while trying to save her. I like that they relate this back to her everlasting turmoil of feeling as if she's done nothing with her life, and so she tries to find something impactful to do within the weeks so the guy didn't die for nothing. They land on solving a near-impossible math problem. Okay, sure. The B story is somehow even stranger, as Roger and Stan try to invent meal stripper shoes for some reason, and will only get at Mead if they kill a guy's wife for even less of a reason. It's alright. One of the weaker episodes of the season, but still not bad. There's some good gags, and I like the escalation of her finding him, but that's about it. After everyone realizes they haven't followed through on their promises, Francine has everyone give up something for Lent. Yelling, smoking, junk food, crying, and hugs, cool. Things really get extreme after they drunkenly allow Bullock to cut off the finger of the first person not to keep their promise, and so now there's added consequence. Roger's side story kinda sucks, honestly. He's looking for some girl with the most perfect breasts. I don't know, I just don't care, it feels so pointless. Fun episode overall, though. Them faking their own deaths was good, too. Going right above the middle of the list. The Adventures of my god, when did these titles get so long? After Roger gets upset by the fact that no one's impressed by his not earned awards, he decides he's gonna try win one for real.
Get set.
Meanwhile, Steve tries to get some info out of his dad for an assignment, and so calls him with his friends where he continually reveals a bunch of private information. It's got some good jokes, but it's really just that setup again and again for a couple minutes. It's rather forgettable. It's interesting when they actually decide to do stuff with Roger taking advantage of everyone. It happens so frequently that at a certain point the family just all kind of accepted it. But not here, Francine doesn't let him get away with fucking her over. And so he actually has to do something to gain her respect back. He still lies kind of, but it works. Definitely one of the worst episodes so far. Looking forward to the second half of the season now to see if things pick up or not. Especially in how they handle Roger. He's certainly getting a lot more douchey as we go on. Was not expecting that live-action Patrick Stewart opening. In this parody of some stage play I've never heard of, we learn that we're about to see an apparent Scrapped American Dad episode.
The theater can be a lonely place.
I'm surprised how well they committed to the bit. It's not like their Office parody work goes away a couple minutes in. The entire thing here is presented as if it were done on stage as we learn of Stan's reason for hating birthdays, his dad returning to talk with him as he relives his trauma. It's not super entertaining or even all that funny, but I appreciate how well they got the format done, and an experiment like this is nice, especially when we're this far in. Going near the bottom, but it's still not bad at all.
You thought I was asleep, didn't you? Acting.
Max Jets is finally getting out of prison, I can't believe it! Which is good news for the family as he always showers them with expensive gifts. This is this show, though, so obviously Max Jets is indeed Roger. That whole sequence of him breaking into prison just to immediately get released was great. It goes in a pretty interesting direction, too, where he winds up getting with the waitress Stan fucked over at the start of the episode, and so they have to try to get rid of her before she takes all his money. I like that they all love the gifts so much that they're more than willing to play along with his persona here.
Sometimes a girl can seem interested, and I'm not saying she's not. But
she's a gold digger, bro.
The family are so rarely on the same page that it's cool getting to see them all team up for a common goal. The Smiths don't really feel all that much like a unit in this show, so it's nice the odd time they do. Good episode.
You know what? I would love to explain all of it to you, but we're out of time.
In this episode, shit gets real, as Jeff finds out that Roger is an alien? Whoa. Now Stan has to decide between killing Roger or killing Jeff. What a choice to make. Steve also gets self-conscious that everyone's ass has come in before his, and so Francine helps him fake it. I mean, sure.
You're gonna want to change these every 2 weeks.
I'm out.
You know, every now and then while watching this show, I think about how awful they draw teenage girls. Why do they all have these giant realistic noses? They look so weird compared to how cartoony and dumb Steve looks. Steve's plot feels pretty aimless, and I think they could have done more with such a big moment for the show. I don't know, maybe just get rid of the Steve plot entirely. Just give 22 minutes to the main event. Would have made the ending gag a lot more funny after having all these emotional goodbyes before Roger throws Jeff in the alien spaceship instead. That's how it ends too. Goodbye, Jeff, I guess. I mean, I have to imagine they bring him back, right? I don't know, probably not. Oh wow, it feels like it's been forever, but we're finally getting a second part to that James Bond parody from a while ago.
How am I to know if my strikes are effective if you keep blocking them?
Glad they decided to do another stylized intro for this one too. It looks great, even if it could have been a tad longer. This time the villain is Principal Lewis, great, as he kills Stan's new wife and now he has to seek revenge. Also, Roger survived. I forgot he died in the last one, it's been so long, having to break him out of prison so they can finally team up. I don't know, I think overall this was a major letdown compared to the last. It's not all that funny, and I find they committed to the idea a lot less. You know, at times I had to remember this wasn't just a regular episode. Half the time, it ended up just being blackface Francine that reminded me.
For when the aliens bring Jeff back!
Okay, sweetie. I'm sure by now he's been dissected for science.
Oh wow, they're actually keeping up with it. Dan and Roger try to get Healy through the 5 stages of grief as fast as possible as Francine gets insecure that she's not doing enough to prepare Steve for his future, and so tries to treat him for the upcoming spelling bee. How exciting!
Montage.
Thanks, genuinely. I like the rivalry between Francine and Toshi's mom. That's something we haven't really seen before. Remember those ladies in that early Francine episode where she tried to join their group and then that neighbor lady kissed her at the end? Whatever happened to those characters? Where did they go? I want to know. I also like the occasional arc they've been doing with Toshi's sister and Steve every now and then, although I doubt it will go anywhere. Remember that one girlfriend Steve had for a bit, that girl everyone made fun of for being fat? Whatever happened to her? Where did she go? I want to know. After feeling as if their sex life has lost a lot of the excitement, Stan is convinced to become a sex freak.
That's not in the Bible. Let me see that.
Also, getting rid of Jeff has been the best thing to ever happen to Healy in terms of screen presence, with her this time agreeing to go on a date with Snot. But of course, as you expect, the one time Healy actually wants to be with him, he doesn't want to be with her. Who could have guessed? Roger's song is catchy, but that's about it. Whatever episode. Well, look, it's Mordecai and Rigby. Just like that last show I ranked. Thanks, YouTube, for copyright striking it. You know, on Shark Robot, I just released a freaking sweet sticker pack of my character in the style of just about every show I've done a ranking for. I plan on updating it every few ranking videos to include the previous ones. I think they're pretty cool. So, if you want to support the channel from getting fucking demonetized all the time, then check it out at sharkrobot.com/lsmark. American Dad. Yeah.
Hey, Francine!
Brenda?
This is what I was talking about. Why does she look like this? Why does the show draw women so weird compared to the men? After getting in an accident after trying to kill Osama bin Laden, Stan finds himself suffering from amnesia. Only took 150 episodes to get to this. Francine then uses this as her chance to mold him into the perfect husband to impress her friend at their wedding. I don't know, I feel like there's only so many things you can do with an amnesia storyline. You can tell from the start she's gonna take him to the wedding, but she's then gonna realize she likes him the way he is and then apologizes for trying to change him. Riveting stuff. I like how ready and willing the beanbag salesman was to play along with her story, but that's it. The rest is meh. Worst of all, it doesn't even have an ending. He leaves her, and they don't get back together. Perfect. What is this season's obsession with these fucking long-ass titles?
Kids like us don't need bully trouble. That's the bully the back of my hand is in the crotch of, isn't it?
Stan is chosen by Bullock to be his protege, but with him showing signs of dementia, he's ordered to go get his memory wiped so he can retire, them now being on the run from the arrest of the CIA. Steve is also dealing with a bully again, not his dad this time thankfully, with Roger calling in one of his friends to help out. It was a good surprise to see Stelio and his constantly playing theme from that episode back again. This is a really funny one, I like it a lot. They stopped using Bullock as much for a good few seasons, but it's good to see him come back more frequently. Going right above the middle. Oh wow, we're already back to the Jeff stuff as we see him on Roger's Species spaceship. Damn it, at least thought they'd wait a season or two. It's really cool finally being able to see the rest of Roger's race. I appreciate them not cheaping out and making them all clones of him. This is probably the most unique episode of the show so far. All the alien designs are super cool. I love the backgrounds a lot, especially in their little rural area. The musical number was also sweet. I was really surprised a standalone Jeff episode could be this good. Probably my favorite of the season so far, one of the best of the whole show as a matter of fact. I wouldn't mind them exploring this place in a few other episodes in the future. Seems like a lot of work for just a one-off. Makes me kinda sad that it ends with Jeff coming back to Earth, honestly. Wonder how long it'll take to integrate him back in, though. Also, the Emperor is fucking Chuck McGill from Better Call Saul. What the hell? That was a surprise. They're returning to Klaus's interest in skiing, which was referenced a total of one time in, like, Season 2, as he begs Stan to put him back in his body so he can participate in the sport again.
Roger, what the hell is... Holy cow, you really do have a gym up here.
It's one of the cooler things they've done with him in the past, I don't know, entire show, as he switches bodies with Stan against his will. I like that everybody just immediately realizes this. It's a fine finale. Steven Rogers' gym escapades aren't nearly as memorable, but the Klaus stuff is good. Solid finale.
Yeah.
Season 9 is interesting. Like every season, there's some good in here, but also some bad. I think the James Bond parody was probably my least favorite so far. I don't know, I didn't mind the first one that much, but a second like this, just, I don't know. They didn't commit to the idea enough for me to be as interested this time. That Jeff episode was a big surprise, though I really loved it. Something I'm beginning to notice, though, is that the characters are beginning to be pushed to more and more extremes. Roger especially, he is just a massive asshole throughout this entire season. I think the premiere episode is the only time that ever got kind of unbearable in my opinion, the rest was fine. But I don't know, I'm interested in seeing if that's ever gonna get to a point where I'm just fucking despising his character anytime he comes on screen. We'll have to see. Either way, Season 9 was also pretty good. We're now headed on to the last of the Fox seasons. I don't know if I should count Season 11 spoilers, but it's like fucking 3 episodes. Alright, so finally I want you guys to go and grab your dough wherever the hell you put it, while I talk about the season premiere. Steven Snott's Testubular Adventure sees Steven Snott try to appear how to have girls go to the prom with them so they don't appear to be gay.
Gay!
I like that they infuse this with the CIS stuff. That doesn't happen nearly as often as you think it would, with them deciding to clone dates. Only issue is they've come out as babies who rapidly age. It's pretty funny, honestly, once you get by how creepy the concept is. This is the literal definition of grooming, but at least by the time they're old enough to go to the prom with them, they realize how awful sleeping with them would be. Seeing them more as their children. But it's all good, Snott's just gonna sleep with Steve's daughter instead.
Fortunately, my sister happens to run a girls' finishing school in this very attic.
Alright, so I want you to grab the dough and slap it onto a lightly floured surface. I would use your fist to kind of crush all the air out of it first. I think that's what you're meant to do. I don't know, it's been like 2 weeks since I've looked at that recipe. You can use a rolling pin to flatten it out, but thankfully mine came out well enough to just do it with my hands. Push it out until the dough gets so thin that you can almost see through it. If anything, I think I left mine too thick. Whatever, if you like thicker pizza, go for it. Do that until you're happy with it while I move on. This was a really good premiere. I actually liked this episode a lot aside from the terrible sounding concept. Oh yeah, also preheat your oven at 475 degrees. That's around 250 degrees if you're from the UK, according to Google. In a parody of Poltergeist that you've seen a million times, a ghost in the house grows a burning hatred for Stan, attempting to kill him. It goes in a pretty different direction, thankfully, going back to that storyline of Francine not feeling satisfied by him, which is manifested as an evil spirit. The only way things will get better is if she orgasms, which leads to Healy becoming her dad's sex coach. 10 seasons in, 10 seasons worth of incest. Perfect. This episode also had one of the funnier Klaus segments, where he goes on vacation but hurts his back as the TV endlessly plays the local advertisements on loop. That got me more than it probably should have. Not nearly as strong as the previous episode, but still decent. The house looks great when all haunted and shit, it's cool. Now also be sure to use your fork to poke some holes in the dough. I just do it all over, I don't know how much you're meant to, whatever. Steve stows away on Stan's CIA hunting trip, where in order to prove his manhood he has to kill an animal, leaving him feeling incredibly guilty and running into the woods to protect the deer's children. I was not expecting them to then jump ahead an entire fucking year, with Stan returning during the next hunting trip and the two going to war. Definitely the worst so far, didn't enjoy it all that much. Feels like it takes way too long to get into it, and the Klaus Rogers stuff went by in a flash. It wasn't all that needed in my opinion.
I can almost...
You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but you can grab some cheese at this point and put it around the edge of the dough and then fold it over for some stuffed crust. Again though, you don't have to do it, I just had some leftover cheese and figured why not. we have the rare Steve and Francine team up as she teaches him how to shoplift to show him that she's cool.
I spent it all on dance moves. Jealous?
Something I noticed is common between the B stories and American Dad is that they're often just going. Like, half the time there's never even a reason as to why they're doing it. They're already just into it. For example, this time, Healy, Roger, and Klaus are starting the town's first Russian balalka trio. Wonderful. It's fun seeing Steve and Francine doing something together, and Stan's Nutless song was good. But that's about it. I didn't care for it all that much. Honestly, this season has been starting a little weaker compared to some of the others. The first couple were good, but the rest, not so much. Hoping to see things pick up soon. Another Thanksgiving Day special. This time we focus on Francine's side of the family again, with Stan being pissed off that she invited her parents. Also returning back to the Jeff stuff, damn, as Healy's grandmother tries to get her back into dating. I never really liked Francine's parents all that much. The joke is that they're Chinese and a constant nuisance. It's not that funny, especially this far into the series where nothing else has really been done with them. I wouldn't have minded as much if it were simply the B story to Healy's, since that plot had a lot more potential, but all that happens with it is that she gets jealous of the boy she set Healy up with and tries to get him for herself. And then he says no. Great, you started an end to this conflict before anything really happened.
Here, Dixie Cup.
That almost made up for how forgettable this episode is. Okay, so at this point I realized I had no pizza sauce, and so I started mixing some leftover tomato paste and olive oil together with some oregano, garlic, and onion powder, garlic, salt, pepper, and a little bit of sugar. It was halfway through this that I found the sauce in the back of my cupboard, and just used that instead. Smear that shit around however much you want, I don't judge. As Steve and friends embark on an epic cross-country road trip to go to Snot's dad's funeral, as Stan and Roger start getting their gut take the wheel, doing whatever random impulses come to them, which is inventing an automatic cake cutter. Wonderful. I didn't care about this part in the slightest. They're partnering with the same business guy from the Stripper Boot episode, so you expect him to fuck them over again. But no, not even that. They just don't come back to this until after the credits where they're already millionaires. Perfect. I can at least appreciate what they're attempting to do with the Steve stuff. The whole thing being written and presented like an indie movie with the artsy visuals and pseudo-intellectual dialogue where everyone speaks in metaphor or treating everything like it's the most serious thing in the world. Steve even falling in love with the manic pixie dream girl. This came out afterwards, so there's no way this isn't a reference to Scott Pilgrim. I can't believe it. It's for that reason that I definitely put this near the top of the list. It's something different. Oh yeah, so put the mozzarella on now. It feels pretty self-explanatory as much as you want. I like more cheese on a pizza than sauce personally, but feel free to take liberties. I don't know, I'm not your dad. Why do so many animated shows feel like doing a fucking Breaking Bad parody? It is so common. The Simpsons had that whole ass intro, Family Guy had the creatively titled Baking Bad. How long did it take to come up with that one? And here we have Faking Bad, oh boy. We actually see a little more of Healy this time as she runs into some of her childhood friends, having to get Steve to make her a fake ID so she can hang out with them, them making a business out of this and having to compete with the local kingpin. It's always Roger. It's nice having a Steve and Healy team up. I feel like this is only the second or third time this has happened in the whole show, which is surprising. Otherwise though, solid episode. Start putting the pepperoni on the pizza now. Again,
Okay, next idea is ready. Mike Crotch? I'm looking for Mike Crotch.
Darren Norris returns to narrate this year's Christmas special, which means you know Stan's dad is going to return at some point, where he tells Steve the story about Krampus. This was actually the first time I heard about Krampus as a kid. Me and me really want to see that horror movie that came out a couple years after, so me and my friends pirated it on my TV, and we were met with full frontal nudity in the first minute. I think we found some crappy C-list horror movie of the same name. I think it was called like Krampus, The Reckoning or something. I don't know, you look it up. Glad they did another musical episode. They don't do these nearly as often as they should. There's a bunch of catchy songs in here. They're all pretty good.
This gift you see is a tub of popcorns 3.
Wow, just stop. Just tell me what you want.
This was one of the best of the season so far. One of the strongest Christmas specials too. I liked it a lot. I like to put some oregano on the pizza at this point before putting it in the oven, but I might have forgotten. I don't know. I'm not looking at the footage right now. After that, put it in the oven for 10 minutes. I'll let you know when to check again. I've got this all figured out. Don't worry. If your pizza burns though, I'm not responsible. Roger gets in an accident which gives him cool Raven-Symoné powers. Now he can see into the future.
I think your family should probably leave.
I'm sorry, what?
I thought you guys should go.
Yeah, so did we.
You can kind of tell where they're going from the first couple minutes. They make such a big deal about him being sad and that nobody cares about his opinion that you know this is going to lead to him getting overwhelmed by everyone constantly asking questions and wanting them reverted. It's not a bad thing though, they go in a good direction with it. He forgets that he left the family for 3 weeks after telling them not to leave the house as Healy's raccoon from the start of the episode tries to kill them. Good execution of a generic idea. Liked it a lot. The family go to Familyland to try and reconnect. As a family.
I don't have a family.
What about that Indian baby you have sometimes?
This isn't one of those times.
I always liked theme park episodes of cartoons and seeing what fun or creative rides they can come up with. My favorite here would have to be Roger going to the Spaceland and seeing it looks exactly like how he remembers things. Anyways, the park finder Roy family comes back to lock everyone inside and every land separates into a different faction led by a different Smith. It's a big Game of Thrones parody. I'm glad they gave this plenty of time to be explored, with Roy forcing everyone to kill each other as Francine tries to find a way to bring them to their senses. Season 10's been picking up a lot, the past few have been really good.
Get out of town, you Jezebel!
Damn. Stan accidentally starts doing nice stuff while sleeping, which freaks him out, leading to him having to take out a terrorist as his night persona keeps setting up stuff to prevent it from happening.
Okay, go lie on the couch.
It's a pretty fun idea with him continually waking up and us getting to see the consequences of everything he had done the previous night. I like that we never actually get to see what he does in real time until the very end. I find this to be an insanely creative episode, going near the top. This is a parody of Face Off, where Roger switches faces with Steve to get him a girlfriend. And by face, I mean he looks like a horrific fusion between the two. It's gross, he looks like iDubbbz. I don't know why this was only the B story, it was actually funny. Comparatively, the A plot fucking sucks. Stan and Francine cover for a stewardess at the airport in this really not interesting Charlie's Angel parody, where the girls are super quirky and uncover a plan to blow up the sun. Wow, fantastic! It borders on being too random of a setup for me. Maybe I wouldn't have minded that much if it didn't feel like Rogers could have done one more time to explore the concept further. They only switch faces for a couple minutes before they change back. Stan gets upset at Steve and Franz for only spending time with their game buddies and video boxes, and so takes them into the woods to play outside.
Will Stan keep his promise? Will Steve and the boys get their phones fixed? Will they—
Get in the house, Randy!
They do it in a creative way too, with him using the CIA's holodeck to trap them inside his childhood forest. Them having to learn how to survive as Stan creates obstacles for them before they reverse it and trap him inside, taking him through his childhood to traumatize him. It's fucked up. Roger and Healy stuff is also alright. Healy purchasing his home planet star and now claiming herself to be his queen. It's a good idea. I like when they involve stuff about Roger actually being an alien. I feel like they forget sometimes. This was a good episode. Loved getting to see so much more of Stan's childhood. What a wild place to take this. Francine gets mad at Stan for not listening to him, and so he starts taking estrogen pills that turns him into a woman. Like, immediately. Here's another plot done all the time in these cartoons. His design even looks pretty similar to Quagmire in that one episode where he turns into a girl. They look so weird when next to Francine. This is so extreme that it completely makes you forget about the Roger Klaus storyline, where they try to start up a business selling Stan's old suits. I like that it connects, but that's it. Again, it might as well have not even happened. Goes in a fairly creepy direction though as Bullock tries to seduce him and make sure he doesn't realize the CIA have found a way to reverse things. Honestly though, the episode is shockingly better than you think it would be based on that plot. Again, this is one of the rare shows where that anything goes mindset works. Going around the middle. An Occupy Wall Street protest ends with Stan getting brainwashed by, I don't know, hippies I guess.
Oh, by the way, these are my friends who kidnapped and brainwashed me. This one's a wheelchair guy, but he can still talk and everything.
I didn't care for this one at all, really. Healy tries to spy on him to get proof that he's no longer himself, where he continually proves her wrong and everyone thinks she's crazy. It's so by the numbers and boring, of course she's right, who could have guessed? The Roger storyline is also just fucking nothing. He buys a shit ton of candles but can't sell any of them, and so he and Steve decide they're gonna use them all up by giving each other massages until they run out. That's about it. You know, it's taken me until now to realize that Healy is played by Seth MacFarlane's sister. Probably should have noticed that earlier. Speaking of, this has also been the most Healy-centric season yet. She's in more episodes here than, like, the past 3 combined. This time she gets a job at Roger's bar as Stan uses her to get info about Bullock so they can be best friends. Even though sometimes they are best friends, they're very inconsistent about Stan's reputation in the workplace. Does he ever sit by his desk anymore? I don't know. I'll point it out next time I see it, if I remember. Klaus's German story was presented in a cool way, but that's about the height of their subplot. It comes in so infrequently that you can barely even follow along with what the point in any of it is, which I guess is the point, but it's just not that funny. Fine episode though, going right under the middle of the list. I'd still say season 10 has kept up a fairly high level of quality so far. Here Stan tries to master the art of looking at women without Francine noticing, where after getting in a car accident results in him having to make sure the insurance guy doesn't snitch on him. Damn. It's weird how there's a few songs in here but not really enough to be considered a musical episode. They're inserted at such random points too, like why does the insurance guy sing his introduction song after the scene where he's introduced? They sound good, but there's no need for them to be here. Other than the first song, they don't further the plot in the slightest. And the topics are... well, I'm sure you're looking at the visuals right now. You have to be able to assume what the song is about. I hate that it sounds good.
Damn, that's my mama. Damn, if that wasn't my mama.
Not a fan of this one. It feels so aimless, constantly stopping and starting. Again, the songs are good, but that's it, near the bottom.
If Francine wasn't my mama, Lord, you know I'd try to bone.
Come on, Steve.
Why? After getting fired from the CIA, Stan has to get a job at the local supermarket that Steve manages, leading to him getting the upper hand finally and the two giving each other worse and worse work while in the other's domain. The Roger storyline is a lot funnier despite its simplicity, him competing with a local hipster in a guitar competition. Losers banned for life.
The shape is pretty self-explanatory.
This is a solid episode. There's a lot of great gags in here. That fucking scene with the kid just kept going. Healy gets a job interning at a news station where the host is who else but Roger. Again, if there's a random name in the title, 10 times out of 10 it's him. There she is again! How do I keep summoning her? I like how this integrates with Steve's sex ed subplot where he makes such a fool out of himself that he agrees to have Healy make him go missing so they can make it a national news story, and then she can do her own thing instead. This is a decent episode, one of the more forgettable, but still has some good moments. Gonna be near the bottom though. To end our longest season yet, we see it's officially been 1 year since Jeff has been stranded in space. You know, Healy is so much more into Jeff now that he's not here, especially given she immediately moves on after falling for another guy.
She can do this? Hadouken!
Perfect!
It's pretty wild, honestly. Steve finds out that Jeff is still alive and find a way to travel home in a wormhole. Where 60 years has passed, woo! Not the funniest episode out there, but the story is more than interesting enough to make up for it, especially seeing them all in the future. But it ends with Jeff giving up all hope and lets her know that she can now move on. Before the new guy sees Roger, and so they just kill him. I was pretty concerned after those first few episodes not impressing me all that much, but this season picked right up. For being 10 whole seasons in, I'm surprised they've managed to keep things so fresh. I've said it a lot, but I think that mainly has to do with the fact that the show was so wacky from the get-go. Like if The Simpsons or Family Guy were doing plots about one of the characters getting stranded in space for a season, you know, it would be a sign that things are starting to run its course, but in American Dad, no, it's just another weekend for these characters. One thing I will say is I'm really glad Roger was toned down a bit, at least compared to last season. He's used a lot more for wholesome gags this time around, his plots don't really have much stakes going on. Interestingly, this was the last real season to air on Fox. It was supposed to be the end of the show before they realized they had a couple unaired episodes laying around. I will say, if this is how the show ended, with Jeff just giving up all hope, Would have been pretty disappointing given that was the one plot thread they were still hanging on to. But thankfully, TBS bought the rights to the show and began airing new episodes there. So let's finish up their Fox run and get on with the new stuff. This incredibly short season, if you could even call it that, begins with us seeing Roger having to sell his attic bar, it becoming soulless and corporate. But he doesn't care because he gets brought on as their official spokesperson, like Jared from Subway.
Find my quiet place.
Speaking of Jared, from Subway, the Stephen Friends story is also something that would be insanely fucked up in any other show, but here, I don't know, it's pretty standard, as a registered sex offender moves in across the street attempting to have her seduce them. The twist is fairly obvious, you can tell from super early on that she's just using them for work on the place for free. I wasn't that big a fan of this episode. Maybe there was a reason these were unaired. Or maybe it's because the plot was fucked up. Did you check on the pizza? You should probably check on it. Greg and Terry have just adopted a Russian kid who Roger takes the place of after being so impressed by their way of life.
Stop it, Stan. Stan, stop it. You're scaring me. Francine, get in here. It's happening again.
I like that Stan's way of getting back to him is to make their house look so shit that it becomes an eyesore. And having him get so fed up at Greg and Terry's bickering that it causes him to try and kill one of them, but one of them is also trying to kill him instead, is a good progression. I don't know which one, honestly. Sometimes I forget who is who. I think Terry is the one who tries to kill him. Put a ding right here if I was right. Thanks. Is that the first time they've done a twist with the new intro? Pretty good way to start the story as Roger finds another alien has crash landed on Earth, and they want to be with him, played by Kim Kardashian for some reason. It's been so long I completely forgot about Roger's golden shit, the saga continuing here as we see the lady who took it for herself last time being executed for killing her husband, as her son finds it and tries to use it to achieve his greatest desire. And that's it. Can't wait to see this continued 5 seasons from now. The episode overall just feels so aimless despite having some good moments. I usually like the gold shit stuff, but in this case, I feel it really distracted from what was going on. Kinda realizing now it's like American Dad's somewhat more dramatic chicken fights. A new alien coming to Earth probably should have had some more time dedicated to, well, that.
The end.
None of these episodes were anything special. They could have been lost to the ether and we wouldn't have been missing out on anything. Although, I'm kinda glad they were aired at least, because can you imagine if these were just like lost media for the longest time and then people are all over the internet like, we have to find the lost American Dad episodes, and then they come out and it's just these 3? Great. I always assumed TBS took over the show recently, but looking at it, coincidentally, right around the time of making this, the TBS run has been going on for just as long as the Fox airing. That's fucking insane. I'm really curious if anything is going to be different from now on, like staff switch-ups or anything. I know the showrunner who was there from the start apparently left, so that can't be a good sign. Also, I have to assume your pizza is done and out of the oven now. Obviously, let it cool down for a bit. I don't know how long it's been out for, but thanks for going on this journey with me. Please @ me on Twitter with your pizzas if they came out good. If they came out bad, I'm not responsible. Thanks. TBS begins their run with Blonde Ambition. It was so jarring for them to play the intro after the first scene, just feels weird.
God, an activist. Quick, pretend we're on the phone.
Sorry, we're pretending to be on the phone.
Haley turns her hair blonde so more people will pay attention to her activism, as Stan and Steve try to live in a newly built house in a gated community, where they're attacked by guard dogs and need to find a way to escape. Honestly, writing-wise, I didn't notice much of a change. I have to assume it's because these first few episodes have still some involvement by the original showrunner, but as is, it's nothing special. The supposed charity guy's yacht being wheel-powered was the best joke here, rest is whatever. For now at least, it seems like Season 12 will be more of the same, which I guess is a good thing. Except, now the credits play over the ending. Again, it's so weird, I don't like change. This is gonna be the biggest fucking nitpick ever, but 2 episodes in, and I've decided that I actually really dislike the intro coming after the opening skit. If that joke falls flat, then it's way more awkward, especially when they hard cut to it. Stan and his co-workers get kidnapped in Thailand after trying to steal the dictators and healer, not needing to find a way to escape from their super futuristic prison. You know, right when COVID started, my friend, the Mouse, managed to go to Thailand without anyone questioning him, and so he was chilling in the land of little to no restrictions while I was trapped in Ireland without so much as a Friar Tuck's open. And so he convinced me to go to Thailand with him, so I bought my ticket, a quarantine hotel for 2 weeks, got like 3 exams done to make sure I was healthy, and filled out a shit ton of paperwork, only to get to the airport and for the lady to tell me to go home. And I didn't get a refund. Then he was like, oh, just do this and they'll let you through. So I scrambled to get it all done for the next day, but one doctor didn't get back to me in time, and so I had to stay home. So I didn't get refunded again. Oh yeah, the rest of the family have a slow motion race. That's it. Hope you find that idea funny because it's a solid 5 minutes of the episode. Wonderful.
Whoa!
Finish him!
Whoa!
To defend against bullies, Steve and Snot start taking karate lessons at their local dojo. Joe Biden. Hello. Nice that they gave Kleiss a little bit more to do here too. Him starting to smell and being made an outdoor fish. All the local cats trying to find a way to eat him. Oh well, okay, and a lizard butt, he just wants to try it. Wish there was more focus put on this instead of the karate stuff, it's nothing special. Steve feels like his friend has been brainwashed and needs to beat him in a tournament to get him kicked out. Best one so far, but still not great. Season 10 didn't start off the best either, so I'm not ready to call it on the season just yet, but if this shit keeps up, I'm gonna be very, very disappointed. I was so confused trying to find this episode. Everywhere I looked, it kept calling it Turkey Bacon. I guess they had changed the name to Big Stan on Campus. Huh. Stan gets furloughed because of budget cuts. Pretty sure they did that same thing last season where he worked at the store, but whatever. No, he's working at a college this time, as Roger turns the house into a bed and breakfast to raise some extra money. You know, I hadn't done it since we lost our dear friend Taylor, so I decided to look around the show's IMDb again to see how fans responded to the minor changes. And what do you know, these episodes consistently have way lower scores. I do wonder though how their reaction would be to someone not aware of the network change, like would they even notice? Either way, this is the best episode. Yeah, there's some funny bits in here like Stan hitting the girl with the frisbee and she starts wheeling like a child. Hoping for more like this as we go on. Francine's nightmare had some cool visuals, I enjoyed that a lot. She's worried about her sister coming into town. Oh yeah, that's right, she had a sister like once back in season 3, I think. Why do I remember that?
Can't wait to see my sexy aunt, who I'm not related to by blood.
Glad to see that aspect hasn't changed. You know, for never having seen this character before, I wish more was done with it other than her doing a bunch of illegal stuff in the house and taking advantage of Francine, who just sort of takes it. As Stan tries to teach Steve how to get away with hugging her without being creepy. It's creepy. Cool getting to see that more psychotic side of Francine return by the end, but it's way too late to do anything with it. This episode did not need 3 storylines. I didn't even mention the Roger stuff, it was so pointless. Our first Christmas special with TBS, and what do you know, they actually reanimated the intro for this one. That was a surprise.
Maybe a sweater with a snowman.
Like the one I'm wearing?
I gotta go return something.
I can't believe it. It's a Christmas miracle. It's everything I could have ever wanted. A Principal Lewis special. Oh boy. After Stan wishes his life were more like his, he finds himself going through a It's a Wonderful Life homage, where he learns to be grateful for what he has, mainly that his life isn't as shit as Principal Lewis's. I was expecting this to be their worst Christmas special yet, but there was thankfully a serious lack of Lewis here as he adopts Stan's life instead. I like that Roger joined him along for this too. Best episode of the season yet. Liked it way more than that Devil Kid one. Healy tries out for the local roller derby, but is only allowed to join if she can convince her sister to join too. Her sister being Steve, obviously.
Stevie Wonder Bra. I like it because it's about tits.
It's got a pretty good twist where Healy tries to expose him after he gets in a relationship with one of the girls, but it turns out they all knew he was a boy from the start and just assumed he was transgender. Song is pretty good too, going right above that college episode despite the Stan and Francine plot sucking. The joke is that it's Jesus, I get it.
the creator of the stupidest diet I've ever heard of. I think she eats algae or something. Let's find out.
Why does Will Forte infrequently voice the most random characters in this show? After Steve tells Francine to F off, he has to start learning to fend for himself once she stops doing anything for him, becoming an epic hit YouTuber, finally worth that episode. It's alright. I like how they bring it back to her favorite talk show from the beginning, being concerned about him getting killed on stage by drunken middle-aged white women. Oh no. This is much more interesting than Stan's subplot where he believes he can snap his fingers to make people vanish.
I think we should have a long conversation about parenting decisions.
Uh-oh. Gone.
Like, what's the joke? Also, I'm not a fan of them not having their story concluded by the time the credits roll. Like, here it comes on during their big escape scene. Shouldn't this be more for like a short epilogue kind of thing? Healy gets a job. Like, a real one. Is it the first time? This show does character gets random job stories a lot less than you think they would. Again, Roger's personas really gives them a bunch of mileage for that kind of thing. Also, the incest joke has reached an all-time high this time as Steve takes Francine to the mother-son dance as Stan tries to steal his date. I thought it was fine, but apparently some people were disgusted by this travesty of a B story. The subplot of this episode of American Dad was what really got me angry. Steve should have done what Bart did in Homer's dream in The Simpsons episode Tennis the Menace, and put his father in a guillotine so that he wouldn't interfere with his date. Sadly, Steve didn't do that. And guess what? Stan ruined the whole date. Twice. Normally I'm against shows ripping off other shows, but here I feel it's absolutely necessary. Had the plot of the American Dad episode My Fair Lady that revolved around the mother-son dance taken inspiration from the Simpsons episode Tennis the Menace, I would have given this 10 stars. Jesus, I didn't think it was that bad. The twist of her boss having been married to Roger the entire time really got me, but get fucked American Dad writers, I guess. Stan and Francine win a trip to Hollywood where he gets discovered by this old lady, her assuming he's the reincarnation of her dead husband.
I want more kicks.
Hey, true believers, is this the end of Brown Spider-Man?
Wow, they really got him. This episode was fucking boring. I did not give a shit. Roger trapping Healy and Steve sucked, and them making a movie wasn't nearly as funny as I think they thought it was. And you can see her kidnapping Francine from a mile away, going near the bottom. The family head to New York so Francine can enter her cool mystery novel into a literary competition. However, after she doesn't show up for the event, Steve and Roger have to once again adopt their detective personas to find her. Everyone has something to do. We also get that rare Healy and Stan pairing where they're taken around town by Robert Wuhl. Well, I don't know, I forget. I don't know who this guy is, so the gag that he's pathetic kind of went over my head. I wish it had more focus. Roger just keeps leading Steve to random places that doesn't help them at all, before they make it overly apparent that he was the one to kidnap her. Wish I liked this one more, there were a lot of good elements here. After becoming terrified at the idea of death, Stan has to start seeing a therapist, them trying to put his mind at ease by getting him into miniatures. I mean, sure, why not? He shrinks himself down to the miniature world with a shrink ray, where he can live in a place that he controls. It's a fun idea once you get past the bizarre premise, him shrinking everyone in the family down to live with him. I like the way this world looks a lot, enjoyed this episode way more than I thought I would. If you somehow couldn't tell from that title, Jeff returns from space after a good season and a half of being gone. You know, I'm surprised they got away with having the word shit uncensored in the title. So weird.
Jeff's back! Francine, honey, can you bring me my gun? Jeff, don't go anywhere.
I like that they pick up right where things left off. They didn't forget that Stan has to kill him because of Roger, although he makes a promise to have become a better man through his adventures. Healy now being put off by all his changes perfect. We quickly learn though that this isn't actually Jeff, instead being an alien taking his image to kidnap Stan and dissect them. But it's all good as by the end the real Jeff is rescued, being the same lovable idiot who left. Well, the same idiot, at least. Honestly, I was a little excited to see them try and take his character in a slightly different direction, a little less one note. But either way, it's nice to have him back. Hopefully he'll appear a little more. Again, him disappearing gave Healy and he the most they've done in this entire show's history. Very good episode, though. Something I learned over the course of doing research for this video is that American Fung is widely considered to be the worst episode of American Dad. The plot here is as meta as it's ever been, with Seth MacFarlane growing bored of making cartoons and selling the series to the Chinese. While the episode starts rather ordinary, Stan, once again, forgetting that it's he and Francine's 20th anniversary, let's set the third one at this point, before it slowly devolves into Chinese propaganda. I actually think that's a funny idea, but their mistake seems to have come from giving the episode 2 points. One is the Chinese thing, but the other is what the episode is actually about. On one end, I think the Chinese shit comes into play too, obviously. I wish it were something weaved in more naturally over time, not them literally zooming in on newspapers or water bottles referencing the billionaire and holding on it for seconds at a time. And on the other end, the episode completely devolves in the final few minutes, setting up Stan and Francine getting lobotomized before cutting to the Chinese guy who just says that got out fine before advertising his business. It's a funny idea, but I think they should have really upped those stakes. You know, at least that one Family Guy episode, which pretty much does the same thing, has all the major characters almost dying on a cruise ship before cutting to them all home fine. This episode really didn't need a B-story. It should have been one adventure with the whole family. I've also seen some folks trying to analyze it, saying that it's some meta fuck you to Fox as they move to TBS, but I don't see that at all. It seems like insane levels of grasping at straws. I don't know though, let me know what you think. It was a decent experiment and the idea could have worked, but it was executed in a pretty shitty way. It's like they realized how tired this anniversary plot has gotten and so slapped this Chinese narrative onto it at the last minute, so there were at least something interesting going on. And hey, I will say, it is interesting. Certainly not the worst episode in this show. I think that's a bit of an overreaction, but it's definitely not good. After getting addicted to texting, we end this season with Stan having to take medication after lying about having a seizure. Although because he was lying, obviously, it starts to have insane side effects, turning him into this creepy Frankenstein's monster. This was a pretty poor finale. Nothing much really happens until like the final few minutes where he realizes he has to destroy the evidence of him texting and driving. Pretty much the same as that insurance fraud episode, but with a really unfunny Frankenstein gag that gets old after around a second. Honestly, might just be the worst of the season. Oh yeah, Roger and Steve go to the swimming pool. That's pretty much it. This 2-minute story of him taking a single dive spreads over the course of the entire episode. There were a couple good episodes in Season 12, mainly the Christmas special. I like the roller derby one, and Jeff's return is cool. But this is undoubtedly the weakest season yet in my opinion. I did not really like this at all. A lot of these just felt like they were going through the motions, that last one especially. And I'm really not a fan of the, albeit slight changes that happened over changing networks. Again, playing the credits over the finale hinders a lot of the episodes. Makes it more apparent when they're just fucking rushing to get to that conclusion. But who knows, maybe it's just growing pains. This episode also has American Fung, which is widely considered to be the worst episode, so that's not very good. But I think there are episodes in here that were more bad in my opinion. That one where they go to Thailand in that seizure episode especially. At least American Fung was doing something, you know? I'm gonna pray these were just growing pains and that things will get back on track or go in a different, better direction. But I guess we'll see. Every season from this point on consists of 22 episodes, so hopefully things will finally get a little consistent again. A new football stadium is opening in Langley Falls, which upsets Stan as he learns that the construction will destroy an important tree from his childhood. Him explaining how the tree was more of a father to him than his actual dad. That's miserable. This is American Dad, so of course this has to involve Roger in some way. Us learning that Roger's working for the construction company and trying to reach an impasse between them. I think with an idea like this, it's really disappointing that the ending feels so contrived. Throughout the episode, Steve worries that he's not growing and wants to get surgery to fix it. This then leads into Stan realizing he spent so much time focusing on his tree dad that he wasn't there for his own son. But Stan and Steve have literally shared 0 lines of dialogue this entire episode so far. They felt so disparate. Wish there were more of a through line here. Not a bad episode, but certainly one of their weaker premieres. Steve realizes that if he becomes a varsity athlete, he'll attract more ladies, joining the school water polo team and using Klaus to ratatouille him to become the star player.
Sold to the transvestite in the red dress.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! He is good.
Water stories all around as Stan and Roger buy a boat to realize how boring being on a boat is. Great. Better than the last one for sure. Again, it's a real shame because I did like the story behind that previous episode. But this one's funnier, which I guess at the end of the day is more important.
He's been helping me get a jacket. Seemed like a good way to get to second base. Thinking about switching schools.
Roger uses his therapist persona to hypnotize Healy into thinking she's a 6-year-old, when she was at her most happy. All while Steve and Palace use their newly purchased slow cooker to make the perfect pulled pork. Amazing. Her voice honestly is pretty disturbing paired with the character design, even though I'm positive I've heard that same performance done in a bunch of other cartoons Rachel McFarland has been in. I guess when the character is meant to be like 19 years old, it makes it more strange. It's going right in the middle so far. It's nice seeing Jeff and Klaus of all characters team up, trying to figure out what moment made Healy so miserable. But it kinda loses track of itself when he has to go to court for killing a seal, especially with how easily it gets solved, but it's solid, I liked it. Dude, it takes like 3 minutes for the intro to play in this episode. That scene just kept going. Stan takes Steve to work to help him with his computer, where he gives the National Security Agency all Stan's top secret computer info. While Healy, man, they've been using her way more now, goes on a meat-eating binge after accidentally trying it that morning, wanting to eat a gorilla. It was decent, I guess.
Oh, what a horrible nightmare. And why did I include that extra part where I actually saw Mom stripping?
This episode's whatever, I just find the drama so forced. The whole thing that kicks this off is Steve overhearing Stan making fun of him to his coworkers, but when he confronts him later, Stan is just like, I shouldn't have said that, son, and then they quickly move on. I just don't know why you need to include that father-son issue if you're gonna solve it in such a boring way. Seth Green was a nice cameo, but that's it. Finally, back to the long-ass titles.
I didn't worry and the bee flew away. Right across the street and onto Dick's jacket.
Stan learns that his blood pressure is so high from stress that it'll lead to his death, needing to go undercover as a surfer to relax while finding out who may be trying to cause a cyber attack on the CIA. That sure was a whole lot of words. Was not expecting Steve's homeless friend to be voiced by Eric Andre of all people, but overall the episode is pretty shit in my opinion, one of the worst. He doesn't really spend much time with them before deciding that he loves it here, and wants to frame them for a crime so he can continue to investigate them. Seems like such a random idea, even for this show. Wish there could have been a bit more focus on his stress levels with the family. You kind of forget that was the whole point by the end. After realizing that he and Francine are polar opposites, Stan begins second-guessing their marriage.
Don't get a room! I kiss my sister with more grace!
Who's writing these? There wasn't much new done here compared to the million other Stan and Francine relationship crisis episodes. I much prefer the Roger stuff where he returns to Nevada to get reelected as senator, after remembering that it were his company who had been polluting the water supply and making all the citizens sick. I wish that had been the focal point over the Stan shit. Do people like Stan? I know how much people hate a character like Peter Griffin or Mid-Season Homer for how big of jerks they are, but again, because he was like this from season 1, I never cared all that much when he was an asshole, I don't know. Sometimes it can get too extreme, however, I'll agree on that. All of that is to say, I don't have much to say about this episode, and so would rather ramble about something else for a while. You see that new season of The Bear? I don't know what it is, I just don't get what everyone loves about that show. Everything happens off screen. Whoa, it's the biggest night of a restaurant's big reopening. Everything rides on this. Cuts to next episode. Wow, I sure am glad that big night went well. God damn, I wanted to see that shit. The Roger beat and switch was great, then getting you ready for a story about him going to college before he gets a Discovery card, and decides he's gonna do stuff with that instead.
Please, sir, don't make this difficult.
I'm going.
Stan also takes Healy in as his assistant to help make the company's pinup calendar for the year, although he doesn't know that she has ulterior motives to destroy it as revenge for him ruining one of her drawings as a kid. This goes in the exact direction you assume, where he shows her gratitude for her help, and she has to fix it in time before her dad finds out and is once again disappointed in her. Pretty standard episode. Not the most fantastic of the series, but there's some good moments in here. Ending is sweet too. One of the better ones of the season so far.
Let's go.
Roger eats all of Steve's chocolate bars that he was meant to sell for school, leading to him getting sent to the ghetto class taught by Roger. It's another parody of Stand and Deliver, just like Family Guy and South Park. It's apparently another mandatory story for these adult cartoons to do. Meanwhile, in the much worse B story, Stan and Francine look around for a retirement home, Stan presumably getting drugged up and not wanting to leave, the rest of them having to convince him. It's not great. I much prefer Roger's stuff, even if the parody is so overdone. What do you know, all the students fall in love with him as Steve attempts to have him fired. Okay episode overall. Here's another one done all the time in these shows, as Francine joins Greg on the local newscast while Terry is out of town, and just as you would expect, she gets too big for her britches and he gets jealous of how much more popular she is. Exciting! The Roger stuff is way more simple, but a lot funnier, I prefer it, as Healy, Steve, and he play one of those dream phone board games, leading Roger to go on a giant road trip to find the actor who played one of the guys he fell in love with. I wish Francine, realizing what a jerk she's been, came about in a bit more of a natural way, but it's still alright, going right under her roots. One of the background characters was played by Tom Kenny doing his Cupid voice from Fairly Odd Parents, and it kept distracting me. Whoa, the big 2-0. Oh. The last one was a pretty big deal, so I'm hoping this is a good follow-up. So, Principal Lewis, oh fuck off. Principal Lewis is the cannibal leader of the Langley Falls citizens, as we see the town in a massive apocalypse caused by something called the 200. Subtle. The intro here is great, I love the atmosphere they set up. It's got similar vibes to that Rapture episode, except here it gets to that stuff from the beginning, as we learn about what happened through frequent flashbacks. Us seeing that the 200 are all indeed different Roger personas from past episodes, it's a really good twist and gives some fun fan service. Definitely the best episode of the season, and one of the best episodes in a long time in general. Going at the top of the list. Steve and friends decide they're gonna throw their own party while Stan and Francine are out of town, only for unpopular kids. Things pick up from this standard starting point as Steve and Snot from the future arrive to prevent them from going to the party as it ruins their futures. Love that we get to see them change in real time. He goes against his wishes and makes out with a girl, which turns his future self into a jock and Snot into a homeless bum. This was a really good episode. Ending was fucking bizarre though, but I'm glad to see season 13 starting to pick up. I'm curious if fans hated this concept or saw it as like jumping the shark. Roger wanting to impress a lady so bad that he has to make up the most perfect persona of all, showing Francine his persona factory. Is that giving too much context to a dumb joke? I don't care personally either way, I thought it was kind of fun. The other side story is basic but fun too. Everyone working out so hard that they can't move, which Klaus takes great pleasure in. This is a really good Roger episode that explores him on a somewhat deeper level. Him realizing his personas are nothing more than a crutch, before completely getting attached to the woman and trying to take over her life. Another good one. While out on a mission, Roger and Francine decide to start pretending to be widows for free stuff. You know, they could do this even if Stan wasn't on a mission. Steve and friends also put on a wrestling show in the basement. You know, I remember in those first few early seasons where Steve's friends barely appeared, and all I can wonder now is what the fuck did they do with him? He and his friends are pretty much a single unit at this point in the show. So often, the family feels extremely separated compared to early on. Seeing Principal Lewis just beating up children isn't that entertaining of a side story. It's kind of uncomfortable, actually.
Splatters up, boys!
I was actually gonna say I enjoyed where they went with this, her coming to understand how easy it would be for her husband to die, and them doing something with that existential dread. But no, she just gets a job at a diner to see how it would be to fend for herself. What a lame thing to do with this decent idea.
Have a great night.
Whoa, he said something else. Okay, that is definitely the winner. This is like that one Simpsons episode where Marge wants to play Bart's MMO game, except this time they're role-playing in the park. It's a funny idea though, them wanting to reenact the tone of Star Wars, but only all the boring farming stuff.
Floor spaghetti.
How random. This was a nice leisurely episode. Stan's Oceanland endeavor is funny, and Francine slowly getting power hungry and causing a war was a good escalation. Go near the top. Did not think it would take us 13 seasons to get our second two-parter, which sees us on Easter Sunday. But Stan isn't feeling so religious after Steve points out all the plot holes in, well, the Bible.
Aren't you too old for this?
You're never too old to have fun.
It goes in a super bizarre direction though after he takes pleasure in breaking the commandments. Him taking the family to sea in a Korean tanker the exact same measurements as Noah's Ark. It's weird that that was the thing that restored his faith, especially with him now believing that he is Noah. There's some good stuff in here, like I liked his downward spiral montage, but that's about it. I imagine I'll have a stronger view of this episode after seeing the second part. I hope. So the boat, immediately blows up, and so now the family are all separated. Haley and Jeff join the Navy, Steve and Roger are stranded at sea, as Stan and Francine are stranded on a desert island, concussed and parodying Adam and Eve.
Oh my god, my parents are alive! Let's just confirm.
Honestly, I think I disliked this one way more. I thought it sucked. I can see the idea they were going for, but nobody has any real goal. Jeff and Haley are chillin', Roger and Steve have nothing to do but go crazy, and Stan and Francine are just falling in love all over again. But that wasn't what this fucking two-parter was set up as revolving around. Their relationship had little to no focus in that first episode. Why did that suddenly become its point? This sucks.
What was all this for? All this stuff happened, and I don't even know what it means.
Yeah, you and me both. Steve's locker room song was so out of left field, but it sounded great. They always give him the best songs in this show. I love that they committed to it for the entire episode. His entire subplot is told through song. Meanwhile, Roger hurts his ankle, and so Stan invites him out to play basketball with his company, trying to regain his confidence, while getting past how much he doesn't want Roger to win.
Just giggling and laughing, and we snuck out while they was laughing.
Steve, I don't know why you're telling me this now.
All that shit was lame and directionless, but the Steve stuff more than makes up for it. I thought it was great. Going right around the middle. The family find a salt deposit underground in their yard, with everyone wanting to make money off it except for Steve, who's nostalgic for it. Also, he owns the rights to the yard minerals for some reason, so now Stan has to convince him to go with it.
I'm Steve. What's your name?
Whatever you want it to be.
Francine? Hold on.
Will it ever get old? This episode's okay. It's cool seeing the family all at odds with each other. There's some solid jokes in here, and that ending's good too. That's it. Okay, that title has been the funniest thing in the show all season. It's just the name of a different fucking show.
But before you ask, we don't have any lasagna.
I made a joke like that earlier.
Cool to have another Stan and Healy episode. Again, she's way more prevalent this season. Stan cloning former President Garfield to tell him about his life, I guess. This episode isn't great, I wasn't a big fan of it. Steve joining the school newspaper team was a little better, but not by much. Also, by the way, I fucking called it. Jeff has barely appeared in this season. He may as well have not come back. Oh damn, I forgot about the mandatory Christmas special. This time we have another mystery as Stan has to figure out who didn't take a present to the company's gift exchange. The twist obviously being that it was him who didn't give one.
When are we gonna get back on that squash court?
I had a thought, Smith. Never mind, we can talk after your interviews.
For being a Christmas episode, it sure didn't feel very Christmassy. The Steve B story could have taken place at any point in time. Him getting paid to be a good guy to impress girls' parents, so then they can run off with their bad boy. Boyfriends. It's fine, undoubtedly their worst Christmas special so far though. There isn't even fucking snow. I don't care that you came out in June, that's your problem.
Teenage boy was found guilty of murdering his own father. On the lighter side? Who the hell's writing this?
Stan gets terrified that if he doesn't bond more with Steve, he might grow up to murder him. I think this might have been the fastest they've ever gotten into a story. It took less than 30 seconds. The two getting into bowling and growing way closer. This is at 3 minutes. I was happy to see them make fun of those absurd result screen animations, but despite that, I'm not a fan of where they go with it. Him getting a new coach and Stan quickly being seen as a nuisance, needing to find a way to get his son back.
Look, getting stab's not that big a deal. See? Boop. See? Nothing. Boop, boop, boop. It's possible that some of this could have been avoided.
American Dad is usually pretty good at subverting your expectations for what to expect in these more sitcom-y storylines, but here there is no real parody. Some good moments and I like seeing them so close, but that's it. Let's see how they end this shit. Stan has to convince Bullock to get him out of all these suicide missions he keeps putting him on, as Roger tries to fuck with Jeff by finding an instrument he hallucinated. Wonderful. It's pretty weak. Yeah, he has to stop all this by beating him in a DJ battle. Cool. This was not a great season, honestly, it's my least favorite yet. It got a little better halfway through, but kind of tanked towards the end again. I think I've officially reached the point where I'm starting to feel burnt out from American Dad. The show certainly isn't bad, but it's getting to that point of going through the motions where I'm just like forgetting all these episodes and they're all blending together in my mind. You know, this is the point in the ranking where I'm looking through all my episode titles and just thinking, what the fuck were half of these? Maybe they'll catch a second wind though, I'm not expecting it, but we'll wait and see, I guess.
Why are you wearing the same basic bitch tie you wear every day? Now I'm gonna have to cut you from the fashion show.
What an opener. After finding out that his family forgot about Father's Day, they try to give Stan the perfect one. However, sadly, after expectations fail time and time again, he uses some CIA technology to erase their memories and have them repeat the day over and over again. That's a cool idea, like something they would have done in season 3 or 4. Also, was not expecting them to return to that gold shit thing so soon. Sorry, I just refuse to say the word turd. That is not in my Irish vocabulary. The son is murdered as it winds up in the possession of his cleaner, who takes it to the Pope, who decides to get rid of it. They have to return it to the original source. Roger, of course. Looks like we're reaching a conclusion. I imagine with how close they were to cancellation, they would rather not end this arc on a cliffhanger. The nation needs to know. This was one of their best premieres in a while. I enjoyed it a lot. After failing his midterm, Steve gets Stan's help on doing a video project for extra credit. Always nice seeing Steve and his dad bonding for a bit, even if you know there's always something bound to go wrong. This time it shows him getting increasingly more pissed off at how much Stan is taking over the project. I surprisingly liked the Klaus stuff more, surprising because, well, it's Klaus, he's nowhere near my favorite character. He and Healy trying to find the guy who stole their packages. Not as good as the last, but still an alright episode overall.
This is a really hard one. Oh, nope. Gotcha.
Why did they make it Spooner Street?
Really good. You probably would have won.
Was that meant to play over the intro? I can't tell. Healy takes Roger to a meditation center where he naturally completely overtakes it and starts teaching the class. You know, off topic, but I always wondered how Seth MacFarlane feels towards American Dad. Him leaving so early into its production makes me wonder if he has any attachment to the series, or even more so if he has any regretment towards deciding to voice 2 of the main characters. I'm sure that's not the case, but due to how much less attention it gets compared to Family Guy or, well, I don't know, the Orville, I'm interested in knowing if he ever has to come in to do the voices for another season and is like, damn, this shit again? Without paying attention to anything going on in this show anymore, just reading the lines. Just food for thought, I guess. Like that pizza we made earlier. How did it come out? Good, I hope. Either way, the Stan Steve story sucks. They're just making sushi. But I like how they bring the Roger stuff back to his pop star persona from the start of the episode. And their enlightenment scene was cool. Better than the last. The family attend an art show where one of the paintings is of Francine's genitals, if you couldn't tell from a title like that. Disgusting smut. Now he and Roger have got to try and steal it. Their whole heist scene was pretty cool. I actually liked this one. Even if I wish that Roger didn't just disappear halfway through, I liked his persona this time around.
I wonder if he's still doing that.
You know, I'm surprised that this is what causes the B story where Steve loses his sex drive. You think he'd be jumping for joy at a painting like this. But no, this is the only time he's disgusted by thinking about his mother. Damn, you think you know a guy. Is that character growth? I don't know. Stan gets insanely upset about the idea of becoming a grandfather after Healy and Jeff say they're trying for a baby, which you know they'll never have. And so now he's got to figure out a way to prevent Jeff from impregnating her. It's like that South Park episode, but instead of an 8-year-old kid, it's a 42-year-old man. Roger's subplot isn't as interesting where he wants to act like the lifeguards on Baywatch after watching Baywatch. It's kind of it. Those are definitely becoming my least favorite kind of Roger stories, where it just feels like they're trying to find something for him to do.
I didn't know Kids Club was so badass!
You know, I've never lost a kid.
Even still, that barely takes up any time. The Steve stuff is okay, and Stan's plot more than makes up for it. It's one of the rare times they try for a more sentimental ending, where he has to understand that being a granddad won't be so bad, even if his reasons for coming to that conclusion are pretty forced. Oh wow, I wasn't expecting them to continue on with this. At the end of the last episode, Roger informed Stan that Jeff and Healy's baby would end up half alien since, as we all remember, Jeff was only able to come back by putting his brain inside the clone of him that was made on the ship. Did I mention that? Although weirdly enough, now Roger says a BB is off the table completely, with them convincing him to help make Jeff human again by eating his brain and making him pregnant. There's another common trend in these Seth MacFarlane cartoons for some reason.
Now, how do we go about getting Jeff's brain?
It's just a bunch of pregnant lady jokes. The joke being that it's Roger, which I don't find all that entertaining. Same with a Snot story. The joke is that he's poor. Fantastic. Nice that all this Jeff stuff is finally reset, but I can't imagine they'll keep trying for a baby after this. Seems to be the end of that short-lived arc. So in this year's Christmas special, Santa kidnaps Steve to go and work in his children's mine where he's trying to find pressure stones. I can't hear those words without thinking of Sonic Shuffle. I like the atmosphere set up with his method of abduction. The way his village looks is fantastic, that was a great background. But Santa honestly isn't my favorite antagonist in the show. I sure do hope they don't feel like they need to have him in each of these from now on. But it was nice seeing Krampus Jack again. And I hope Santa dying at the end is something that stick. Never mind, he's back. It's not even like I hated this special, it was okay overall. I just don't think you need a Christmas special in every single season. They managed just fine early on. You find yourself running out of material super quickly. Francine starts getting weary of Stan spending more time with a female coworker, only to become incredibly unattracted to him after finding out it was merely a front for his stock car obsession. Her drunken delusions was honestly a really funny way of getting to this point.
Yeah! F me.
Also in this installment of Roger adopts a persona just as an excuse to have him in a new job for the episode. He's a stewardess and getting upset that another lady is doing better stand-up than him. I'm not a fan of this one honestly, despite a few good moments. Francine is such an unbelievable asshole, her entire problem here being based off of whether or not other women find Stan attractive. Whereas he's overly pathetic and sniveling this episode just for the purpose of creating this conflict. I like the turnaround once she meets his stock car enthusiast friend, but that's kinda it, going near the bottom. That ending was pretty strange and not in a good way. This is the high school episode where we learn about all the different cliques at school, which every high school show ever does. You know, here's the jocks, and the goths, and the cheerleaders, and the kill me. Maybe it's just because I grew up in Ireland, but the only groups you had were the people who played football, and the people who didn't. That's it. I, of course, was on the group of the people who played football. Either way, Steve and friends decide their thing is becoming the school's resident witches so they can get their lunch table back, sure. It's fun, up until Lewis becomes a witch hunter at least. But all their designs are cool. If anything, I wish there were more attention given to them and their new magical abilities, rather than Klaus and Stan starting a podcast and Francine deciding to sell funnel cakes that takes up like 30 seconds. Wow, the possibilities for jokes there are truly limitless. Decent episode, going around the middle. After getting diagnosed with a deadly illness, Klaus's brain gets transferred into Stan's car GPS system. Yeah. All that stuff was shit, but the Steve story makes up for it. Mainly for Roger, though, as he convinces him and friends to throw eggs over the highway with them unknowingly hitting another one of his personas who chases down to kill them. This episode did not make me crave a Zagnut bar like the Mr. Pibb episode did, and I think that's a sign of its failure more than anything. They look gross. Stan gets an award at work for his seduction abilities, which pisses off Francine for not being the way he acts around her. And so she decides she's going to pretend to be a villain who's stolen an important thumb drive, so he'll be forced to seduce it back from her.
I get your drift, you sly little minx. Attention, everyone! There's brownies in the kitchen! Follow me!
I like this idea. A lot more than Roger's where he kidnaps Jay Leno. You know, it's getting really obvious when these B stories have little to no thought put into them. Half the time it's just something to do. It's not all that prevalent here, so it's not a huge deal, and it's fun seeing Stan and Francine act like this towards each other. We're seeing that less and less as we go on, I've noticed. This was probably my favorite of the season so far. Steve becomes an outcast after convincing a town favorite football player to quit. And so, yeah, no, the town hates him.
Okay, kid, I'll do it.
That's my Johnny.
Also, I'm pretty sure I pre-used the show way earlier, but I think I called it too soon. We are for sure reaching that moment where the character gets random job plot is getting a bit excessive and repetitive. Healy becoming a cab driver now, whoa boy. It's pretty much American Dad's version of that Simpsons episode where they drive Bart to attempted suicide over a baseball game, except that episode somehow managed to be more extreme. How do you get out-extremed by the Simpsons of all things? It's just a miserable episode all around. I don't really find any of this entertaining. The entire time chasing Steve down to murder him. Definitely a bottom 10 of the whole show. Something I realized is we are now in post-Trump American Dad, yet I don't think they've even attempted to make a joke about him so far. You think that would have been the only cartoon airing at the time to get away with it, but no, instead we get Fairly Odd Parents doing it.
We don't all have iPads. My Etch-a-Sketch can do something your iPad can't.
Anyway, Steve goes to summer camp but is upset to see that Snot has become a counselor in training and ruining all his fun. The Burning Man stuff wasn't great, but the Steve-heavy episode was true raffle. I wouldn't necessarily say I agree that this episode is true raffle, but it's got some good moments. Overall, I like Steve trying to teach the other kids how to have fun and them just not giving a shit. But this is certainly one of the more team episodes of the series, going around the middle. By the way, why the fuck did they model this after Moe's Bar from The Simpsons? This episode completely diverts halfway through, it's bizarre. After Stan and Roger try to make this wine that they accidentally drank before Francine finds out, we almost completely abandon that after Stan tells Roger that he doesn't like him, in which it then turns into a big parody of some Julia Roberts movie I've never seen, so great, that's all but lost on me.
Well, you've hurt me terribly, so...
Honestly, I like how fucking basic and stupid the Steve story is more, where after realizing that Jeff and Barry of all characters have never even met, he tries to organize an encounter between the two, making sure everything goes perfect. I like how seriously he takes this, it's the best part of the episode. It's not like they could have made this take up more time, it's a pretty thin plot in terms of things to do, especially after the fuck you ending where we never actually get to see them meet. But sadly, I just don't care for this Roger stuff that takes up the majority. The life and times of Stan Smith see Stan Smith becoming incredibly nostalgic for Stan Smith's youth after Stan Smith faces a series of near-death experiences. Stan Smith.
This finger zapping thing isn't gonna hurt, right?
Not a bit.
The bit of him being so obsessed with his yearly physical that he presents it to the whole family was good, and a video store being what represents his memories was a neat way of conveying that with a good message about not holding on so much to the past. This is a really good episode, even if the Klaus stuff is rather forgettable. Going near the top. Oh joy, I'm so happy they brought back the classic character Dictator of Thailand, as Stan and Healy get kidnapped by him while on some reality game show, leaving Francine and Steve having to rescue them.
I didn't say slow down.
The location design was cool, this episode had some amazing looking backgrounds, but the rest is so boring. The fact that we're just thrown into this race with no real context causes you to not care at all about what's going on. It's so out of nowhere that it makes the episode feel completely inconsequential. I don't give a shit. Damn, like 150 episodes later, we're finally seeing them bring back Francine's birth parents. Well, birth parent, apparently her mother killed herself, damn.
I think you'll really like the rest of us. Well, besides Nicholas's gross cat marmalade.
Unfortunately, I don't think this episode is an improvement from the previous one with her parents. She thinks she's finally going to be accepted into a big extended family before he pits them all against each other in a Fortnite Battle Royale, winner getting to join the family phone plan. Glad he was organizing this right when she decided to reach out. Stan becoming obsessed with American Pickers is nothing, so I don't know why this needed to be the whole B-plot. While it's cool getting to see more of Francine's family, that's all you're getting out of this. The Battle Royale comes in so late that they can't even do much with it. I don't even know what the point in any of this was. I don't mind an episode that's just dumb for dumb's sake, but here, it's lame. Okay, so why the fuck is Die Hard also so popular of a parody in these? Remember that horrible Rick and Morty episode where the characters just stand around going, "This is like Die Hard. You're doing a Die Hard? You can't do a Die Hard. Wait, I've never seen Die Hard. Oh really, what you're doing is exactly like Die Hard. Fuck you, Rick and Morty. Fuck you." This isn't that bad, thankfully, the football stadium getting overtaken by terrorists and Stan having to defeat them in a Die Hard-esque way. You know, I'm at least glad they didn't decide to point out the fact that this was indeed a Die Hard parody, like anyone out there couldn't tell. But at the same time, that's all it is. Doesn't offer much new that hasn't already been seen in every other Die Hard parody. I wish the sweet ending were in service of a better episode. What a strange episode idea, where after feeling lonely, Roger and Klaus start dating and fucking each other, huh? It's shockingly nowhere near the worst of the season. It's just weird to me because Roger doesn't act like himself at all, overly affectionate and in love with Klaus after a quick scene of bonding. It just seems like such a forced way of finding something to shock the audience after so long. I could see some section of the fan base being incredibly happy by this. I'm sure there's a ship for this somewhere out there. X every other member of the family with how much this show talks about incest. But overall, this episode is just very dumb in my opinion, especially that ending. After getting his dad's old garbage truck, Stan and Steve decide they're going to start their own garbage business. Who could have guessed?
Put it up in that little alcove between the kitchen and the garage. I've come to think of it as my room.
It's coming down.
It's not the most insane episode ever, but it's nice. I enjoyed it. Steve trying to save up for a real garbage truck so Stan doesn't get heartbroken when he finds out that his dad was only using it as a front for a drug ring. Healy shit wasn't as good aside from that twist with Roger, but honestly, is it even a twist at this point? Anytime he brings someone up, 99% of the time you have to assume it's just him. But a decent episode in a season like this goes a long way. Going around the middle. As we approach the end of the season, we have Steve having to use Roger to help him with his talent show act, pretending to be a ventriloquist dummy.
And always will be a loser.
Hey, AJ. You.
Him going on an evil rampage and killing all the competition was a fun direction to take it in, especially Steve learning that all of this has happened before as Roger plans on framing all the murders on him. This was the first episode in ages to actually make me laugh, and it pulled off that creepy atmosphere they were going for a while. Going near the top of the list. Season ends with an old Western parody. Fantastic, two of my least favorite tropes, Westerns and non-canon nonsense. Stan is on the run from Roger the Bounty Hunter, meeting each of our wacky Smiths portraying different residents of an old Western town. I can appreciate a lot of what was done here, all these sets and cowboy designs must have been a lot of work to do, but sadly, I just don't care. It's boring. I think this is the closest I would get to considering a season of this show bad. There's like 4 or 5 episodes here that I actually like, the rest are just fucking whatever, and there's an equal amount that I actively disliked. I don't know what it is, I think they're simply running out of things to do. It was bound to happen now that we're approaching 250 episodes, Jesus. But I don't know, you can definitely feel the writers reaching their apex. In terms of things to do with these characters, at least. I can keep holding out for an uptick in quality eventually, but I think it's safe to assume this is the direction the series is going for its final few seasons. How sad. Damn, we're opening on a Christmas special this time. Kinda follows up from the last one too, but not really. With Santa dead, everyone can finally celebrate Christmas again. However, the focus is more so on Roger, who converts to Judaism after Snot tells him how epic it is. Him trying to make it more popular than Christmas by becoming the new Santa, calling himself Schmanta. Amazing.
Are there or have there ever been other tough times for Jewish people?
Yes.
I sadly didn't like this one very much. They just don't give much of a reason as to why he even wants to do this. Convert to Judaism specifically. I know it's because he wanted attention from the family, but like what? The songs are so lame too, I know Seth MacFarlane can sing better than that. It's cool they revived Santa for future specials, but that's it. Interestingly, it took me watching this one and seeing Greg, once again without Terry, to realize why he's been so glaringly missing from the show in the past 3 seasons. And it's because he was voiced by Mike Barker, the original showrunner who left. Damn, they really screwed themselves over with that one. R.I.P. Terry, I guess. Put an F in the chat. F's in the chat, guys. Okay, so this is a funny idea that feels like it could have come out of one of the early seasons, as Francine learns that her favorite show is nothing more than a CIA ploy created by Stan to keep her mind at ease when it comes to the harshness of the real world. Her and I going down a rabbit hole of conspiracy theories and starting a podcast, alright, was actually a lot better when it focused on her and didn't become a Stan episode halfway through. The Steve shit's kind of forced though, with them trying to do up his new basement and his mum falling in love with Klaus. These characters should have never met. But up until then, it was actually pretty good.
Hard, in spite of the way you were mocking me, acting like I'm a part of your property. Remembering all the times you fought with me.
You know, it's interesting that nobody ever questions why there's a talking fish. I'm glad they explained to the audience what the fuck a census actually is. Stan and Healy both competing to see who can count the most people. How riveting.
How many people live here?
Me and my mom.
So 2.
My dad.
3.
Died.
2. You wasted my time a little bit.
Meanwhile, Klaus becomes a photographer, especially wanting to photograph Barry of all people. There's maybe a minute and a half of this in the entire episode. At least they knew how little there was to do with this. What's cool seeing the one blue-shirted neighbor again, and Roger's socially anxious persona was a pretty big difference to his usual stick, which was a neat change of pace. But that's the height of it. Probably would have rather they kept the Law & Order parody the whole way through. Okay, so this is definitely an episode that goes too far in the wacky direction for me. Steve and Roger finding a group of egg hoarders is completely overshadowed by Francine buying a new spaghetti sauce that turns the family into Italian immigrants. Does that sound funny to you? You know, I've really noticed a degradation in these B stories.
Get my wife back! I will put you down!
We saw a man steal a bird egg.
It's funny that Roger just immediately leaves Steve's side and joins this egg crew, him now having to solve the problem on his own. It's one of the better episodes so far, going on to the conspiracy one. Okay, Whiplash, I'm noticing, is also becoming a movie parodied a lot in these shows. I remember The Simpsons did one with Lisa, too. Instead, here it's Steve and Roger in Clown College.
The teacher here is supposed to be the most intense and demanding instructor in all of clowning, and shit, it's Roger, isn't it? It's gonna be Roger.
All right.
Stan also tries to repair an old mural for the community, before doing such a poor job that his only way out is to blame it all on Healy. It's just kind of boring and makes Stan really unlikable. He just continues to be selfish, trying to figure out a way to keep his daughter's love, while still not admitting the truth, which of course his method of solution is to give her a new face. It's just sort of gross. Going to the bottom of the list, I wish the Steve Clown stuff had more of a focus, even if it is just a direct parody of Whiplash without much interesting done. Damn, this season has been sucking so far. Worst part is, I'm so unfamiliar with the fan base of the show that I don't even know what the most heated seasons are. Am I putting a target on my head right now? God, I hope not. After watching the entirety of Breaking Bad backwards, Francine, Steve, and Roger find out that the creator, Vince Gilligan, set up a treasure hunt they need to solve. Oh yeah, Klaus is there too. Coincidentally, while working on this video, I decided to rewatch Breaking Bad and just finished it before watching this episode. So that was a nice surprise. Healy's story wasn't as strong, which is saying something honestly. Her trying to convince the CIA workers to go on strike. I just don't know why she needed this Subway sandwich job for this to work. And there's just way too many random non-sequiturs that barely add anything. Not a terrible episode, there's a few solid jokes in here, but overall it's just so forgettable. Were people still using .tv in 2018?
I'll be fine. No, I am fine.
Are you, Smith? Because you're taking a shit with me.
Ha! Yes, I am.
So while Stan tries to rediscover a specific traumatic event from his childhood, the rest of the family find out that Klaus has a website where he documents all the epic feels the family make on a daily basis. What can you do with that? Not much if this episode is anything to go by. It's just a series of pranks. Sorry, I mean epic feels. The Stan stuff is somehow better despite the strange as hell setup with the Harlem Globetrotters. I just wish it were more focused. He gets things cleared up fairly quickly, and all that comes from it is him deciding to do shit on his own, which obviously feels. Sorry, I mean epic feels. Francine is having a dinner party, but oh no, there's a dinner party killer on the loose. Now they gotta figure out who murdered that one blue-shirted neighbor. I can't believe it. How will the show go on?
I'm gonna give you a very subtle signal to bail me out, like this.
This was a great episode, despite basically just being a lesser stakes version of Then There Were Fewer from Family Guy. But one thing I'm really glad is that they opted against having Roger be the mastermind behind all this. That was actually a solid subversion. Best episode of the season so far. This was a breath of fresh air. Even if it is kind of lame that the whole thing was just a big prank on Roger. Hoping we can have some more episodes in the future that only feature one plot like this. After learning that nobody likes listening to his stories, Stan decides to teach the new CIA operative class to have somebody pay attention to him. I just don't know why this needs to take up an entire plot. Some stuff like him telling them all about Spy Kids 3D is funny, but for the most part this episode is really lame, especially as it once again gets overtaken by another Roger persona out of nowhere. It lacks any real focus. I will say I'm also getting really sick of Klaus of all characters. He's bordering on being overused now, you know, he's a fish, they don't do much. This time he becomes a hype man for a cool rapper. Epic. Stan gets sick of traffic and so proposes a bullet train for Langley Falls. Oh yeah, this is the mayor of the town, by the way. He's been appearing more frequently.
Rendering of the train proposal, along with environmental impact, traffic flow analysis, and other factors. I drew Batman too.
It's interesting. I'm not sure if it's just me, but I'm certainly starting to notice a shift in the writing style. I imagine new writers have been brought in over the past few seasons, and we're reaching that point where going back to the first couple would probably be incredibly jarring, especially with the secondary characters they use. Remember that little koala guy? He appears in the background here for like a second, but hasn't spoken for like 5 seasons. Weird. It was cool seeing his clone of President Garfield return for a cameo, but really it just comes off like one big Trump allegory, Stan being Trump in this case, wearing the red hat and making it clear he has no idea about anything related to politics. Again, it's weird, this is the one cartoon that could get away with directly referencing it, but they just chose not to. I guess I appreciate the restraint. Solid episode overall. Is that motherfucking can bone? Steve joins the school purity group with a bunch of girls, where the kids pledge their virginity to their fathers. Pretty normal for this show.
You make me the happiest daddy in the world. And date me?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Oh, please.
Why do they insist so much on using this shitty-ass bully character now? He's in almost all of these Steve school scenes. His design sucks so much. Why is that the shade of green they used? It's so oversaturated. Ugh. I actually like this one, I'm surprised. Stan trying to keep his son from bonding with one of the girls in the group. Obviously, when there's a girl who genuinely likes Steve here, it means she has to just disappear by the next episode, which makes things feel a little pointless. But still, this is a good one. Alright, this is actually a really good idea for an episode, with Roger becoming depressed at the fact that he's gonna vastly outlive the Smith family. I don't think it needed that random few minutes of him becoming a renegade, but it really picks up once he decides to drug them all and upload their minds to Steve's Macintosh so they can live forever.
Sarah! Oh! Move! Oh!
Roll a mustache!
Sarah! Move!
This only comes into play in the final few minutes, which sucks. This probably could have been a cool episode of them getting stuck inside a computer for longer than the third act or something, I don't know. It's a shame, that was definitely the highlight, although their pixelated designs were lame as hell. This season's been picking up a lot recently, hoping it continues to improve. Francine is the school's new guidance counselor and joins this mean trio of kids called the Golden Girls.
But this time my mom was there. She was super naked and sucking on a garden hose.
Dave, stop talking!
Mom!
The Jeff plot about him losing his hat fucking sucks. Some of these scenes literally last 10 seconds before getting back to the Francine shit. I really hated this episode, it's pretty terrible. Seeing Francine act like a rude asshole isn't that funny of a concept. Stan also pretending to be a high schooler trying to impress her was funny, but that's it. This is like the plot of a kid's cartoon, it's lame. This episode was a whole load of nothing. Francine puts herself in a coma after going extremely hard with bodybuilding as Klaus confronts the man who claims to have invented the high five amazing.
Hey, Steve, what's up? Your mom just gave me a hot slam. Did you feel the house move?
I'm just trying to walk down the hall.
I just don't really have anything to say about it. Neither of these stories feel like they have any focal point. It's just a shit ton of nonsense that doesn't come together well. Again, I'm getting really sick of Klaus. I never liked him as a character. He works better for the occasional non sequitur, not entire stories dedicated to only him. And all their overly buff designs are just sort of unappealing to look at. Going near the bottom for sure. Oh my god, this episode was just horrible. It's like that Andy Dick episode where it's all framed around a celebrity. This time, after Stan pushes Jeff into finding more of an identity, he joins the entourage of Guy Fieri.
Just kick a cayenne in the sauce? Buddy! Talk about packing up the taste buds for a weekend trip to Flavor Town!
Is that Sonic the Hedgehog? I know of this man from memes and memes alone. I have to assume that was the thought process in coming up with this episode too. It's just so directionless. He disappears halfway through as well as Jeff takes over his crew. It's so dumb and not in a good way. This is the worst episode of the whole show so far. The joke is Guy Fieri. Laugh. Episode 250, yet another milestone that focuses on Roger's different personas.
Oh boy, it's well to say.
He suffers from a brain tumor and needs Stan to take over for everything his personas have to do in a day, quickly getting overwhelmed by all his responsibilities and causing a war. It's a creative episode. Not all the personas are winners here, but they come at such a fast pace and it's always moving forward that it never gets the chance to grow steel. Oh yeah, we're finally introduced to a somewhat new main character here. Roger's tumor, Rogu. Yeah, I'm curious if this is gonna be an every now and then kind of thing, or if he'll just be in the background all the time. Guess we'll see. I certainly don't think this episode is as amazing as most fans do, but it's still a great one, going near the top.
And it's all thanks to Klaus. Who's your least favorite character now?
Still you. Intro was presented well. The family are going on a trip to the lake and have to compete against Snot's new dad, the blue-shirted neighbor, with Steve trying to sabotage them. Everyone has something to do. Klaus gets eaten by that giant fish legend, Roger leads a cyclist group, and Healy and Francine sunbathe. Cool. I wish they stuck more to the A story. Did we really need 4 separate things going on here? As is, it's fine, but none of these stories get much time to breathe. Another episode about Roger acting. This time Steve remembers that they used to be twin actors as kid and adult alien, trying to recapture their fame before realizing that Roger is a terrible performer.
Shining star.
This episode is just really bland. I watched it like a minute ago and I can't even recall what the family's B story was. They go to Spencer's and I think that might literally be it. I get it, they sell junk. Awful.
Far behind.
What? More Steve and Roger. This time they run away from home again. Except instead in New York, they go to an all-girls school, which is presented as this wacky, Edie sitcom, which at least made this episode stand out a bit compared to others. This was a pretty good parody. Now other silly sitcom characters start moving in with the Smiths. There's not much to say, honestly, it's just funny. If anything, I wish it entirely stayed at the school spin-off with Steve, Roger, and this redheaded girl who looks like a Big Mouth character. But again, I liked it. I'm glad. Stan convinces Francine to install a home security system into the house by threatening her life. Perfect.
Dan, is this the guy who called you a clown?
Yeah.
Who's a clown now, asshole?
Steve is also taking a college course with Healy for some reason, and gets pissed off that she's more naturally smart than he. I'm surprised they don't do more plots with her here, especially considering how much they have evidently been running out of ideas lately. It's fairly mediocre, I didn't care for it that much. Francine just gets more and more paranoid from all the potential threats nearby. That's it, really. I do like the twist, though, that the system detects Stan as being the biggest threat to her safety. I mean, it's right. But, is a car a building? They never answered. Here's a Roger persona I'm surprised they haven't done yet, with Healy entering her dog into a race to get back at Jeff for not including her in his stuff.
I'm the dog.
This is a nice casual episode. Does not feel like American Dad though, I will say that. This could have been in any fucking show. There's not much worth noting, it's pretty by the numbers. This less than stellar season ends with Barry convincing Stan and Francine to go on a lover's retreat.
Steve, your new friend Barry is a delight. Where have you been hiding him?
He's here all the time.
No, you're thinking of that other one.
The rest of them trying to come up with cool food jingles was lame, but I do like what Stan and Francine are going through. Getting stranded on a hot air balloon and realizing that they like working together against a common goal. Trying to set themselves up for more and more dangerous situations. It's a fine finale, especially in a season like this. This season was fucking terrible. Worst yet, I know I keep saying that. There were like a couple episodes in here that I thought were really good, but that does not make up for the fact that half of these were fucking shit. Flavortown, One Woman Swole, Mean Francine, Santa Schmanta. Episodes like these are all in my bottom top 10 for the whole show, just because it feels like they're offering nothing new. In a show as wacky and silly as this, you run the risk of everything being so silly that the actual wacky stuff doesn't stand out as much. It's just, again, the norm. I don't really know how you would fix that though. When you have more grinded episodes, it only sticks out compared to everything else. That's just not the style the show had ever gone with before. And so they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. How do you keep surprising the audience without getting overly random to an absurd degree? I don't know, hopefully they figure it out. So after trying to, once again, make his dad proud of him, Steve tries to take an interest in baseball before ruining it for Stan as he gets brought on to transform the game into a role-playing thing like Dungeons & Dragons.
Well, maybe your dad's wrong. I mean, he is trying to eat AstroTurf.
This is a nice casual opener, I liked it a lot. The Roger Francine stuff was good too. Him trying to create conflict around the house so they have something to watch now that their favorite soap opera's been cancelled. It's not the most hilarious episode out there, but it's one of the better Stan and Steve pairings. I will say though, the show feels so far removed from where it started. Not much of that original vision is here. I mean, to be fair, how would you even describe American Dad to the average person? Let's see. The escapades of Stan Smith, a conservative CIA agent dealing with family life and keeping America safe. I mean, I guess it's about that. Boy, it's a good thing that description is the most broad shit possible. Weird name in the title, New Roger persona. This time it's Gina Lavetti, who along with Francine is trying to make a gene company for bigger women. I could also see someone either loving or hating this B story, where in a Freaky Friday scenario, Stan and Steve switch eyebrows. Obviously the joke being their eyebrows look exactly the same. That alone is stupid, but I enjoy how far they go with it, deciding to switch both their lives so nobody finds out. Stan going to school and Steve working at the CIA and nobody even noticing. It's pretty funny. This is another solid episode, but I probably put it below the previous. I just don't care about their Roger stuff nearly as much. Jimmy Neutron already did the genes coming alive thing, it's not that wacky. And honestly, I am getting a little tired of the blue-shirted neighbor appearing so often. He was never all that memorable. He appears so often now that I remember his name is Tuttle. That should have never taken up space in my mind.
Do it, Steve. Go bananas.
Damn, it looks like we're finally gonna meet Barry's parents. We've gotten frequent jokes over the past 16 seasons about them being awful and neglectful to him. And oh look, there's Roger's little tumor kid. Wow, he is gonna stick around. It's cool that they went in the direction of his parents actually being super chill and cool, except things take a turn after Steve learns that they're swingers who might want to fuck them. I don't know why he assumes they'd be so against this, it seems right up their alley. This more than makes up for the less interesting Roger going blind story, not much is done with it. But I like the ass story well enough. Probably more than the last episode. Seeing Barry's evil side again was cool. It's been a long time since they came back to that plot point. Even if his master plan to make them all fuck each other is rather contrived, there's not really a reason as to why he's doing it.
You, sir, are a pedophile.
With a plot like Roger pretending to be a baby, I was really not expecting this episode to be as good as it was. It's a cool lost media hunt where Stan finds himself watching a show that apparently doesn't exist. It's like Candle Cove.
Don't wake up the baby.
It escalates in a really cool way too as he finds himself transported into the TV where he's trapped forever along with everyone else who stumbled upon the show. It's not the most hilarious episode of American Dad out there, but this was certainly one of their more creative outings in the past few seasons, probably out of the entire TBS run. I love the atmosphere it sets up. That title is just phenomenal. Here's the epic weed episode, as Jeff has to try and win the golden blunt wrap that lets him go to the dank-ass weed factory, with Stan going with him so he can confiscate the most epic edible of all time for Bullock. Of course, Tommy Tokes would have to be voiced by Snoop Dogg. It would be a missed opportunity to not. And it's nice seeing Stan start to loosen up and bond with Jeff a bit. I feel like they could do a lot more with him. He only appears a couple times a season. This is a decent little Willy Wonka parody, but about epic weeds. It's thankfully not as obnoxious as most other shows when it comes to that stuff, acting like weed makes you see fucking flying unicorns and rainbow sprinkles falling from the sky. Yeah, right. Asshole. Roger breaks up Steve and friends on their monumental friend-iversary, as Jeff tries to help the family flip houses, sure.
It's a friend-iversary miracle! Snake!
This is the worst one yet. It all feels so needless, like a bad sitcom. Now Steve is overly clingy to Roger and he wants rid of him, needing to find a way for his friends to take him back. It sucks. This time around, we see the Smiths at the beach where Stan and Roger decide to pretend to be a shark to help Steve get over his fear of the ocean. They rip his arm off. This, for some reason, turns him into a wild card, constantly seeking adrenaline, which concerns Stan. It's basically just that pre-hibernation week episode from SpongeBob, just with a lame Klaus romance story attached. His phone call to her was funny, but that's it. I don't really like how many episodes of these have the credits rolling before the main conflict is over. It completely takes me out of it. Where is he walking to? There's just a wall over there. Healy's back working at that sub shop, becoming the store's assistant manager, which gives her an existential crisis of where she wants to end up for the rest of her life. Her and Jeff leaving time to become Instagram influencers.
Hashtag rescue!
You know, I worked at Subway once. It would have been so fun if the patrons weren't fucking assholes. And also, if the coworkers weren't fucking assholes. In Ireland, instead of rotisserie chicken, we have chicken tikka, and it is just great. Episode's fine. The Stan Francine side plot was fucking shit, them being afraid of an Uber driver coming after them because they gave him 4 stars. Seems like such an obvious joke to make. Going right above the last. Klaus gets fired from being the school lunch lady, a job he had for some reason, which leads to him and Steve joining forces with that one investigator from the Chim Deal episode way back when, to see who's been causing all the kids to get sick.
He seems like a narc.
Oh yeah? Would a narc do this? Oh, hey, Steve. We missed you.
He immediately lets the power of becoming a hall monitor go to his head, and they quickly forget about why they were even doing this in the first place. He kind of just stumbles upon the answer with Principal Lewis wanting to poison the town's water supply. Some good moments in here, like them bringing back the therapist who died in that miniature episode, only to kill him again. But it's another alright one. Nothing amazing. Season 16 has been super hit or miss so far. Pretty sure this is the first major Jeff Francine pairing we've got so far. As with Stan out of town, he demands her take her out into town while making sure she doesn't get too wild. It's always nice when they give Jeff something to do other than just stand there and make dumb quips, him having to find her as she purposefully disobeys Stan's rules and goes wild. You know, it's nice seeing them get along, but I'm just not a fan of how little agency she has. Nothing really is happening. The plot just kind of finds her, if you could even call it that. Roger's whole bit towards the end was good, but that's all.
What are we gonna do?
I'll call my fixer. He'll get us out of this.
Stan, Jeff, Roger, and Rogu all become frontiersmen as Healy finds out that Francine likes to take a break from her life by drinking at an Irish pub at the airport. Her singing a song about this reminded me that we haven't had a good musical number in ages. This was not one of them.
No offense, Jason.
None taken. This is just part-time while I plan my terrorist stuff.
Nothing happens here, it's lame. It's just her increasingly getting more and more fed up with him as they continue acting like children. It's that on repeat for 22 minutes. Going near the bottom, I really hope the season starts to pick up again. Their depiction of Ireland was incredibly insulting. At least they didn't have any leprechauns running around.
Hi, I'm Jeff. I work here because my wife asked me to. I'm not allowed to bring up leprechauns. Can I take your order?
Stan gets a bunch of money from his recently deceased uncle, with him using it to buy the rights to some Liam Broadway show. Him doing such a bad job of the performance that they have to go on the run.
And in my experience, people love being tricked. Hey, Jeff, what's that over there?
It's funny that they immediately start doing the show in different times, trying to scam people by purposefully putting on a shitty performance, before getting held at gunpoint and being forced to finally do a good one. Overall, though, I think the episode lacks a lot of focus. They get picked up to perform in New York, and then suddenly it becomes about the family separating and all doing their own things in the city. It felt like such a shift, and not in a good way. Probably would have preferred them getting to this point way sooner. There's no time to do anything with it. Meh. The unthinkable has happened. Snot is now rich. His character has devolved into a series of poor people jokes in the past few seasons that has gotten extremely stale. This pisses off Steve, though, as he finds out she became rich off a recipe Francine created. It goes in the exact direction you think, where he becomes overly cocky about it, and Steve needs to find a way to expose his mom as a fraud.
Good genes, I guess. Hashtag blessed. Hashtag tapeworm.
I'm glad they didn't include the twist that Francine didn't even make the sauce until the very end. They got it out of the way pretty quickly. So now Steve is just being a vindictive asshole for no reason. I like seeing this side of him. It's fucked up though. He gets his mom arrested and Snot sent to an orphanage. I didn't mind this one despite that generic idea. Going right above the middle of the list.
Woo! Yeah, Stan, yeah!
Why was that animated so well? Stan lets Roger join Ham Club. Just what is Ham Club? Well, sounds pretty self-explanatory to me. Francine randomly deciding she wants to try and scare Greg of all characters came out of nowhere and wasn't all that entertaining. And sadly, this ham shit isn't very good either in my opinion. The joke is that they really like ham. Why aren't you laughing? What a lazy episode. Going at the bottom, there's nothing redeemable about it. It is so uninteresting. Snot finds out his dad used to be a demolition derby driver, and so enters in a contest with Roger just because. You know, I searched this episode up on Google and saw that it had a seriously high rating, one of the highest of the series, before looking closer and realizing I was actually looking at the IMDb for a gay porno with the same name. Dude, I know I keep mentioning it, but they've gotten so obsessed with their neighbor Tuttle. He is mentioned in just about every episode now. It's getting unbearable. He's not that funny.
Owie, wowie, baby wants mommy. Make it dirty.
You've seen the only part of this episode worth watching. I don't think Snot is that good of a character on his own. Oh nice, we're finally getting to see more of Healy at community college, as Roger tries to find a way for her to get her last credit so she can move out of the house and he can have a room. You know, maybe it's just me, but I would have rather had the giant-ass attic.
You're hogging all the blankets!
There's some good bits in here, it's just dumb enough to work. No matter what Healy does, Roger always finds a way to have things go in his favor, deciding at the end to fake his own side so everyone in the class gets an automatic A. Plus, turning the garage into a mechanics is shit, like what is there to do with that? But it's a fine episode overall, going around the middle. Francine has a sex dream about Jeff for some reason, which makes Stan incredibly jealous. I don't know why she decided to tell the whole family about this over breakfast. They take it in a cool direction though, as he makes Roger's new therapist persona have him go inside her mind to see what's up, indirectly releasing this evil Nosferatu vampire that represents his insecurities. It's a fun idea. Glad they didn't feel the need to tack a needless B story onto this of Klaus doing Uber Eats, I don't know. This episode's going near the top of the list. Happy to see this season was able to find a handful of great episodes. And their way of solving things at the end was extremely unexpected. Here's a weird one, where after Klaus moves out because of being the butt of the joke all the time, we fast forward 15 years in the future, where the disconnected family have to reunite to have a funeral for him as he's just died. R.I.P. Not really though, it's all a trick, so not R.I.P. Surprised this is only their first proper attempt at a future episode. You think they would have done that way more often. The Simpsons have had like 20 of them. Maybe that's why, honestly. I noticed how little this show highlights aspects of pop culture, and I'm curious if that's due to them wanting to distance themselves from Family Guy. I can count on my hands the amount of episodes here where they're just watching some TV show for the sake of a quick and easy pop culture gag. Thank you. This is another really good one, even if most of that comes from the spectacle of seeing the future. But I don't know, I like seeing where everyone ended up. Probably gonna go above the last one. Francine learns the troubling truth that everyone thinks her cooking sucks, and so Roger takes her to a remote island to try and improve.
Hillshire Farms has put more love into this little Smoky than in 1,000 of your dinners.
Why did he say it like
dinner?
Stan's plot sucks. He gets a needle stuck in his head, which makes him mute. Who can play the piano well? Sure, I mean, whatever. It's fucking boring, dude. It's boring as fuck. Alright, time to see what the goddamn point in this new character was. They've barely used him so far. Did fans see that as being a big jump the shark moment, or did they like it for how stupid it was? Let me know.
What? Me and my shadow are totally cool now.
For some extra cash, Steve has to prove himself fit to babysit, being challenged to take care of Rogu for the night, multiplying like gremlins and going crazy. You know, I like his smile, I never said that. Also, by the way, fuck this character. I failed to mention him until now because I've been praying he'd just stop appearing at some point and I wouldn't have to mention him, but he's in like half these episodes and he's never been funny. I hate you. Rogu is definitely the strangest addition this show has had in ages. I have no idea what the thought process was behind him. He's not bad and never on screen enough to become a nuisance. And so I just wonder, like, why did they even bother? Oh, okay, episode. This episode is a fucking mess. While driving to get him to his PSATs, Healy and Steve get stranded and are forced to sell perfume or else they'll be killed. Meanwhile, Stan, Francine, and Roger go downtown and are amazed by how cool and gentrified it is. It's a whole load of nothing. Just an extended chase sequence that goes on way too long and not a very intense one at that. I don't care, going near the bottom. Season 16 ends by showcasing a story in which Roger is a stripper with a dream of opening his own club which doesn't focus too much on sexualization. Oh, sorry, yeah, it's shit. And boring.
I gotta go.
That was the last we saw of Stan in this episode. You know, I was surprised to see Season 16 having a handful of episodes that were really good. The future one, Rabbit Ears, the one where he goes inside Francine's dreams. You know, some of these are in like my top 20 episodes. But it doesn't make up for the fact that a majority of this season was really painfully average. I would definitely say Season 16 is better than 15 and probably 14 as well, but I don't know, if a season has 2 great episodes in a batch of 22, does that really mean the season overall was good? I don't know. Either way, let's see where they go from here. Season 17 opens with Stan telling us a story about one of his first missions as an agent, trying to take down a drug lord in Miami. It's rough. Not the funniest episode around, but I actually really like this premiere. It was a neat change of pace. You forget sometimes that Stan works for the CIA. It's barely a part of his character anymore, despite it originally being such a large aspect of him. I wonder if it's just from the writers obviously not having much experience with that world and opting to instead do silly sitcom stories. Or maybe it's because being a No, I'm not gonna get into politics. Who knows?
Well, it's official. The golden age of television has begun. Step Brothers is on every channel.
That should be the case, I agree. Roger takes the place of The Weeknd after Stan kidnaps him. And it's actually him too, apparently he wrote this episode. Damn, I guess he's an American Dad fan. There's not much going on, but there's enough good here to make up for it. His Virgin song for Hilly did not have to go that hard. Would have been super easy for this to be a Lisa Goes Gaga type thing, and I'm sure there are fans out there who see it that way, but for me personally, I find they do enough to at least make sure you know they're being a tad ironic with it, constantly praising how awesome The Weeknd is before, again, singing a massive musical number about never fucking girls. Not as good as the previous, obviously I can't put an episode high just for having a good song. Well, okay, except for the boy band episode way back. But still, I don't think it was as big a mess as it could have been. This right here is the episode that, from the outside looking in, made me question what the fuck this show was actually about.
I need breast milk!
Ring-a-ding-ding.
So we find out that Francine over the years has been giving her son breast milk, where after trying to wean off of it, he realizes that he needs it to pretty much function altogether. Except, no, not really, she's just been sabotaging him to never want to go off it. I had always assumed when I heard about this episode that American Dad must have gotten really wacky and stupid in its later seasons, but after watching through the entire show, no, it's been stupid from the very start. This does go too far, however, that should go without saying. I think this is when the incestuous stuff has officially gone too far. Can't believe that even has to be said. No somewhat amusing Klaus or Roger story could make me overlook how fucking dreadful of a concept this is. What the fuck? This is another episode I saw on Twitter when it premiered. All for one reason.
This is the game, Overwatch.
Was this like an official promotion? Who ordered this, Overwatch or American Dad? What a bizarre crossover. Or should I say, what a Blizzard crossover? Because they made Overwatch? Anyways, to take out a North Korean general, Stan needs Steve to help him become an awesome noob-poning gamer so they can go to China where he'll be. I have to wonder, was anybody convinced to play Overwatch because of this? Somehow the episode isn't as horrible as it sounds. The B story is simple but funny where everyone gets stuck in the banister and has to do their daily tasks at the same time. And having the core of it be between Stan and Steve at least makes it somewhat more interesting. This is shockingly one of the better episodes between the two of them. Best episode of the season so far, somehow. It actually managed to make me laugh for how dumb it is.
Dab, guys, dab!
Here's another episode I like the concept for a bunch, where Stan runs into a kid from his childhood that he wasn't a good friend to, where after realizing that his life sucks, he and Francine go to try and turn it around.
Tommy doesn't remember you, so you're off the hook. I thought we could do some bong rips, play some Soul Calibur.
Reminded me a lot of the episode where he has that atheist friend, and I love the twist where we find out that Stan completely reversed the memory of it. It was in fact the guy who wasn't a good friend to Stan. This is a pretty common trend, except at least this time he wasn't molested. Francine was also a highlight of this one. She makes a good Roger. This episode was super funny. Ending was great too. New favorite. To try and help Klaus get his citizenship, Healy turns herself into a fish, so they can get married.
Beautiful children, babe. They all have your eyes.
The rest of the family have an equally uninteresting story as they try to figure out how to open a coconut. I think my least favorite types of stories in this show are the ones where it never feels like the plot is progressing in any natural way. Like again, the B story is just different gags of them trying to open it, and the A story is just different jokes of them being fish and married in Mexico. There's a whole lot of words for you. Bad episode, not a fan of it at all.
Oh boy, it's swell to...
Now that Dad is gone, I sing my go-to-school song, I sing my...
Here's a fun trio, as Jeff, Roger, and Francine, basically the only three characters with nothing to do in their average day, drunkenly buy a tour bus and start a company to show off all the local murders going on. It's not as bad as that fish episode, but still nothing special. This isn't that good of a concept in my opinion. You could tell where it was going from a mile away as soon as they talk about the local murders.
No! The quiet version! My head is killing me.
I've got a feeling.
So Francine gets insecure about Stan not needing her anymore, and is ecstatic once he gets injured. Now he has to depend on her full time to do everything for him.
I'm a grown man. Go, go, gaga, baby once!
The Tutter shit has reached its apex once it's revealed that his life is being monitored at all time for Korea's biggest reality show about how pathetic he is. Steve, Roger, Healy, and Klaus just wanting to be on it, I guess. All that stuff was shit, and I don't find that the Stan stuff evolved in a natural way. To pay off their medical bills, they open up a trophy store. You think he'd just go back to his job at the CIA or something, I don't know. Worse than the fish one somehow. The pickle joke was a little funny until they ran it into the ground for like 10 minutes. Not a fan. It's family game night with the Smiths, which they always let Stan win so he doesn't throw a fit. Things change, however, once he takes them all inside Bullock's labyrinth. The design of it was really cool. I love how it looks, even if it is just an imitation of Labyrinth. Who could have guessed?
Gutter turds? You
Father, why do the people fight so?
It's something different, and while Stan is a massive douche more so than usual, I do like them fast-forwarding a month and having to return to it, seeing how he is. Solid episode. Steve and Co. are trying to get calf implants, and so sign up for a science study to raise the extra cash. It's It's basically just the Stanford prison experiment before going out of control after the inmates take over. You know, Tuttle and that little sick guy just remind me of Family Guy when they bring in that Chris Parnell kid who shows up in a bunch of episodes suddenly with little to no introduction, yet they act like he's the best fucking character ever. The Stan plot could have been good if they tried with it at all. The CIA's janitor dies and so he gets depressed and starts communicating with his reef blower, that's it. So lame. It's just that gag again and again. And the Roger stuff just ends at a certain point. I hated this one too. There's a new foreign exchange student who Steve tries to keep away from the cool kids by framing her for vandalism, which results in her getting arrested for an assumed murder and then having to figure out who really did it. I liked that the B story where the family hire a pet whisperer to get Klaus under control was due to him just slightly changing their thermostat, but that's the height of it.
I guess I gotta shoot them to unload them.
That little fucking Billy kid has way too much screen time. I don't know why they insist on creating this one-off joke character and then proceed to let them get to the point of sticking around for whole stories. And the twist being that the girl was a troll in reality was so stupid, I hated it. Oh wow, here's new shit-up. As Stan's father dies and he struggles to cope. I feel a story like that probably could have benefited from getting a dedicated 22 minutes, instead of having to share it with a dumb Healy and Jeff canoeing story.
Oh, what a nightmare. Perhaps some step-sibling porn on the old kitchen desktop.
A medium Roger accidentally binds his dad's spirit to the house, and so now they have to deal with a silly ghost living with them. I know this isn't the kind of show to have an emotional moment between the two of them, but I would have assumed in a monumental episode like this, you know, killing him off for good, they would have at least attempted to give Stan some closure. As is, it's a fine story of him possessing Steve, but as the presumably last episode with his dad, who I already wasn't the biggest fan of, this was pretty disappointing. Stan, Jeff, and Roger are heading out on a stag do for Klaus's upcoming wedding while Mule Stripper comes to the house for Hilly and Francine, but won't leave.
Where do I know that dog from? Is he from a TV show? From a movie?
It sucks. Again, there's no actual plot. It's another episode where the story has to find them, doing general stag stuff before getting arrested by a casino for cheating. Now they have to escape and get to the wedding on time. Oh no. Finding out that it was all Klaus's plan as he got cold feet was a little interesting, but that's about it. Season 17 started pretty strong, but it's starting to wean hard.
Oh, sorry. That's my email notification.
Stan tears down their house and turns it into a farm after feeling like they're all too soft. I was surprised there was actually a lot of gags in here I thought were really funny, particularly from Stan. I find his character is at its best when he's super headstrong and takes everything on the chin. He moves at such a fast pace that it manages to work. I surprisingly liked this episode way more than I thought I would. Great episode. Super entertaining. 5 out of 10. What a title! Honestly, I'm surprised I didn't pick up on how literal it was meant to be taken. His persona, Becky, getting married to Stan's co-worker, Dick, which pisses off the entire family as it takes all his attention away from his other personas.
Disturbing image.
I don't know.
Random idea, but it actually manages to work well. I like us getting to see what Roger does with all his personas after their arcs are done. The only one that specifically references being in retirement permanently was that socially anxious one from the Census episode. Is that a reference to fans hating that persona or something? I don't know. I remember liking it. This is a good episode either way. Steve starts to wonder what his heritage is, and so he starts to try and figure out his family's roots, where Stan reveals a hideous secret. They're Canadian.
These nuts?
Steve's song was fun, but I don't get what's so fucking humorous about this. I imagine growing up in America, making fun of Canada for being Canada would be good enough, but I personally don't find it all that amusing. It's just a series of Canada being bad jokes for 22 minutes. And the twist at the end doesn't make it any more entertaining, going near the bottom. Here we learn that Healy has always had dreams of becoming a businesswoman. What a broad goal. Things take a turn, however, once Francine gets a job at the same company and the two have to compete for the junior executive role. I really hated it. It's too far gone from what the show is usually about in the Stan story of them trying to throw a party is quite literally nothing. Honestly, I think it's worse than the breast milk episode. At least that elicited some kind of reaction out of me. Francine realizes she loves it when Roger whispers to her, and so, well, that's kind of it. It's the ASMR episode. Meanwhile, Steve gets an injury while giving a girl a secret admirer note, which makes him think someone wrote it for him. And that's it. There's literally no story going on in either of these. Of course, this wouldn't matter as long as they were funny, but they're not. This hasn't been my favorite season or anything, but damn, it is sure starting to nosedive into nothing. Stan is upset that Francine wants to take up fly fishing as their new couples activity, and so decides to create a dam to ruin the river.
Wow, check out the beautiful owl.
It's just, like, there's nothing to say, really. Healy and Steve, in the meantime, are helping Klaus search for his long-lost son. He ruins it within a minute. Perfect. It wasn't as bad as the last couple, mainly because the ending between them is decent, but it doesn't make up for how mediocre the rest of it is. The show really is just going through the motions. So, they're on an old train ride with Francine's aunt, who Stan hates.
You have anything for the man who was tricked into a train trip?
I have popsicles.
Okay, 2 of those.
B-Story shows Healy and Roger trying to figure out who one of these strange men are, as the train is hijacked and Stan needs to save them all. I'm sorry, I'm just running out of things to say. It's interesting, I saw a lot of people as I've been posting about this video saying that American Dad never really had a drop-off. And up until around season 14, I agreed with them. Sure, it's nowhere near as drastic as The Simpsons or Family Guy, but I think it more so comes from the degradation of the stories they tell. The show isn't really about anything anymore, it's crap. The occasional funny gag doesn't make these episodes any more memorable. Let's hope they at least do something special for this upcoming milestone. The Big 299. Wait. Damn, they got it wrong again. You know, it's kind of surreal having them reach a conclusion to the golden shit stuff, as all the religious leaders begin fighting over it and it winds up in the hand of a little girl who's pure of heart.
Yeah, that cat doesn't live here anymore, you dig?
After she succeeds at putting it back where it came, the world is now utopia as Roger is shattered, which pisses off the Smiths as they quickly get bored. So now they have to go on a globe-trotting adventure to collect all 300 pieces of him to put back together. I like how they bring it back to the Family Feud stuff at the beginning, and having Stan eventually steal it as we fast forward 20 years was cool, as the family all start killing each other to obtain it. I guess this marks a slight turning point in the show, maybe. I'm at least glad they got to finish this before they got cancelled at some point and couldn't anymore, even if I do find the overall episode to be a tad unfocused. If anything, if any episode should have been a two-parter, it was this one. We end on a Christmas special. Was there a Christmas special last season? I don't remember. All these episodes are blending together, and there's still 3 seasons left. Yay.
Well, Polar Bear at Santa's workshop.
Getting tired of their crazy Christmases, Stan tries to make sure they have the most normal holiday ever. Everyone burns to death. With this, he's given the chance to repeat the day over and over again to make sure everything goes perfect. Basically, just that Father's Day episode with a Christmas backdrop, and his family's lives are at stake. This is a cool, fast-paced special that I liked a lot. Glad to see them end the season on a high note.
Banana Republic credit card, despite 3 bankruptcies.
Is that a different Sonic the Hedgehog? This was the worst season yet. I know I say this every time, but it always rings true. Episode 300 was cool, and there are a few in here that I liked. I surprisingly did not hit the Overwatch one nearly as much. I was getting fucking food with someone yesterday when I told them about me watching American Dad. We're like, oh yeah, the fucking Overwatch episode fucking sucks, and I just watched it that day and was like, oh, I like that one. And Into the Woods with Stan's friend was also a cool one. I like that a lot. But like 95% of the other episodes I looked at in this season, pretty shit. Don't care about them at all. I've already forgotten about them. I don't know how there's still 3 seasons of this left. I don't know how I'm gonna get through this. Season 18 begins with Healy starting to get insecure about how stupid Jeff is, and so goes to the CIA with Stan to get some experimental intelligence surgery done.
I got you one of those
up Sonic the Hedgehogs.
It's cool seeing a new side to Jeff, even if I wish they had gone in a somewhat more unexpected direction with it. Of course, Healy starts to get jealous that he's smarter than her, which results in him leaving, her needing to go and get him back. This is one of the better premieres in the past 5 or so seasons, but overall it's nothing special. The Roger plot is pretty uncomfortable too, just seeing Snicks bite he and Steve over and over again. Yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe they're actually doing a semi-sequel episode to Steve's boy band group. Hopefully it's just as good. With it turning out that someone has been going around and killing all the members. Wish it took up more screen time as more of a background thing.
But she's my best friend!
Look at my foot. It has been put down.
Ah!
Meanwhile, Stan is ordered to pick up a doll he has to give to the CIA. However, he quickly grows attached and has to go on the run to protect it. This episode is super dumb, but I love it. Stan just completely drops into insanity. Hope this is a sign season 18 is going to be an improvement.
I wrote a poem once about ham, but it didn't go very well.
What is with all these callbacks, especially to such a shit episode? Here we learn that in college, Stan almost had the chance to go to Chicago with his friend before chickening out, and so he finally moves to pursue his career as a stand-up comedian.
And I didn't have to deploy my best character! Guy who talks with a crazy voice!
He winds up on an SNL show where his co-host is a terrorist. He saves the day, and then it just ends. It's a shame. I like the idea behind this one and thought it had some funny moments, but overall it just feels a bit undercooked. Nothing really happens. Going in the middle.
Welcome to the terrifying asylum of Dr. Insano.
Dr. Insano? That has to be a fucking Spoonie reference. Come on, there's no way. So Steve, wanting a brother, starts hanging around with Jeff as they tour around the country, with the rest of the family getting stuck in an escape room without being able to solve a single puzzle for months. That idea on its own is funny for like a gag, but with an entire story it runs out of steam pretty quickly. And sadly, it is the better of the two plots here. Steve is just an asshole out of nowhere and creates conflict for Jeff and he needs to rescue him. We're so far, bottom of the list. Alright, they managed to slip in a new contender for the longest fucking title. That's nice. You know, Rogu is basically this show's equivalent of that awful baby hormone monster that was introduced to Big Mouth. Although he actually manages to work better. I surprisingly like Rogu, he just looks so stupid. As the family go to a ranch where Klaus is usually the star, he gets jealous of Rogu for stealing his thunder and gets both of them stuck in the woods after trying to frame him. I think they just go too far with him. I always find these kind of characters are better when they're more silent, just making the occasional quip here and then. But no, he reveals he actually can speak full sentences and they have a generic bonding story. It's one of those episodes that gets worse the further it goes along. I really hated it. Don't like Klaus, don't like what they do with Rogu, going to the bottom. Steve starts to worry that adult life is gonna suck, and so projects these feelings into astral projection, believing someone is trying to reach out to him for help and needing to save him. Meanwhile, Roger makes the van equivalent of that one taxi show. The name escapes me. You know, the one where the girls get in the taxi and then it's like porn? I don't know. I had to look up some horrible sounding things to try and find it, but I couldn't, so it's a decent episode. That ending was presented in a cool way once his third eye was actually opened, transporting himself throughout history and finding out about how much his dad misses him. It was sweet. Francine starts to make fun of how lame Roger's personas have gotten, and so he brings back a forgotten little girl persona who was presumably kidnapped years ago, framing the whole thing on her and sending Francine to prison.
You know what'll steer us back? Little Teal, bathing suit.
As this is happening, the rest of the family decide to get away by going on a cruise with the lady hired to do the kidnapping reenactment. All that stuff was fairly forgettable, but the main story more than makes up for it. Him promising that his lawyer persona can easily clear her name before blowing it and giving her 4 life sentences. It was pretty good. Their way out of it was funny too. Going near the top. Alright, another personality shift episode, as Stan, once again, uses some CIA technology to make Steve more tough and Healy more proactive. And also Francine too, but she just goes along with it.
Whoa! Whoa!
This could have been a tad basic after he quickly realizes that he can't stand everyone acting like him, but it escalates well once his DNA starts spreading to everyone in town. The ending of him realizing that his son and daughter balance him out and keep him a good person was also nice. Seems like more of these episodes have been going for more earnest resolutions compared to the past few seasons. Great episode. Klaus calls out Roger for being able to criticize him without creating himself. What an asshole. And so Roger chooses to cause him as much misery as possible so he can use it to make art. I enjoyed this much more than Stan and Francine's story, where they drive out to get revenge on their favorite football team after getting a letter basically ignoring all their suggestions. I guess this is an episode all about criticism. This is probably the first time in the whole show I've ever been close to feeling bad for Klaus. It's one of the rare times I'm on his side, actually. Leaving the family for 6 months to join a new one with a manager job at Panera Bread. Fantastic. Going right above the middle of the list. It's alright. A guy from Stan's childhood returns, a man who his father paid to be his imaginary friend before blowing him off. And so Francine rehires him so he can convince Stan to do all the stuff she wants him to. It's solid. This season sure has picked up a lot. Nothing stellar, but it's got a bunch of great gags, and I love that part where he tries to send him up to heaven by throwing him off a plane.
I have the strangest feeling, but I can't put my finger on it.
Klaus and Jeff's thing is nothing special aside from the epic pickle ricks, and I find the ending to be a little lame. The whole PTSD stuff is solved in a really uneventful way. But overall, again, I like this episode a lot. Healy is saddened to learn that journalism is dead, and so she joins an exercise class. I mean, sure. This episode sucks. They make it apparent from the start that the place is some kind of cult, so you're just waiting for them to put down the front. Honestly, I like Healy as a character, but she consistently has some of my least favorite episodes out of everyone else in the Smith family. I can see why they seldom had her star in her own episodes for the longest time, going near the bottom. Their attempt at a sweet, earnest ending was not earned at all. It's time for the state fair, with Stan furious that Jeff is forced to join him while he tries to impress the lumberjacks.
This is my son.
I find this lumberjack shit super boring as Stan gets weary that Jeff is doing better than him. It's not horrible, and I like the Steve Francine stuff a lot better, but sadly the focus is more so on Stan and the plane crash he gets in. Stan and Francine get in an argument about who won an argument from decades ago, and so time travel back to see who the victor was.
I'm going back to the present.
Wait, Francine, you can't leave two Stans here in one timeline. What if we kiss and can't stop kissing?
I loved this episode, it was great. I like that despite all the arguing, there's an air of playfulness to it all. Well, until Stan gets so infuriated that he decides he'd be better off having married their previous roommate instead. I think I like the doll episode more, but time travel stories have always been a favorite of mine. Going right under that one. Stan is furious to learn that Francine is actually a bookworm, and so Roger uses his non-specific powers to travel inside the stories where she's forced to reveal her real secret.
Looks like we're in a Dr. Seuss. Is that a Lorax?
Doing something as simple as using a different pencil texture really does wonders in making it look stylized and fun. This is a creative episode, them changing the books as they go through. It doesn't take many extreme twists or turns or anything, you kinda get a good idea of where it's gonna go from the start. But who cares, I enjoyed it. Oh wow, this is cool. After Stan insults everyone, Steve decides he's gonna get him back by making fun of him for being bald. Remember that from like 4 hours ago?
Klaus, you're a genius and I love you.
You do?
Whoa, lying's easy.
With this, Roger puts him in contact with a guy who gives him hair plugs. Not that big a fan of it really, this is one of my least favorite Roger personas, his fake accent got so obnoxious. I don't know why this episode became about him when it started with Stan and his family. You don't even get their reaction to his new hairdo, it's pointless. After the family finds out Stan sold all their grave plots, they naturally just decide they're gonna open up a burial site in their backyard. Instead of this though, Klaus and Stan want to turn the place into a poolside bar, and so they both just do it on top of each other. It's a funny idea to have this celebrity guy they bring in fake his own death and start living with the Smiths, but that's about it. You know, the show really doesn't have as many Halloween episodes as you think it would. Why 2 exclamation points? So there's this old lady who's joined Healy's college, with it later being revealed that she's attempting to switch their brains for her youth, Get Out style. I like her being worried about ending up like Francine and trying to fight it, but her thinking that Jeff is more similar to her instead and being put off came out of nowhere. That seems like such a forced comparison. The Roger subplot was good though, Steve and friends joining his improv group and him trying to get rid of them after finding out that they're all funnier. There are a lot of great gags there, I liked Buck Knife Joe. And Francine.exe, spooky. This episode sucks.
Wow. This is really good.
Stan tries to find out who's been taking his TV listings while Healy tries to expand Roger's solar panel company. It leading to him blowing up every oil company in town was a fun world-ending escalation. It's about as entertaining as an environmentalism episode can be. You were introduced to the greatest Roger persona of all. A flower.
I am Adam, and I am guilty.
Oh, that guy's hot.
So a guy at work gives Stan a coupon for a family buffet, but it was all one big trick to trap them in his home to be his new family. It's interesting for them to try and give some deeper meaning to a once background character. Overall, it's a solid episode, even if it ends a little anticlimactically, going around the middle. Stan needs to learn how to cry for work and so enlists Steve to teach him empathy. It's neat getting to see a different side to him, realizing he can't turn it off and everything making him sad. It's also a fun progression to have him then make Steve lack empathy. I enjoyed this episode a lot. It's going near the, is that Cleveland? Stan steals Steve's identity to buy a credit card so he can make his house look so fancy that Toshi's dad will have to be impressed.
How's the food, Hideki?
The meatloaf is a bit stupid.
It's weird they abandoned this halfway through completely. Suddenly it's about him now owing a loan shark 50 grand and needing to find a way to pay it off in time. Steve's dumbass walk was the best thing about this episode, but overall, it's nothing special. And so we end the season on... What, a Halloween special? I just fucking said that!
Well, what a surprise! It's Roger!
Steve and Billy make a Frankenstein version of Principal Lewis after locking him in the school basement and needing to find a way to cover it up. It sucks. It feels like an entirely different show. I hate Lewis, I hate Billy, I hate that I remember his name is Billy. This is a really disappointing way to end the season. Season 18 was certainly better than the last one. It was alright, but I think that's mainly for a couple episodes, like the Russian doll one, the time travel. You know, there's some really solid ones in here, but at the same time, like half of these I'm going to forget a minute from now, you know, I already have. As we're approaching the end of this, I'm really curious what stories they're going to come up with, like what else is there to do? They've exercised everything. But who knows? We'll see, I guess. After a member goes missing on their favorite realtor show, Francine gets hired to replace her, which pisses off Roger as he wanted it instead. I like that his different way around this though is to start adopting different roles around the houses before just throwing her off a fucking cliff.
Are you getting my good side? Trick question. I have two good sides. It's my front that's the problem.
Meanwhile, Stan tries to help Jeff and Healy with their local coffee business by putting cocaine in the coffee. This might be their worst premiere yet, it is so forgettable. I guess this is a sign this season will be more of the same, unfortunately so. I apologize, this is the part of the ranking where I just start running out of things to say. Baba Booey? Bullock's having a party, but oh no, Stan doesn't know how to dress casually. And so after Roger makes him the perfect outfit, he becomes depressed to see Stan doesn't seem appreciative, wanting him all to himself.
And big weird knees that wrinkle up and look like the grumpy old men when I stand.
This is a lot better than the previous, thankfully, even if the side story of Healy and Jeff taking care of out-of-control chicken sucks. That ending is just plain gross. Still though, it's a slight improvement from before. It's the best. Out of 2. Oh wow, here's another episode that feels right out of one of the early seasons, focusing on how Stan struggles to connect with the average man, not knowing how to joke around with people at the barbershop. If only it didn't completely deviate to turn into a fucking Tuttle episode after Stan reveals he's in witness protection and has to drop him off in a different state. If only he stayed dead. This one started strong and has some good elements, mainly with Stan, but it gets so sidetracked by the end, along with Jeff's stuff feeling pretty pointless. It's a shame, I like Jeff as a character, but I feel his actual stories are so hit or miss. After Francine and Snot's mum realize they have nothing in common, they force their sons to stop being friends, and so now they've got to team up with Roger to try and find a way to make them fall in love, I guess.
I know violence isn't in your nature, but
Eat knuckles, freak!
Surprised this is the story they gave a full 22 minutes to, but I actually like it. The show can remain pretty alright in these later seasons when the plots are more focused. I just wish it didn't, like so many other episodes, have to give Principal Lewis and that little fucked up kid such a large presence in that middle portion. I don't know why he gives such a shit about keeping them away from each other just because their mothers told him to. I thought the whole joke with him was that he didn't care about his job. But thankfully it picks up again once Roger kills them and they have to go to the underworld to retrieve them. The ending is pretty bizarre. The funniest gag here was Roger's poison store, where in the background the label stickers just occasionally fall off. Solid episode. Stan takes the family out to a ski resort from his childhood while Klaus stays at home to fall in love with a tech support lady. It completely drops off after he decides they're gonna ski in the dump, after finding out it's where the cabin was that he stayed with his family in. Now everyone feels too bad to leave. But then, they do leave. It's so dumb. The ending where he realizes that his parents were poor and that they didn't go on good family vacations was so forced, that probably could have been used for a better episode. So far, most of these have been similar levels of meh. But this one is the most mehest of all, going near the bottom.
No! Stop the music! Not today, big brass band.
Stan is upset to see his favorite 50s diners closing, as it's a sign that the 50s are truly over. Shocking. Healy suggests her Subway sandwich place expand and take over the space where the diner was, which pits the two now against each other. I really like this idea, especially how it relates to the start of the episode, given Stan was the one to try and enlist some kind of drive into her. Which of course leads to the two competing. Wish it didn't just evolve into Stan making everyone act like it's the 50s. I don't find it to be that funny of a concept. But still, this one's decent for the father-daughter rivalry stuff. Going in the middle. I like this dumbass Klaus chess piece. Francine gets super jealous that he's been stealing the thunder lately, everyone liking him way more than her, and so she tries to adopt his lifestyle to see if it changes anything. It becomes a little more interesting once we get the reveal that he had simply been hypnotizing everyone the entire time into thinking he was cool, and so now it's up to her and Roger to take him down, finding out that he's taken over the entire town. I wish we got to see more of this place, honestly. It comes in fairly late, and the ending is way too rushed. But still, it's one of the better episodes so far, going right around the middle. One of the more interesting Klaus episodes, too.
Fire station open houses!
Stan becomes a firefighter this time, and with him being incredibly whiny about not being able to do anything cool, Francine starts to purposefully start fires so he can put them out, quickly uncovering an arsonist side to herself. I like this episode a lot. I thought it was really good. Both Stan and Francine get some really great moments to shine. Best of the season so far, honestly.
Phone. Brick.
What up, Franny?
Oh wow, they remembered him. Oh boy, it's summertime! With Klaus joining Principal Lewis as his emotional support animal as Wheels and the Legman once again reunite to investigate a murder at the local swimming hole. It's okay. The Lewis stuff naturally sucks, but it picks up a bit once the whole cult thing is revealed. And there's at least a little bit more going on with Steve and Roger's inner drama. Still though, it's going near the bottom. I wasn't a fan. After their plane crash lands everyone on a creepy island, the family have to put aside their differences to survive. Them all randomly losing their memories at some point, I guess, then, I don't know. Given The Lighthouse, I assume this is meant to be a parody of The Lighthouse. It's confusing, and I can see some people really hating this, especially with how abstract it is, them slowly learning how society works again through watching old sitcom reruns. But despite me not finding it funny at all, in fact, some of it is rather uninteresting at times. It's got a really slow pace. But it's still something different. I appreciate them trying an idea like this, even if, again, it is just a movie parody. But that atmosphere and mood they were trying to go for is really well achieved. But still, it's okay. Especially like the third act once they get back to society and everyone thinks they're freaks. If anything, I wish this portion took up more time, going around the middle. I really like how fucking stupid the opener to this one is, with nobody wanting to spend any time near Francine until seeing a little frog by the pool, which amazes them all greatly. It's weird though, once all the Greg stuff happens. All this frog stuff keeping him up and ruins a big audition for him. and so he sues her. It completely drops off after this, as everyone testifies against Francine for letting the frogs get out of control, and so she gets a restraining order against all of them. It's one of those episodes where the conflict is only created because of everyone acting like a dumbass. And while the visual of the house overrun by frogs is cool, that's the only real positive I have. It's solved in such a quick and lame way, going near the bottom. Steve heads to Philadelphia for a class trip where he plans on finally getting close with a girl from school. They abandon this really quickly once the girl reveals that she's actually Reese Witherspoon. Bizarre. But I'm glad they quickly start up something again with this new girl he met on the bus. I like how obsessed Stan and Francine are with their son's love life, and I appreciate them trying something a little deeper with these characters. It doesn't fit much with the usual tone of the show, but it works. This is another good one. I wonder if they'll ever bring this girl back in the future. Probably not. What the fuck is that design? So Roger gets upset to see that nobody trusts him to drive. Surprised they actually had a series of clips from previous episodes that prove their point.
He's selfish and manipulative, and he cares more about getting what he wants than he does about this family's safety and— Oh.
Goes in a weird fucking direction though, as he uses a local pizza place as a spaceship so he can take them on a ride. It's super uninteresting up until the third act once a Roger from the future arrives, letting them know that they need to get home soon before the family all die. He killed them. I wish an episode about the characters traveling to literal space wasn't so boring. Probably could have done a lot more with this. After seeing his essay about how cool his dad is, Healy tries to brick Steve's worldview by proving Stan is a big loser who's bad at baseball.
What, Billy? What do you want?
I just wanted to say hi.
Hi.
This episode sucks, I just don't care. And the Francine getting trapped in a porta potty B-story isn't much better. There's not much to say, honestly. I never thought baseball stories were all that interesting. And we've done this Stan, Steve respect thing a million times. This one not doing much to really stand out among the rest. Worst one yet.
Let's get it going. Hit me one.
This episode has a pretty clever title sequence, I like that a lot. I love how this one is presented, just starting with Roger running the local rundown mall, hiring Steve to help him turn things around. I could see some folks really hating this episode and finding it boring, but I don't know, I kinda liked its more casual vibe, at least when it's not focusing on the other's food truck stuff. But I think they intertwine in a good way. It's getting more rare for them to make the A and B stories connect. We also learn here that Tuttle has been a ghost for some undisclosed amount of time. That's nice. Oh boy, here's the highly anticipated Barry and Snot episode we've all been waiting for as they break his dad's speaker and have to find replacements. This episode sucks, it took so long for it to get to the point, along with Stan's side plot of trying to do a standing backflip being, well exactly that, it's not all that interesting. Going near the bottom, watching Roger push Barry so much to the point of him turning crazy was just sorta uncomfortable. His voice actor is also struggling to do the voice at this point. This season is sucking hard. So Healy's been working with the Girl Scouts recently, with Stan being forced to be her co-leader after... well, that. I wish them using that great setup was in favor of a better episode. Stan's attitude is funny, being so aggressively helpful to all the girls, even if they all do look like big mouth characters. Why is this so common now? Do they share a character designer or something? Either way, this episode's fine. Not amazing, not horrible, but there's some good moments. Healy gets pissed off at how much of a people-pleaser Jeff is, which leads to him wanting to prove himself by riding a plane across America. That sure was a natural progression.
You better not be an employee doing laundry in there.
Nope, just a horny customer jerking off.
The Stan stuff is so shit. He goes to the CIA costume party dressed as something nobody understands except for one guy, but after hurting his head and forgetting who it was, he has to look for him. It was him. I hate this episode. I think it would be my least favorite if it weren't for that baseball one. I don't mind the dumb idea, but it needs to have something at its core. Like, nothing is really going on.
Can I help with your script? Are you serious? I was a huge fan of the porno you and Roger wrote back in season 4.
This season is seriously going downhill. There's too much going on in this episode. Roger turns the heist into a restaurant with Francine. Klaus and Steve try to write a film script, all while Healy and Stan go on a road trip to stalk a lady from Facebook. It is so busy. None of these get really any time to shine. Even worse once the Roger one just becomes about his little alligator getting stolen. I have nothing to fucking say. This episode is so horrible and by the books. It is the definition of going through the motions. Klaus needs to learn the importance of sharing, and so they perform a sharing episode of his favorite childhood cartoon, all while Steve tries to keep Roger from taking any drugs for his big piano recital, wowee. It's kind of fun once he turns them all into their puppet personas, but there's not really much to it. They're all locked in the living room, so they're all just like stuck there, standing around until the very end. Seems like a major missed opportunity to do that sooner. So interestingly, this episode was originally designed to be the finale to the show, which is super strange. Apparently it was during that whole Warner Brothers fiasco, which left the fate of the series up in the air. So if things went another way, would this have been a satisfying conclusion? Not really. That doesn't mean it's bad at all. Steve starts a work program at the local news station where he learns a secret about their weather radar thing, as Roger tries to become a successful country singer in Nashville. Alright. After he starts having visions of the future, Steve finds out the end times are near, his entire family dying, and so now it's up to him to try and prevent it by getting rid of the Doppler. Doesn't work though, it just ends with the reveal that none of it actually happened. Cool. I'm not quite sure what aspect of this was meant to reflect a series finale, especially given the lack of presence by anyone other than Steve and Roger. But even still, on its own, it's an alright episode. The ending was really cool at least.
It's a list of the family. We're ranked.
Ranked?
A ranking, you say? Almost forgot about the Christmas special, as we see Snot rank the looks of every member of the Smiths, which gives Stan the biggest ego after getting listed as first, and Roger at the bottom, which destroys his self-esteem. This is the worst Christmas special yet. There's not even really anything all that Christmassy about it. I really did not like this one. It's so predictable. And the Grinch parody is so overdone and lame. What a poor note to end the season on. Jesus, could you imagine if this was really the last? This was a horrible season, my new least favorite. The best episode in here is just like base level good, you know? But a majority of them are absolute shit. Not in the usual ways either, like the really bad Family Guy or Simpsons episodes. They're not like offensively bad. But at the same time, there's no substance, and I think that's worse in a way. It really just comes off like they've run out of things to do officially at this point. And I don't really know how season 20 is gonna get away from that. Let's hope we can at least end on something a little bit better. Damn, I guess they wanted to do something big for season 20, as we finally get to learn Roger's origin story. Ooh. I appreciate what they're trying to do here. It's a pretty ambitious episode, even showing us how he started adopting all these different personas as Bullock's father is hunting him down, even if the argument could be made of that not being necessary. It's not very funny, but I don't know, I thought it was cool. The ambience is good, and it's nice seeing them give Roger the chance to carry a story entirely on his own that doesn't happen as often as you think it would. Back to Healy in college, it's been a bit, as Roger's professor persona enlists Healy to help him write a book. I didn't really like it at all. It's pretty much just 22 minutes of procrastination jokes. But at the end of the day, do we care if he does or doesn't write this book? Why does Healy care so much? She puts up with so much shit here, but for little to no reason. And the Stan coaching subplot doesn't really do much to make up for it. It's going on to the last for sure, just feels like a whole episode of filler. Jeff's rap's okay. Spirit Week, as Steve and Principal Lewis have to find a way to escape the school from 3 guys who are attempting to blow it up. Right now. Meanwhile, the Smiths get a giraffe, sure. It's pretty mediocre. Aside from that first episode, it seems as if season 20 is the most creatively bankrupt yet, which is unfortunate. I was actually so confident in this show being good all the way through. And while it's certainly not bad, it definitely feels like the series has just given up. Oh well, hopefully there will be at least a few episodes in here that are good before we end this. After buying a comb from an estate sale, Klaus finds out it might be haunted. Even worse, it's driving he and Jeff apart. What are we gonna do without these Jeff and Klaus episodes? I like Roger having to do like 5 different jobs all at once just to survive in this economy, but other than that, it's just such a bizarre idea. It's like they thought the concept of him fucking a Wraith was a funny enough idea to carry the entire thing. And Stan's subplot about needing a jaw wire thing doesn't make up for it and lasts all of 2 minutes. This episode sucks. Another Jeff episode, damn. I actually like the opening here where they really drive home how everyone treats him like a child. But this time he's self-aware enough to get upset by it, deciding he wants to do things for himself by becoming a leggings salesman. You had me, then you lost me. It's nice to see a different side to him. This is probably the second best episode as of now. It managed to make me laugh a good few times. Jeff is a lot more entertaining when he isn't so one note. The Big 3-5. This episode sees Stan find a bunch of old love notes given to Francine from his workplace for some reason, going on a search and finding out they had come from none other than Bullock. It's so sad when he's in an episode now and hearing how old Patrick Stewart is. It's very random as he learns in actuality it was all coming from a printer containing his romantic lobe. But guess what? It's actually sentient, who could have guessed? It's okay despite that stupid as hell premise. Gonna be putting it below the previous. Surprised they didn't try to do some kind of celebration for a milestone episode. Healy's friends, Healy has friends by the way, they don't do much, are coming over, and so she locks everyone in the shed to make a good impression. Having her inner voice makes it stand out a little more, although it starts to border on being too random once it starts talking to her as a car. I wish them doing a unique story like Healy lamenting about her lack of friends was in service of a better episode. Once it devolves to her dream of inserting herself into a childhood sitcom, I was checked out. Francine wants to help Steve do his science project after finding out he doesn't really respect her much, creating a beer that they assume doesn't give you a hangover.
If you're looking for Francine and Steve, they're at the school. There you go.
The story of Stan fixing a shingle is nothing, they barely even focus on it. I mean, I guess that was the joke with it being the title, but I don't know, some of my least favorite episodes now are the ones that aim to give every single character something to do. Usually the more focused ones are the best, it's a shame they rarely do it. Francine's decent song was unfortunately not enough to save this episode. The show's writing just feels so weird now. It somehow tries to balance generic sitcom stories with random, out-of-this-world moments. Early on it worked well, but at this point, not so much. I think it's because the characters' motivations half the time just feel so forced. It makes the tone so confusing at times. Stan realizes that he's at the exact peak of his life, and so instead of letting himself start going downwards, he attempts to find a way to freeze it, getting kidnapped and having his life and face stolen by his infamous rival. This guy.
Oh, I also switched out your larynx with that guy's.
Good morning, alleyway!
They fucking love joking about the intro now, it's getting kinda old. It's fun seeing them reanimate a bunch of old moments from the series with him lurking in the background. I like this one a bunch, it's my favorite of the season so far. Here's the mandatory shrinking down and going inside someone's body episode. I was starting to think they wouldn't have it like in every single cartoon ever. Stan wants to keep Francine away from a lady at work because they've been growing closer, trapping her inside his body and Francine having to go in after her. It's okay, you know, as good as one of these episodes can be. I feel like every single one of them is the exact same, but oh well, it's solid. In what I have to assume is already our most Jeff and Healy-centric season yet, she makes them get a friend so they can spend some time apart and make some fresh stories. Except she just pays for someone to do it. Great, what's the point then? It was your idea. Things take a turn once the guy winds up dead and she wonders if he could be a serial killer. It kind of flounders because you obviously know that he isn't. And the B story where Francine tries to break the world record for longest fingernails is just as uninteresting. This episode sucks. Oh, suddenly Jeff starts doing all this stuff that makes him seem like he could be a serial killer just to confuse her. It's so predictable. There's a new set of neighbors coming to town. Big Mom. It's cool, they're basically just clones of the Smiths, resulting in a gathering of all the locals who want to drive them out of town, which they apparently do with every new family. It gets a little needless by the end, though. I'm not a fan of the third act at all. Francine makes them get the family back, in which she immediately, within like 30 seconds, gets minorly pissed off by them and demands they get run out of town again. Still, though, it manages to be one of the better episodes so far. We have a return to form as Francine feels as if she isn't doing enough with her life, and so tries to be more open about her pottery making hobby, getting discovered and becoming famous. They completely gloss over her mental breakdown, becoming overwhelmed by the pressure and taking herself to a mental asylum. I'm fine with an episode that's dumb for dumb's sake, but I don't even know what the point in this one was, like what is it trying to say? And the twist that none of it ever happened unfortunately didn't make it much better. Going near the bottom of the list, I didn't like this one in the slightest.
There you are.
Oh. The multiverse of American Dadness sees our Steve get targeted by a Steve from another universe, with Healy having to travel through the multiverse to find her brother who's on the run. Any multiverse story is bound to be some fun, even if most of these alternate universes are pretty lazy. Like now, Steve is a bowl. Or now, Steve is black. Either way, this is the best one so far. It's neat. The alternate animation styles are good for the short portion containing them, wish the whole thing was like that. But overall, I liked it. Another Halloween episode. I like their Scooby-Doo outfits. Fittingly, they've got a mystery to solve as Stan is missing. Ooh. It's funny that they just follow a Scooby-Doo storyline to a T, with Jeff and Klaus getting split up from the group with everyone thinking they're nothing more than comic relief. Now they've got to prove themselves of being capable of finding him. I've noticed that Roger has been way less prevalent the past few episodes, it's bizarre. Only because it felt like they couldn't go 5 minutes without him appearing for years. Honestly, I'm all for it, it's something different. This is one of their better Halloween specials, even if it is just Scooby-Doo. It's been extremely windy in Langley Falls recently, and so Roger proposes it's because of a mysterious giant thing, with Dick being hired to take care of the house and Klaus while the rest go seek him out. This episode's pretty forgettable. I never cared about Dick as a character, which is why I almost never bring him up. He's in this show so much. The giant also existing is just kind of too random of an ending for me, going near the bottom. The family are reported to social services after hearing about all their silly antics, and so they have to be on their best behavior, or else they'll take away Steve. Oh my god, he used that again. How long has it been? Like episode 2? This one was great. I'm surprised they haven't attempted something like this before. I mainly like it for a lot of the random quips they make that catch you off guard, like Francine calling Snot a piece of shit. I don't know why that got me so much. This is another really good one. Gonna be going near the top. In a sequel to that one episode where Jeff lost his hat from a long time ago, because I know we were all dying to know how he got it back, we learned that he stood around for a while trying to figure it out. Huh. It seems like the thought process for this one more so came from them thinking the idea of following up such a random thing from like 5 seasons ago was funny, without actually thinking of what they would do with that. And the Stan Roger TV subplot wasn't much better. It's cool seeing Roger in space again, but I don't know, it felt a bit out of place. Wish they could spend more time up here. Going around the middle, you know, not bad, but not great. Steve has promised to have his dick touched if he comes to this super cool party. Only stipulation is they have to bring some Four Locos. Have you ever tried one of those? They're fucking horrible. It's pure shit. I'm surprised they never attempted to do another story with the characters dressing up as Roger's personas other than Stan that one time. And so it's funny that nobody realizes who Steve and Snot are, even looking like completely different people on security cameras. What the fuck? This is an alright one. Looks like we're in the final stretch now. Final 3, oh boy. It's board game night at the Smith house, which upsets Francine as she learns that everyone can read her too well. So to try and train her, Roger decides he's gonna get her good at poker. I don't know, I didn't find it all that entertaining. It was pretty boring as a matter of fact. It's weird, I like both Francine and Roger, but their pairings are more often than not some of my least favorite episodes. This one sees the family at threat of eviction after Stan blows all their money, and so it's up to Francine to sell pharmaceuticals with Healy in order to raise some extra cash. This is much better than Stan's shit, where Roger tries to teach him how to perfect his sad face. Yeah, amazing. It's okay, even if the way it progresses is rather stupid. I'm really praying this final episode is something special, because if this is how we're ending this, on a batch of mediocre at best episodes, then I'll be pretty disappointed. Another multiverse title, although thankfully this episode is actually about the metaverse. It's Christmas time again as Stan gets jealous for how much better Steve's gifts are, and so to regain his title as King of Presents, he seeks help from Santa. Honestly, they took such a break from the last time he was in the show, and it feels so far removed from where it was then, that I was actually happy to see him again. It's weird to do an episode about the metaverse and Oculus in 2023, you know, they've been around for like, what, fucking 8 years now at this point? But even still, it's one of their better episodes. That shitty 3D Jingleverse looks so fucking stupid, I love it. Glad we managed to end on a decent episode. Season 20 was of a very similar quality to 19 in my opinion, although I will say Season 19 certainly had higher highs. The best one here is the multiverse one, and even then it's kind of an easy win for them. Multiverse stuff is just ripe for creative opportunities. Still though, I have to give props, 20 seasons in, 366 episodes, and the show, at the very least, is still decent. We'll talk more about that in a second though as we get on to the final ranking. Flavortown, Businessly Brunette, The Chili Thrillies, Steve's Frankenite, Tap-Died, One Woman Swole, Seizure Suit Stanny, Bazooka Steve, Mean Francine, American Dad, Cheek to Cheek, A Stripper's Story, A League of His Own, Please Please Jeff, Jambalaya, The Grunch, Langley Dollar Listings, Epic Powder Dump, The Pleasanting at Smith House, I Heard You Want to Buy Some Speakers, The Professor and the Coach, American Data, Salute Your Slort, Men to Boys, How I Met Your Mother, Productive Panic, A Little Extra Scratch, The Pink Sphinx Holds Her Heart in the Turn, A New Era for the Smith House, Damn Stan, Downtown, Trophy Wife, Trophy Life, One Fish, Two Fish, Lost Boys, Stan Smith as Keanu Reeves as Stanny Utah in Point Breakers, Santa Schmanta, Klaus and Rogoin, Thank God for Loose Rocks, An American Dad Adventure, Award Show, A Little Mystery, Hot Scoop, CIA POW, Gorillas in the Mist, Stan Fixes a Shingle, American Dad Graffito, The 3 Fs, American Fun, Exquisite Corpses, The Old Country, The Last Ride of the Dodge City Rambler, The Worst Stan, Gurnet and Strudel, For Black Eyes Only, Daysong Heavy Industries 2, Return to Innocence, A Star is Reborn, The Boring Identity, Less Money, Mo Problems, Standard Deviation, An Irish Goodbye, Demolition Daddy, Clodger, Twinanigans, Shark, West of Mexico, Whole Slot of Love, Wild Women Do, It Fires, Vice Principal, The Curious Case of the Old Hole, Lumberjerk, Comb Over, A Hairpiece, Dr. Sunderson's Sunsuckers, Shakedown, Crystal Clear, The Adventures of Twill Hungenbone and his boy Jabari, Blood Christie on to Heaven, The Missing Kink, Blargsnart, A Love Story, Plot Heavy, The Fast and the Spurious, Footprints, Live and Let Fry, Fantastic Voyage, Stanny Tendergrass, Don't You Be My Neighbor, Star Trek, Not Particularly Desperate Housewife, Helping Handies, Manhattan Magical Murder Mystery Tour, Irregarding Steve, Of Ice and Men, NSA, No Snoops Allowed, Stand Dan Deliver, Kiss Kiss Cam Cam, Blonde Ambition, I Can't Stand You, Roy Rogers McFreely, Buck Wild, The Mural of the Story, Honey, I'm Homeland, Home a Drone, The Bitchin' Race, A Nice Night for a Drive, Julia Roberts, The Long Bomb, Nyan Gwen, Family Plan, Healy Was a Girl Scout, Echoes, Gold Top Nuts, Beyond the Alcove, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Klaus, The Wonder Cabinet, Little Bonnie Ramirez, Roger Passes the Bar, A Pinata Named Desire, The Book of Fisher, Big Trouble in Little Langley, The 42-Year-Old Virgin, Red October Sky, The Census of the Lambs, One Little Word, Funnyish Games, The Long March, The Hall Monitor and the Lunch Lady, Anchor Fran, Dressed On, The Never-Ending Stories, Flea Biscuit, The Legend of Old... Ulysses? I'm not looking it up. Who Smarted? Mused and Abused, Stomp Le Monde, Widow's Peak, Desong Heavy Industries, Garfield and Friends, I Am the Genes, the Gina Lavetti story, Steve Snot in the quest for the OG 4 Loco, Better on Paper, Stretched Thin, Fellow Traveler, Game Night, Ghost Dad, Roger's Baby, Fight and Flight, The Enlightenment of Raja Baba, Garbage Stand, Camp Campawanda, Roots, Crisscross Applesauce, The Ballad of Billy Jesusworth. The show is the worst titles. You Gotta Strike for Your Right, Claustastrophe.tv, Love, AD Style, A Roger Story, You Were Here, Smooshed, A Love Story, Mom Sauce, Gifted Me Liberty, Paranoid Frandroid, Shellgium, The Hand That Rocks the Rogu, Pride Before the Feel, Jenny from the Block, Con Air, Sense and Sensibility, Maya Fair Lady, Jack's Back, Every Which Way But Lose, The Return of the Bling, Shallow Vise, Stand Time, Crotch Walkers, Kung Pao Turkey, Introducing the Naughty Stewardesses, She Will Survive, News Glance with Genevieve Vance, Morning Mimosa, A Boy Named Michael, Camp Refugee, An Apocalypse to Remember, American Dream Factory, The Magnificent Seven, Stan Moves to Chicago, Family Time, Crybaby, The Sinister Fiat, 90 North 0 West, Big Stan on Campus, Fantasy Baseball, Rubberneckers, Permanent Record Wrecker, Next of Pin, The Shrink, LGB Steve, Faking Bad, Dungeons and Wagons, You Debt Your Life, Flirting with Disaster, Choosy Wives, Choose Smith, Stanny Slickers 2, The Legend of Ollie's Gold, G-String Circus, Cops and Roger, White Rice, Railroaded, Healy Smith, SEAL Team 6, The Devil Wears a Lapel Pin, The Life Aquatic with Steve Smith, Mind Struggle, The Witches of Langley, Bahama Mama, Into the Jingleverse, The Novus Centaurus, Berg Board of Tourism presents American Dad, Wheels and the Legman in the Case of Grandpa's Key, The Wrestler, Wiener of Our Discontent, A Song of Knives and Fire, National Treasure 4, Baby Franny, She's Doing Well, The Whole Story, ZONICS, Zoinks, Between a Rig and a Hard Ass, Pilot, Deacon Stan, Jesus Man, Stan Knows Best, Threat Levels, Seething Fierce, Jeff and the Dank Ass Weed Factory, Stan and Francine and Connie and Tad, Spelling Beamy Baby, The Unbrave One, Old Stan in the Mountain, Stan's Best Friend, Poltergasm, Pulling Double Booty, Roger Codger, Helios, Brains and Automobiles, My Morning Straitjacket, Multiverse of American Dadness, The Longest Distance Relationship, Stan Goes on the Pill, Fart Brick Hotel, Killer Vacation, The Full Cognitive Redaction of Avery Bullock by the Coward Stan Smith, Deflippity Flop, A Star Boy is Born, Top of the Steve, Office Spaceman, Tearjerker, Surrogate, Oedipal Panties, The Future is Borax, Portrait of Francine's Genitals, Adventures in Healy Sitting, Naked to the Limit, One More Time, Family Land, American Stepdad, An Incident at Owl Creek, The Kidney Stays in the Picture, Ricky Spanish, I Ain't No Holodeck Boy, Father's Diaz, Toy Hoary, Roger Needs Dick, My Purity Ball and Chin, Virtual Insanity, Iced Babies, Son of Stan, A Jones for a Smith, When a Stan Loves a Woman, A.T., The Abusive Terrestrial, All About Steve, Don't Look a Smith Horse in the Mouth, Fast Little Whorehouse in Langley Falls, Stanny Boy and Frantastic, I Am the Walrus, License to Trill, Four Little Words, Failure is Not a Factory, Installed Option, Henderson, Flush After Reading, 100 Years a Solid Fool, First, Do No Farm, Yule, Tide, Repeat, 300, Brie of Noob World, I liked that one, School Lies, Homewrecker, There Will Be Bad Blood, For Whom the Sleigh Bell Rings, May the Best Stan Win, Into the Woods, The Life and Times of Stan Smith, Family Affair, Oratron Trio, The Dentist's Wife, Man in the Moonbines, Moon Over Isla Island, Wife Insurance, Daddy Queerest, Finances with Wolves, Francine's Flashback, Stan's Night Out, Stan of Arabia Part 1, Stan of Arabia Part 2, Hurricane, Seasons Beatings, Vision Impossible, Finger Lenting Good, Persona Assistant, Death by Dinner Party, Dancing Out with My Cell, Stan and Francine and Stan and Francine and Erotica, The Talented Mr. Dingleberry, Casino Normal, Dreaming of a White Porsche Christmas, Russian Doll, Why Can't We Be Friends, DeLorean Storian, Escape from Pearl Bealey, Chimdeal, Phantom of the Telethon, Holy Shit, Jeff's Back, Cock of the Sleepwalk, Independent Movie, The People vs. Martin Sugar, The Scarlet Getter, Max Jets, Dr. Claudus, The Unincludeds, Minstrel Krampus, Steve and Snot's Test Tubular Adventure, With Friends Like Steve's, Rough Treat, Roger and Me, Bush Comes to Dinner, Homeland Insecurity, It's Good to Be Queen, Bullocks to Stan, Stanny Get Your Gun, Can I Be Frank with You, In Country, Club, 1600 Candles, Merlet Dine Dirty Shim, Black Mystery Month, Meter Maid, Franny 911, Spring Breakup, Widowmaker, 100 AD, The 200, Enter Stanman, No Weddings and a Funeral, Rabbit Ears, Bully for Steve, Bar Mitzvah Hustle, Joint Custody, The Most Adequate Christmas Ever, The Best Christmas Story Never Told, Lincoln Lover, Lost in Space, Hot Water, Stan's Food Restaurant, Dope and Fief, Tears of a Clooney, The One That Got Away, A Smith in the Hand, The Vacation Goo, Great Space Roaster, Rapture's Delight, and finally, The American Dad After School Special. Again, I have little to no experience with this show before going into this. I have no idea how unpopular that list is going to be. I will say, though, American Dad has been one of the easiest experiences I've had doing one of these rankings. I know the video, like most of them, got incredibly negative by the end, but that's just going to happen with a show that's gone on this long. In actuality, I think American Dad's a really fantastic series. I always wondered what the fuck it was about and how they got that many episodes out of such a weird concept, but hey, they sure did it. More to come too, I'm sure. Over watching this, I think I understand why American Dad failed to really catch on in the way The Simpsons or Family Guy did. Not to say it doesn't have a large audience, because obviously it's gone on for so long, so of course it does. But more so in how it didn't have as big an impact on pop culture as those ones did. It's in a weird in-between of Simpsons and Family Guy. The characters are simple, but they're also super specific. Family Guy is the most broadest shit imaginable, you know? It's just guy, wife, girl, boy, and baby, and dog. Simpsons, basically the same thing, remove the dog. Whereas American Dad is, you know, a guy working for the government, he has an alien living with him, a talking fish. I think it's a bit too random for a general audience, and it's for that reason that I think the show is more niche. You know, as niche as a fucking 360 episode series can be. You know, it wasn't a concept that was designed to go on this long. It was meant to be created at a very specific point in American politics. Which is especially interesting because the series has fucking nothing to do with politics in its recent seasons. They dropped that shit fucking quick. Which is bizarre because so much of the media we have nowadays is so politically fueled. But that's clearly not what the writers are interested in. They're interested in taking these characters and seeing what silly situations they can put them in. And because of that, I feel like it's why most episodes now come off like they're just trying to find something for the characters to do. Which is why I noticed a really big uptick in the episodes that are just, this character gets this job this time. Overall, I'll say American Dad is way more consistently good compared to Family Guy. I will stand by that. Family Guy's drop-off was fucking insurmountable. But I will also attest to the fact that I think Family Guy is better in its prime than American Dad. You know, Family Guy has higher highs, but also way lower lows. But you know, one thing American Dad has over that show? It doesn't really get bad. Obviously, doing a ranking like this and watching all the episodes over the span of a couple months is going to make that drop-off more apparent for someone. But if you're still a fan just watching new episodes as they come out, I can see why you think the show hasn't really lost its charm. And the fact that the past couple seasons have even had episodes I would consider like great, you know, near the top of the list, is really a godsend. It shows there are people who are still there who want to make a really funny show. I really can't see the trajectory of the series changing anytime soon. Honestly, it seems like it's in a place right now similar to The Simpsons when it was in its 20th season, where it's just the ultimate fucking like coasting by. But even still, the fact that it had from season 2 to arguably season 10 to be so good is something to be cherished. And like I said earlier, I'm really glad that I finally got the chance to check this show out, because American Dad will go down as one of the best cartoons of all time. And I'm happy I finally got the chance to witness it.